I said, come to the police station. I've been arrested. And she shows up, and she didn't know I've been doing that. My probation officer, of course, he didn't know anything else. At my sentencing, probation officer was there, prosecutor, the judge, U.S. Marshals, Michelle, and me. Michelle stands up and she tells the judge that I'm a better dad to her kids than her actual father is. And at that point, I'm crying. Probation officer stands up, and he was like, we think Mr. Johnson's a good guy. We think this is a one-time thing. The prosecutor says the same thing. Judge sentences me to 1 year. Probation officer stands back up, and he's like, Mr. Johnson, Judge, if you could give Mr. Johnson a year and a day, he can get the good time and get back to his family. So the judge amends the sentence to a year and a day. So I served 10 months. They sent me back to Texas. And that's when I find out that Michelle didn't need me for any gift. She just wanted me for me that entire time. She stands by me the entire time. I do my 10 months, get out, we get married after that, and they kill probation. So I can touch a computer. They tell you, they're like, inmates, a felon, if nothing else, he can sell cars. Well, it turns out you can't. You can sell cars if you're a drug dealer. If you're the guy that steals all the money and people's information, no, you can't get a job selling cars. So you can't get a job. You cannot. And to this day, Lex, I know what my triggers are. I know what it would take to get me back in the game. I knew I'd go so far at that point. So I looked at Michelle and I was like, let's see what I can do. Signed on to LinkedIn, reached out to this FBI super cop named Keith Malarski out of the Pittsburgh office. He was involved with my arrest, some associates and everything else. And sent him a message. The message was, I respect everything you did. I think you did a great job. By the way, I'd like to be legal. And dude responded within 2 hours. 2 hours, he gives me references, advice, takes me in under his wing, everything else like that. And from that point, man, he was the head of the Identity Theft Council, did the same thing. Card Not Present Group hires me to speak. Microsoft hires me to consult with them. And the Microsoft hire established enough trust in the industry that I was all right.
So now you're helping in many ways fight the very guy that you used to be. So, big picture advice. Given that you were that guy, how do we fight cybercrime today and in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years? What advice do you have to individuals, to companies, to governments, and also to Elizabeth, like the human beings that love, that live, that are friends with cyber criminals?
There's so many lessons to really be had from that. To me, the lesson, one of the big lessons to me is you can't serve two masters. If you're that guy that is committing crime, that person that's addicted, or you're in love with somebody that's addicted or has that, they don't love you. They love that addiction. That comes first. It's always going to come first. So you have to realize that. You have to know when to when to cut somebody off, when to end something that know that they're not going to change until they decide to change. At the same time, you got to realize that the only reason I was able to turn my life around is because people took that chance on me. That's really the only reason.
They believe that there's a good person in there.
Yeah. If Malarski hadn't responded, if I hadn't had my sister, my wife, these companies that initially gave me that chance, my ass would be back in prison for 20 years. I have no doubt about that at all. All right. So you have to realize that. Cybercrime, a lot of companies that I talk to, they don't really understand or appreciate that networking aspect, that trust aspect of how criminals establish trust with each other, how they work together. A lot of companies think that it's a single player that's out victimizing them. When you really break down how cybercrime operates, that you've got a group of individuals that are working together to hit you, but not only hit you, but they share and exchange information freely. Companies don't do that. You've got privacy concerns, you've got competitive edge concerns, everything else. Companies don't share information across the board like criminals do. Criminals do that. You have to appreciate that. You have to understand that big statistic that 90% of attacks use known exploits. It's not the stuff we don't know about, it's the shit we do know about. We're not doing anything about.
So the way to defend against cybercrime is like there's a lot of low-hanging fruit you should fix.
A lot of that.
So a lot of basic stuff that's already vulnerabilities to update the system security.
Now that doesn't take care of solar things or CNAP or anything like that. It doesn't. But those instances, that's big. It is.
But in the full spectrum of, especially in the future, because there's more and more companies that are coming online, becoming digital, and it's just more and more and more, and those vulnerabilities in terms of human nature, so for social engineering and the actual outdated systems, all of it. And some of it, I guess, is you're exceptionally good at this, is educating on the social engineering side, is educating people and companies that
you've got to do that. And companies have to, I made that point that they never report to law enforcement. That's companies and individuals. I've worked with Fortune 50 companies that will not press charges. Instead, they'll have that insider or that criminal sign an NDA, they'll pay them off, and we won't mention this shit anymore. You have to press charges, you have to report, you have to raise the awareness of everyone in the group. You have to be, it's that idea, and I've talked about that before, of understanding your place in that cybercrime spectrum. The way a criminal will victimize you depends on who you are, what you do as a person and as a business. So you have to understand that, design security around that. We've got 7,500 security companies out there. A whole lot of them are snake oil salesmen. A lot of them is going to tell you that we're the one-stop solution, but you're not. You're not. You're a tool, all right? And you may have a very good tool, but it's not the only tool that's needed to protect against the attacks that are out there. We have to be open and honest about that kind of stuff.
So I guess defense is not just like one tool. It's a process of just like a diversity and just constantly educating people.
Absolutely.
So it's the social side. It's constantly, because there's so many probably attack vectors. It's the software that you have.
If you look at it, that's that attack surface. You can't plug everything. It's too damn large to plug everything. But you can do the best job you can possibly do. But it takes a variety of tools to do that. All right. The idea, and Arcos is big about that, but the idea is to take the cost of fraud to the fraudsters so high that they basically try to pick another target. All right, that's the idea that you want. You want it to be not worth the criminal's time.
What about white hat hacking? So like, hacking for good, sort of testing systems and then giving companies the vulnerabilities as you find them.
I think it's outstanding. I do. I think pen testing, white hat stuff is outstanding. I truly do. I think that you have to. It has to be tempered with what is reality as well, though. All right, we've got a whole industry of people who try to sell RFID wallets. That I don't know of many RFID hackers out there on the criminal side. To be honest with you.
Yeah, so some of it is just like a psychological safety blanket that's not actually providing any protection. By the way, you wrote on LinkedIn something about IDP. What is it? Why is it a problem? I was going down a rabbit hole.
I was wondering if you were going to mention that. They lost. I guess I was partially responsible for them losing $6 million.
What was the contract with that?
The IRS.
Yeah, the IRS. So what is it?
So IDMe is an identity. Okay, backtrack. IDMe is a marketing company that wants to say they're an identity verification company.
I just want to bring this up to see you get angry.
Okay. I'll tell you what my issue is. My issue is
it's a company that's used for authentication by the IRS. I guess.
Well, IRS, Social Security Administration, VA, at one point 23 state unemployment offices, a few other services.
So I guess the idea is that you would be able to unlock your account or authenticate yourself as a human being by using your face or something like that.
So
Private information.
They've got a tiered system. Yeah, verification. They've got you can do. They've got a free system which is questionable. Where you submit an ID. It's been shown several bypasses have been shown, and I don't want to talk about the security horribly bad because I want to be honest. There are bypasses for a lot of security systems out there. Right. All right. The issue that I have with IDB is that their policies are somewhat questionable. I don't care if you're a private company that has those policies in place, but if you're a government agency and you as a citizen are entitled to a benefit or a service of that government agency, and then the government agency forces you to give up your complete identity profile to a private company, and then that private company uses that profile for marketing purposes to further profit, things like that. I have a huge issue with that. I don't care if you're a private company that does that. I just don't think the citizens need to be forced into doing that in order to get a benefit or service that they're entitled to. So that's my big issue.
So given how much we've talked about the value of identity, you don't think that should be handed over?
Like, no. Who would have thought that Brett Johnson made a privacy advocate? But here I am. It's just people don't understand or appreciate the value of who they are. And certainly you've got a host of companies. ID is not the only one, but you've got some of these companies that say, well, we strip out the PII of the individual. We just use the biometrics and then precise their residue and things like that. That's identity. That is, you could still ping that one unique individual out of all the use of that information. Stripping out the PII, you can still ping who that individual is.
So, having lived a life of crime for many years, I'm sure you've connected indirectly to a large number of very dangerous people.
Directly and indirectly.
Yeah. But the network indirectly is even larger, right?
Oh, yeah.
Are you, and I apologize for this question, have you ever worried for your life, for your well-being? Like, having seen a world that's really dangerous in ways that operates in the shadows.
Like I said, when we started Shadow Crew and started that initial cybercrime that world, violence wasn't there. It came in later. Now violence is inherent in the system. So that new Monty Python bit, it's part of it.
The mafia are now part of this whole thing.
Cartels are part of it.
Yeah.
Drugs are inherently intertwined in cybercrime marketplaces because of the profit potential. And with that comes a lot of violence as well.
And the cartels have already brought the violence that they're good at from the 20th century,
Absolutely.
into the technology of the 21st century.
Now, do I worry about that? It's interesting that my family worries about that. All right. I think I may be just too involved in it to appreciate that type of danger. But my family worries about that. They do. Do I think it's a possibility? I'm the guy that says what needs to be said. I've built my trust in this industry by not being scared of calling out companies and individuals, and not being scared of targeting criminals or criminal groups.
Your honesty as a human being, emotionally and intellectually, is really refreshing. It's a gift. Thank you for doing that. Is there a advice you could give to young people today about life? You broke many rules, all the rules. Some rules should be broken. If you look at somebody young today in high school and college, thinking how they can break the rules legally and live a life that's something they could be really proud of, what would you say?
Biggest lesson I've learned: you want your life to be one where you're helping people and not hurting people, and that really hit me the first time I walked into Quantico. So you see the brightest minds in the United States who give up a lot of money, a opportunities, a lot of money, because they believe in helping people. Where I spent a career just hurting and harming individuals, that's a hell of a lesson. And I'm glad I'm there. But I would tell people out there, it's fine to want money. It's fine to do that. It's fine to test systems. It's fine to circumvent rules and not break the law. It's fine to do all that. I like doing it. All right. But if you've got the mindset, you can just adhere to the mindset of helping people and not hurting people, I think you'll be all right at the end of the day.
What gives you, again, given the dark web, given all the dangers out there, what gives you hope about the future? Looking into 5, 10 years, 50 years, I mean, hope for human civilization. If we do, we do all right. If we make it out of this century, what do you think would be the reason?
Well, that's a damn good question. I mean, we got a lot of bad stuff going on.
We've got a lot of reasons. If I asked you the other question of how do you think human civilization destroy itself, I'm sure you have a lot of answers.
What gives me hope is you see people working together. The COVID's have been a little bit different because I think too many people wanted to play politics with it.
That's been the heartbreaking thing about COVID. It's in many ways put people apart because a virus involves kind of being afraid of each other. Because I mean that was a scary thing. People talk about pandemics in that way, that you're afraid of other humans. That is the most terrifying thing. It's not the destructive nature of what it does to your body. It's just that it pulls people apart, and then you realize how fundamental that human connection is to humans.
Absolutely, absolutely. But we, as human beings, we do when things really get bad. We do tend to respond and move together. We do that, and
There's injustice.
yeah,
We see it rise up.
I wake up in the morning and I watch Fox News and CNN so I can be pissed off at everything. All right. So,
The division, the outrage, they're really feeding. They want you to be angry.
yeah, that's what causes me despair when I think that these things. Elizabeth was very good. She taught me one hell of a lesson because before I met her, I was in news beyond all the time, a couple of channels over there, and she was the woman who didn't watch the news at all, and I didn't understand that back then, but now I do. Now I'm like, it's pretty smart. Don't be listening to that bullshit as this.
That's why I love reading history books. I just I feel like that's the right perspective I think on modern times. How will this time be written about in the history books?
Yeah.
And react to that. The daily ups and downs of the outrages, which is getting worse and worse in terms of how quick the turnaround is in terms of news.
I'll tell you what, I'm sitting here. I appreciate you talking. I do, because I'm talking about their relationship and everything. It's really this kind of realization for me on a lot of things. So I really appreciate you asking those questions and everything. We'd be able to talk about that.
I love it that you value. First of all, you're self-aware how important love is in a human being's life. It can make you do some of the best and some of the worst things in this world, and it's good to think about that. That is what makes us human, is that connection and that love for each other. What do you think is the meaning of life? It's a big, ridiculous question. Why the hell? What are we all here for?
I don't think that's ridiculous. To me, that meaning of life is finding out that lesson that we need to help each other. If you ask about security, how do you get to say that? But, everybody's worried about themselves. The way you solve that security problem is it takes everybody looking out for everyone else. That's how you solve that problem.
And however you take, whatever journey you take to discovering that point.
Yeah. I mean, with me, I've been asked a few times, do you regret anything? Would you change anything? Mm-hmm. I've done a shitload of despicable things in my life. But I'm at a point in my life where I like who I am. And I know that I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing in my life. So would I change anything? as bad as a lot of that shit has been, I would.
It made you who you are.
Yeah.
The whole of it.
I mean, that's trite to say that, but it's true. That's the weird thing. It's true. So,
Yeah. Also, you mentioned that you're thinking of launching a show. What's it going to be called? Because you've done a couple of podcasts here. Incredibly good. So good at this.
I've done a couple. I'm on a lot of podcasts and everything like that. I had the broadcast with a friend of mine, Teresa, and that ended because of the difference of opinion. Depending on who you ask, one of us was an asshole.
Yes.
It may have been me.
Yeah.
But then I did the Anglerfish podcast, which that was, I got to be honest with you, Lex, it was completely directionless. And it was Brett Johnson getting lazy.
Yeah.
So I ended that. The Brett Johnson show is launching.
That's the new one.
That's the new one. And, you know,
what do you think of doing with it?
Making a difference. But it's going to be talking about cybercrime security.
Interviews.
Solos. A lot of it's going to be solo. Now, I'm calling it the Brett Johnson show because it's going to handle crime, talk to criminals and how they turn their lives around to degrees. Well, but there's some shit I want to bitch about, too.
Yeah.
So
I can tell you're good at this. I'm a fan already. I'm going to listen. I'm subscribed. You should too. You're launching it soon.
Next week.
But you're incredible. The honesty, the love, I can just see how much of yourself you put out there. One of the best public speakers I've ever heard. Definitely should be in a Scorsese film about cybercrime. 100%, I can tell you're a good actor. It makes perfect sense. Anyway, I'm deeply honored that you spent your time with me today. I am too. It was amazing. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Brett Johnson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from George R.R. Martin from The Clash of Kings. The good act does not wash out the bad, nor bad act the good. Each should have its own reward. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. What are your thoughts on the ongoing war in Ukraine? How do you analyze it within your framework about war?
How far would they go to hang on to power when push came to shove? Is I think the thing that worries me the most, and is plainly what worries most people. Like, at what point does that unchecked leadership decide that this is worth it? Especially if they can emerge from the rubble still on top.
The following is a conversation with Chris Blackman, professor at the University of Chicago, studying the causes and consequences of violence and war. This he explores in his new book called Why We Fight, The Roots of War, The Path to Peace. The book comes out on April 19th, so you should pre-order it to support Chris' work. This is the Lux Frequent Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Chris Blackman. In your new book titled Why We Fight, The Roots of War, The Path to Peace, you write, quote, "Let me be clear what I mean when I say war. I don't just mean countries duking it out. I mean any kind of prolonged, violent struggle between groups. That includes villages, clans, gangs, ethnic groups, religious sects, political factions, and nations. Wildly different as these may be, their origins have much in common. We'll see with the Northern Irish zealots, Colombian cartels, European tyrants, Liberian rebels, Greek oligarchs, Chicago gangs, Indian mobs, Rwandan genocide dares, every word I'm thinking to you. Those are people who administer genocide. English soccer hooligans and American invaders. So, first, let me ask, what is war? In saying that war is a prolonged violent struggle between groups, what do the words prolonged groups and violence?
I sit at this sort of intersection of economics and political
political science, and I also do a little bit in psychology, but that's partly because I'm married to psychologists sometimes do research with their. All these things are really different. So if you're a political scientist, you spend a lot of time just classifying a really narrow kind of conflict and studying that. And that's an important way to make progress as a social scientist. But I'm not trying to make progress. I'm trying to help everybody step back and say, you know what, there's like some common things that we know from these disciplines that relate to a really wide range of phenomena. Basically, we can talk about them in a very similar way and we get to similar insights. So I wanted to actually bring them together, but I still had to say, let's hold out individual violence, which has a lot in common, but individuals choose to engage in violence for more and sometimes different reasons. So let's just put that aside so that we can focus a bit. And let's really put aside short incidents of violence, because those might have the same kind of things explained. But actually, there's a lot of other things that can explain short violence. Short violence can be really demonstrative. Like I can use it to communicate information. The thing that all of it has in common is that it doesn't generally make sense. It's not the best option most of the time. And so I wanted to say, let's take this thing that should be puzzling. We kind of think it's normal. We kind of think this is what all humans do. But let's point out that it's not normal, and then figure out why. Let's talk about that. So I was trying to throw out the short violence. I was trying to throw out individual violence. I was also trying to throw out all the competition that happens. It's not violent. That's the normal competition. I was trying to say, let's talk about violent competition, because that's kind of the puzzle.
So that's really interesting. You said usually people try to find a narrow definition. You said progress. You made progress by finding a narrow definition, for example, of military conflict in a particular context. And progress means, all right, well, how do we prevent this particular kind of military conflict? Or maybe if it's already happening, how do we de-escalate it and how do we solve it? So from a geopolitics perspective, from an economics perspective, and you're looking for a definition of war that is as broad as possible, but not so broad that you cannot achieve a deep level of understanding of why it happened and how it can be avoided.
Right, and basically recognize that common principles govern some kinds of behavior that look pretty different. Like an Indian ethnic riot is obviously pretty different than invading a neighboring country, right? But and that's pretty different than two villages or two gangs. On what I work on is studying organized criminals and gangs. Two gangs, one where you think is really different, and of course it is. But there are some common principles. You can just think of a conflict and the use of violence, and not learn everything, but just get really, really far by sort of seeing commonalities rather than just focusing.
So again, those words are prolonged, groups, and violent. Can you maybe linger on each of those words? What does prolonged mean? Where's the line between short and long? What does groups mean? And what does violent mean?
So I have a friend who, someone who's become a friend through the process of my work and writing this book also, who was 20, 30 years ago was gang leader in Chicago. This guy named Napoleon English or Nap. And I remember one time he was saying, well, when I was young, I was 15, 16, and he'd go to the neighboring gang's territory, so I'd go gang bang. I didn't know what that meant. I said, what does that mean? He said, oh, that just meant I'd shoot them up. Like I'd shoot buildings, and I'd shoot people. I wasn't trying to kill them. I was just trying to sort of send a signal that he was a tough guy, and he was fearless, and he was someone who they should be careful with. And so I didn't want to call that war, right? That's something different. It was short, it was kind of sporadic, and he wasn't, and he was basically trying to set an information. And this is what countries do all the time, right? We have military parades, and we might have border skirmishes, and I wanted to sort of, so is it what's short is a 3-month border skirmish of war? I don't try to get into those things. But I want to point out that these long ruling months and years of violence are part of the problem and the puzzle. And I didn't want to spend a lot of time talking about the international version of gangbang. It's a different phenomenon.
So So what is it about Napoleon that doesn't nap? It's called not to add confusion.
Yeah.
That doesn't qualify for war. Is it the individual aspect? Is it that violence is not the thing that is sought, but the communication of information is what is sought? Or is it the shortness of it? Is it all of those?
It's a little bit. I mean, he was the head of a group, or he was becoming the head of a group at that point. And that group eventually did go to war with those neighboring kingdoms, just to say it was just long, drawn-out conflict over months and months and months. But I think one of the big insights from my field is that you're constantly negotiating with something, right? Whether you're officially negotiating, or you're all posturing, like you're bargaining over something, and you should be able to figure out a way to split that pie. And you could use violence. But violence is, everybody's miserable. Like if you're NAB, like if you start a war, there's lots of risks. You can get killed. That's not good. You can kill somebody else and go to jail, which is what happened to him. That's not good. Soldiers get killed. No one's buying your drugs. Like it interrupts your business, and so on and on. Like it's really miserable. This is what we're seeing right now. As we're recording it, Russian invasion of Ukraine is now 4th or 5th week. Everybody's, if it didn't dawn on them before, it's dawned on them now just how brutal, costly this is.
As you described, for everybody. So everybody is losing.
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe the insight. Everybody loses something from war. And there was usually, not always, but the point is there was usually a way to get what you wanted or be better off without having to fight over it. So there's this, fighting is just politics by other means. And it's just inefficient, costly, brutal, devastating. And so that's like the deep insight. And so I kind of wanted to say, so I guess like what's not war, and like I mean I don't try to belabor the definitions because some there's memes and memes of political science put out the papers written on like what's war, what's not war. People disagree. I just wanted to say, where's the thing that we shouldn't be doing, and where's the violence that doesn't make sense? There's a whole bunch of other violence, including gangbanging and skirmishes and things that might make sense, precisely because they're cheap ways of communicating, or they're not particularly costly. Where's the thing that's just so costly we should try to avoid it? Maybe like the way I think
of it. Nevertheless, definitions are interesting. So outside of the academic bickering, every time you try to define something, I'm a big fan of it. The process illuminates. So the destination doesn't matter. The moment you arrive at the definition, you lose the power.
One of the interesting things, I mean, so people, if you want to do, some of what I do is just quantitative analysis of conflict. And if you want to do that, if you want to sort of run statistics on war, then you have to code it all up. And then lots of people have done that. There's 4 or 5 major data sets where people or teams of people have over time said, we're going to code years of war between these groups or within a country. And what's interesting is how difficult these data sets don't often agree. You have to make all of these. The decision gets really complicated. Like when does the war begin? Right? Does it begin when a certain number of people get killed? Did it begin? What if there's like lots of skirmishing and sort of lots of little terror attacks or a couple bombs lobbed, and then eventually turns into war? Do we call that? Do we backdate it to like when the first act of violence started? And then what do we do with all the times when there was like that low scale, low intensity violence or bombs lobbed? And do we call those wars, but maybe only if they eventually get worse? So it actually is really tricky.
And it depends on the offensive aspect. So everybody, Hitler in World War II, it seems like he never attacked anybody. He's always defending against the unjust attack of everybody else that he's taking over the world. So that's like information propaganda that every side is trying to communicate to the world. So you can't listen to necessarily information like self-report data. You have to kind of look past that somehow. Maybe look, especially in the modern world, as much as possible at the data. How many bombs dropped, how many people killed, how the estimates of the number of troops moved from one location to another, that kind of thing. And the other interesting thing is there's quantitative analysis of war. So, for example, I was looking at just war index, where people trying to measure, trying to put a number on what wars are seen as just and not.
But really amazing.
There's numbers behind it. It's great. So it's great because, again, as you do an extensive quantification of justice, you start to think what actually contributes to our thought that, for example, World War II is a just war and other wars are not. A lot of it is about intent and some of the other factors that you look at, which is prolonged, the degree of violence that is necessary versus not necessary, given the greater good, some measure of the greater good of people, all those kind of things. Then there's reasons for war, looking to free people or to stop a genocide versus conquering land, all those kinds of things. And people try to put a number behind it. And
it's based on, what I'm trying to imagine is, suppose I wake up, or that is whatever suppose I think my God tells me to do something. Or my God thinks that, or my moral sense thinks that something that another group is doing is repugnant. I'm curious, are they evaluating the validity of that claim, or just the idea that, well, you said it was repugnant, you deeply believe that, therefore it's just?
I think, not to be corrected on a lot of this, but I think this is always looking at wars after they happen. So and trying to take a global perspective from all, sort of a general survey of how people perceive. So you're not weighing disproportionately into the people who wage war.
Yeah. I kind of ended up dodging that because, one is to just point out that wars, actually most wars aren't necessary, and so in the sense that there's another way to get what you wanted. And so on one level, there's no just war. Now, that's not true because, take an example like the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan. The United States has been attacked. There's a culpable agent, reliable evidence that Al-Qaeda were being sheltered in Afghanistan by the Taliban. And then the Taliban, this is a bit murky. It seems that there was an attempt to say hand them over or else, and they said no way. Now you can make an argument that invading and attacking is strategically the right thing to do in terms of sending signals to your future enemies. Or you just, if you think it's important to bring someone to justice, in this case Al-Qaeda, then maybe that's just war, or that's a justification. But it hinges on the fact that the other side just didn't do the seemingly sensible thing, which is say, okay, and so it was completely avoidable in one sense. But if you believe, and I think it's probably true, if you believe that for their own ideological and other reasons, the Mullah in particular and Taliban in general decided we're not going to do that, then now you've not left with very, very good choices. And now, I didn't want to talk about is that a just war, or is that what's justice or not. I just wanted to point out that one side's intransigence, if that's an equal happen, one side's intransigence sort of maybe compels you to basically eliminate all of the reasonable arguments that you could be satisfied with, and now you're left with really no other strategic option. I think that's a slight oversimplification, but I think that's one way to describe it.
So your book is fascinating, and your perspective on this is fascinating. I'll try to sort of play devil's advocate at times to try to get a clarity. But the thesis is that war is costly, usually costly for everybody. So that's what you mean when you say nobody wants war, because you're going to, from a game theoretical perspective, nobody wins. And so war is essentially a breakdown of reason, a breakdown of negotiation, of healthy communication, of healthy operation of the world, some kind of breakdown. You list all kinds of ways in which it breaks down. There's also human beings in this case. And there is ideas of justice. So, for example, I don't want to, my memory doesn't serve me well, on which wars were seen as just, is very, very few in the 20th century of the many that have been there. The wars that were seen as just, first of all, the most just war seen is World War II by far. It's actually the only one that goes above a threshold is seen as just. Everything is seen as unjust. It's less. It's like degrees of unjustness. And I think the ones that are seen as more just are the ones that are fast. That you have a very specific purpose. You communicate that purpose honestly with the global community, and you strike hard, fast, and you pull out. You do sort of, it's like a rescue mission. It's almost like policing work. If there's somebody suffering, go in, stop that suffering directly. That's it. I think World War II is seen in that way. That there's an obvious aggressor that is causing a lot of suffering in the world and looking to expand the scale of that suffering. And so you strike, given the scale, you strike hard and as fast as possible to stop the expansion of the suffering. So that's kind of how they see. I don't know if you can kind of look with this framework that you presented and look at Hitler and think, well, it's not in his interest to attack Czechoslovakia, Poland, Britain, France, Russia, the Soviet Union, America, the United States of America. Same with Japan. But is it in their long-term interest? I don't know. So for me, who cares about alleviating human suffering in the world? Yes, it's not. It seems like almost no war is just, but it also seems somehow deeply human to fight. And I think your book makes the case. No, it's not. Can you try to like get at that? Because it seems that war, there is some that like drum of war seems to beat in all human hearts. Like it's in there somewhere. Maybe there's like a route of the past to get rid of it. It's deeply irrational.
Okay, so obviously we go to war, and obviously there's a lot of violence, and so we have to explain something, and some of that's going to be aspects of our humanness. So I guess what I wanted us to sort of start with it, I think it was just useful to sort of start and point out, actually, there's really, 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 really strong incentives not to do it because it's going to be really costly. And so all of these other human or strategic things, all these things, the circumstantial things that will eventually lead to war, have to be pretty powerful before we go there. And most of the time,
sorry to interrupt, and that's why you also describe very importantly that war throughout human history is actually rare. We usually avoid it.
Most people don't know about the U.S. invasion of Haiti in 1994. I mean, a lot of people know about it, but people just don't pay attention to it. We're going to, the history books and school kids are going to learn about the invasion of Afghanistan for decades and decades, and nobody is going to put this in the history books, and it's because it didn't actually happen. Because before the troops could land, the person who'd taken power in the coup basically said, fine. There's this famous story where Colin Powell goes to Haiti, to this new dictator who's refused to let a democratic president take power, and tries to convince him to step down or else. He says, no, and then he shows him a video, and it's basically troop planes and all these things taking off. And he's like, this is not live, this is 2 hours. So, and basically, he basically gives up with it. So
That's a powerful move.
I think Powell might have been one of his teachers in a U.S. military college, because a lot of these military trained at some point. So there were some personal relationships, at least between people in this government and these guys, that they're trying to do. The point is, and that's like what should have happened. That makes sense, right? Like, maybe I can mount an insurgency, and I'm not going to bear a lot of the costs of it because I'm a dictator, and maybe he's human and he just wants to fight if he's angry or just in his mind, whatever he's doing. But at the end of the day, it's like, this does not make sense. And that's what happens most of the time. But we don't write so many books about it. And now some political scientists go and they count up all of the nations that could fight if they have some dispute or against one another, or they look at the ethnic groups that could fight with one another because there's some tension and they're right next to one another. And then whatever, some number like 900,000 don't fight because they just find some other way. They don't like each other, but they just loathe in peace because that's the sensible thing to do. And that's what we all do. We loathe in peace. And we loathe the Soviet Union in relative peace for decades, and India, Pakistan in peace. I mean, 2 weeks into the Russian invasion of Ukraine, again, it was in the newspapers, but most people didn't, I think, know. India accidentally launched a cruise missile at Pakistan and calm ensued. So they were like, yeah, we do not want to go to war, so we bet. We'll be angry, but we'll accept your explanation that this was an accident. And so these things fly under the radar. And so we overestimate it and how likely it is for it to be. But then, of course, things do happen. Russia did invade the Ukraine and didn't find some negotiated deal. And so then the book is sort of about, half the book is just sort of laying it out. Well, actually, like, there's just different ways this breaks down. And some of them are human. Some of them are this. I actually don't think war beats in our heart. It does a little bit, but we're actually very cooperative. As a species, we're deeply cooperative. We're really, really good. But the thing we're not, we're okay at violence. We're okay getting angry, vengeance, and we have principles that will sometimes lead us. But we're actually really, really, really good at cooperation. And so that's, again, I'm not trying to write some big optimistic book where everything's going to be great and we're all happy and we won't fight. It's more just to say, let's be like a doctor. As a doctor, we're going to focus on the sick, right? I know there's sick people, but I'm going to recognize that the normal state is health and that most people are healthy. And that's going to make me a better doctor. And I'm kind of saying the same thing. Let's be better doctors of politics in the world by recognizing that the normal state is health, and then we're going to identify like what are the diseases that are causing this.
So yeah, the natural state of the human body, the immune system, and all the different parts wants to be healthy and is really damn good at being healthy. But sometimes it breaks down. Let's understand how it breaks down.
Yes.
So what are the 5 ways that you list that are the roots of war?
Yeah. So I mean, they're kind of like buckets. So they're sort of things that rhyme, right? Because it's not all the things. There's like lots of reasons to go for. There's this great line. There's a reason for every war and a war for every reason. And that's true. And it's kind of overwhelming, right? And it's overwhelming for a lot of people. It was overwhelming for me for a lot of time. And I think one of the gifts of social science is actually people have started to organize this for us. And I just tried to organize it like a tiny bit better.
Buckets that rhyme.
Buckets. Yeah,
some economic
metaphor, right? Adequate metaphor. So the idea was that like that basic and like something overrides these incentives. And I guess I was saying there's 5 ways that they get overridden, and 3 are, I call, strategic. Like they're kind of logical. There's circumstances that, and this is, they're sort of way strategic. Is strategy is like this game theory. You could use those 2 things interchangeably, but game theory sort of makes it complicated. It's basically saying that there's times when this is like the optimal choice because of circumstances, and one of them is when the people who are deciding don't bear those costs, so or maybe even have a private incentive that's if they're ignoring the cost, then maybe the costs of war are not so material. That's a contributing factor. Another is there's uncertainty, and we can talk about that. But there's just the absence of information means that actually your circumstances are it's your best choice to attack. There's this thing that political economists call commitment problems, which are basically saying there's some big power shift that you can avoid by attacking now. So it's like a dynamic incentive. It's sort of saying, well, in order to keep something from happening in the future, I can attack now. And because of the structure of incentives, it actually makes sense for me, even though war is, in theory, really costly. Or it is really costly nonetheless. And then there's these sort of human things. One's a little bit like just war. One's sort of saying it's like ideologies or principles or things we value that weigh against those costs. Like exterminating the heretical idea or standing up for a principle might be so valuable to me that I'm willing to use violence, even if it's costly. And there's nothing irrational about that. And then The fifth bucket is all of the irrationalities, all the passions, and all of the most importantly, I think, like misperceptions. The way we get like we basically make raw calculations about whether or not it was the right decision. We misunderstand or misjudge our enemy or misjudge ourselves.
So if you put all those things into buckets, so how much can they be modeled in a simple game theoretic way, and how much of it is a giant human mess?
So four of those five are really, on some level, easy to think strategically and model in a simple way. In the sense that any of us can do it. We do this all the time. Think of like bargaining in a market for a carpet or something, or whatever you bargain for. You're thinking a few steps ahead about what your opponent's going to do, and you stake out a high price, like a low price, and the seller stakes out a high price. And you might both say, "Oh, I refuse to. I could never accept that." There's all this sort of cheap talk. But you kind of understand where you're going, and it's efficient to like find a deal and buy the market, buy the conversation. So we all understand this. It's like game theory and strategy. I think intuitively. Or maybe even a closer example is like suppose I don't know, you have a tenant you need to evict, or with any like normal like kind of legal. It's not yet illegal, right? Like we just have a dispute with a neighbor or somebody else. Most of us don't have going to court. Going to court is like the war option. That's the costly thing that just ought to be avoided. We ought to be able to find something between ourselves that doesn't, require this hiring lawyers and the long drawn out trial. And most of the time we do, right? And so we all understand that incentive. And then for those five buckets, so everything except all the irrational misperceptions are really easy to model. And then from a technical standpoint, it's actually pretty tricky to model misperceptions. And I'm not a game theorist, and so I'm more channeling my colleagues to do this and what I know. But it's not rocket science, and I think that's what I try to lay in the book is like there's all these ideas out there that can actually help us just make sense of all these wars, and just bring some order to the more absolute reasons.
Well, to push back a lot of things in one sentence. So first of all, rocket science is actually pretty simple. People, I think.
I'll defer to you actually.
Well, I think it's because unfortunately it's very well defined. The problem is well defined. The problem with humanity is that it's actually complicated. So it is true it's not rocket science, but it is not true it's easy because it's not rocket science. But the problem, the downside of game theory is not that it helps us make sense of the world. It projects a simple model of the world that brings us comfort in thinking we understand.
Yeah.
And sometimes that simplification is actually getting at the core first principles understanding of something. And sometimes it fools us into thinking we understand. So for example, mutually assured destruction is a very simple model. People argue all the time whether that's actually a good model or not. But there's empirical fact that we're still alive in human civilization. And also, in the game theoretic sense, do we model individual leaders and relationships? Do we, the staff, the generals, or do we also have to model the culture, the people, the suffering of the people, the economic frustration, or the anger, the distrust? You have to model all those things. Do they come into play? And sometimes, again, it could be romanticizing those things from a historical perspective. But when you look at history, when you look at the way wars start, it sometimes feels like a little bit of a misunderstanding. Escalates, and just builds on top of itself, and all of a sudden it's an all-out war. It's the escalation with nobody hitting the brakes.
So you're absolutely right, in the sense that it's totally possible to oversimplify these things and take the game theory too seriously. And people who study those things and write those models, and people like me who use them can sometimes make that mistake. I think that's not the mistake that most people make most often. And I think what's actually true is I think most people were actually really quick, whether it's the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan or Iraq, we're really quick to blame that on the humanness and the culture. And that, so we're really quick to say, oh, this was George W. Bush's either desire for revenge and vengeance or some private agenda or blood for oil. So we're really quick to blame it on these things, and then we tend to overlook the strategic incentives to attack, which I think were probably dumb. And I think those things might have been true to a degree, but I don't think they were enough to ever bring those wars about. Just like I think people are very quick to sort of in this current invasion to sort of talk about Putin's grand visions of being the next Catherine the Great or nationalist ideals or and the mistakes and the miscalculations are really quick to sort of say, oh, that must be, and then kind of pause, or not pause, but maybe even stop there and not see some of the strategic incentives. And so I guess we have to do both. But the strategic, I guess I would say like the war is just such a big problem. It's just so costly that the strategic incentives and the things that game theory has given us are like really important in understanding why there was so little room for negotiation and bargain that things like a leader's mistakes start to matter, or a leader's nationalist ideals or delusions or vengeance actually matters, because those do matter. But they only matter when the capacity to find a deal is so narrow because of the circumstances. And so it's sort of like saying, like an elderly person who dies of pneumonia, right? Pneumonia kills them, obviously. But that's not the reason pneumonia was killed them. All of the fundamentals and the circumstances were like amazing, very fragile. And that's how I think all the strategic forces make that situation fragile. And then the miscalculations and all of these things you just said, which are so important, are kind of like the pneumonia. And let's pay attention to both.
And you're saying that people don't disproportionately pay attention to them.
It's hard. I mean, it took me a long time to learn to recognize them, and it takes many people. It took generations of social scientists years and years to figure some of this out and to sort of help people understand and clarify concepts. So it's just not that easy. Now, it's not hard. I think it's possible to, just as I was taught a lot of stuff I read in the book in graduate school and from reading, and it's possible to communicate and learn this stuff, but it's still really hard. And so that's kind of what I was trying to do, is like close that gap and just help people recognize these things in the wild.
Before we zoom back out, let me, at a high level, first ask, what are your thoughts on the ongoing war in Ukraine? How do you analyze it within your framework of our war?
A Russian colleague of mine, Konstantin Sonin, tells the story about a visiting Ukrainian professor who was at the university, and one night he's walking down the street and he's talking on 2 cell phones at once for some reason. And a mugger stops him and demands the phones. In sort of like deadpan way, Konstantin says, and because he was Ukrainian, he decided to fight. And I think that's a little bit like what happened. Most of us in that situation have our cell phones. And so in this situation, Putin's like the mother, and the Ukrainian people are being asked to hand over this thing, and they're saying, no, we're not going to hand this over. And the fact is, most people do. Most people faced with a superpower or a tyrant or an autocrat or a murderous warlord who says, hand this over, they hand it over. And that's why there's so many unequal imperial relationships in the world. That's what empire is. Empire is successive people saying, fine, we'll give up some degree of freedom or sovereignty because we're too powerful. And the Ukrainians said, no way. This is just too precious. And so I said one of those buckets was that there's a set of values. There's something that we value that is so valuable to us and important. Sometimes it's terrible. Sometimes it's the extermination of another people. But sometimes it's something noble, like liberty or refusal to part with sovereignty. And in those circumstances, people would decide, I will endure the costs. They probably, I think they knew what they were probably risking. And so to me, that's not to blame the Ukrainians any more than I would blame Americans for the American Revolution. It's actually a very similar story. You had a tyrannical, militarily superior, um, pretty non-democratic entity come and say, you're going to have partial sovereignty. And Americans, for ideological reasons, said, no way. And that, people like Bernard Bailyn and other historians, that's like the dominant story of the American Revolution. It was an ideological origins, this attachment to this idea of liberty. And so now there's lots of other reasons, I think, why this happened. But I think, for me, it starts with Ukrainians failing to make that sensible, quote unquote, rational deal that says we should relinquish some of our sovereignty because Russia is more powerful than we are.
So there's a very clinical look at the war, meaning there is a man and a country, Vladimir Putin, that makes a claim on a land, builds up troops, and invades.
Yeah.
The way to avoid suffering there, and the way to avoid death, and the way to avoid war is to back down and basically let there's a list of interests he provides, and you go along with that. That's when the goal is to avoid war. Let's do some other calculus. Let's think about Britain. So France fought Hitler, did not fight very hard. Portugal, there's a lot of stories of countries like this. And there is Winston motherfucking Churchill. He's one of the rare humans in history who had that "we shall fight on the beaches." It made no sense. Hitler did not say he's going to destroy Britain. He seemed to show respect for Britain. He wanted to keep the British Empire. It made total sense. But it was obvious that Britain was going to lose if Hitler goes all in on Britain, as it seemed like he was going to. And yet Winston Churchill said a big F to you. Yeah. Similar thing, Zelensky and the Ukrainian people said F you in the same kind of way.
So I think we're saying the same things. I'm being more clinical about it.
Well, I'm trying to understand, and we won't know this, but which half minimizes human suffering in the long term?
Well, on the eve of the war, Ukraine was poorer in a proportion terms than it was in 1990. The economy is just completely stagnant. And Russia, meanwhile, like many other parts of the region, sort of boomed to a degree. I mean, certainly because of oil and gas, but also for a variety of other reasons. And Putin's consolidating political control. And from a very cold-blooded and calculated point of view, I think one way Putin and Russia could look at this is this: look, we were temporarily weak after the fall of the Iron Curtain, and the rest in the West basically took advantage of that. Like, bravo, you pulled it off. You basically crept democracy and capitalism, all these things right up to our border. And now we have regained some of our strength. We've consolidated political control. We've held our people. We have a strong economy, and we somehow got Germany and other European nations to give up energy independence, and actually just we've got an enormous amount of leverage over you. And now we want to roll back some of your success because we're powerful enough to demand it. And you've been taking advantage of the situation. This may be a fair, impartial analysis. And in the West, but more specifically Ukraine, said that that's a price too high, which I totally respect. Maybe I'd like to think I'd make that same decision, but that's the answer. If the answer is why would they fight if it's so costly? Why not find a deal? It's because they weren't willing to give Russia the thing that their power said they quote unquote deserve. Just like Americans said to Britain, yeah, of course we ought to accept semi-sovereignty. But we refuse, and we'd rather endure a bloody fight that we might lose than take this. And so you need some of these other five buckets. You need them to understand the situation. You need to sort of. There are other things going on, but I do think it's fundamental that this noble intransigence is a big part of it.
Well, let me just say a few things, if it's okay.
Yeah.
So your analysis is clear and objective. My analysis is neither clear nor objective. First, I've been going through a lot. I'm a different man over the past 4 or 5 weeks than I was before. I, in general, have come to, there's anger. I've come to despise leaders in general. Because leaders wage war and the people pay the price for that war. Let me just say, on this point of standing up to an invader, that I am half Ukrainian, half Russian, that I'm proud of the Ukrainian people. Whatever the sacrifice is, whatever the scale of pain, standing up, there's something in me that's proud. Maybe that's whatever the fuck that is. Maybe that blood runs in me. I love the Ukrainian people, I love the Russian people. And whatever that fight is, whatever that suffering is, the millions of refugees, whatever this war is, the dictators come to power and their power falls. I just love that spirit burns bright still. And I do, maybe I'm wrong in this, do see Ukrainian and Russian people as one people in a way that's not just cultural, geopolitical, but just given the history. I think about the same kind of fighting when Hitler, with all of his forces, chose to invade the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa. And he went in that Russian winter. And, a lot of people, and that pisses me off, because if you know your history, it's not the winter that stopped Hitler. It's the Red Army. It's the people that refused to back down. They fought proudly. That pride, that's something. That's the human spirit. That's in war. War is hell, but it really pushes people to stand for the things they believe in. It's the William Wallace speech from Braveheart. I think about this a lot. That does not fit into your framework.
No. I mean, disagree. I think it totally fits in, and it's this. There's nothing irrational about what we believe, especially those principles which we hold the most dear, right? I'm merely trying to say that there's a calculus. There's one calculus over here that says Russia's more powerful than it was 20 years ago and even 10 years ago, and Ukraine is not, and it's asking for something, and there's an incentive to give that up. That's obvious. Like, there's an incentive to comply. But my understanding is many of these post-Soviet republics have appeased, right, which is what we call compromise and peace. They've, all of these other people in the Russian sphere of influence have not stood up. And many Russians have tried to stand up, and they've been beaten down. And now people, we'll see, but people have not been standing up very much. And so lots of people are cowed, and lots of people have appeased, and lots of people hear that speech and think, I would like to do that, but don't. And my point is that, sadly, we live in a world where a lot of people get stepped on by tyrants and empire and whatnot, and don't rise up. And so I think we can admire, especially when they stand up for these reasons, and I think we can admire Churchill for that reason. I think that's why we admire the leaders of the American Revolution and so on. But it doesn't always happen, and I don't actually know why. But I don't think it's irrational. I think it's just it's something. It's about a set of values, and it's hard to predict. And it was hard. I think Putin might not have been out of line in thinking, just like everybody else in my sphere of influence, they're going to hold it.
And I should mention, because we haven't, that a lot of this calculation, from an objective point of view, we have to include the United States and NATO into the pressure they apply into the region.
Yep.
That said, I care little about leaders that do cruel things onto the world. They lead to a lot of suffering, but I still believe that the Russian people and the Ukrainian people are great people that stand up, and I admire people that stand up. and are willing to give their life. And I think Russian people are very much that too, especially when the enemy is coming for your home over the hill.
Yeah.
Sometimes standing up to an authoritarian regime is difficult because you don't know. It's not a monster that's attacking your home directly. It's kind of like the boiling of a lobster or something like that. It's a slow control of your mind and the population. And our minds get controlled even in the West by the media, by the narratives. It's very difficult to wake up one day and to realize sort of what people call red pilled. Is to see that they're, maybe the thing I've been told all my life is not true at every level. It's a thing very difficult to do in North Korea. The more authoritarian the regime, the more difficult it is to see. Maybe this idea that I believe that I was willing to die for is actually evil. It's very difficult to do for Americans, for Russians, for Ukrainians, for Chinese, for Indians, for Pakistanis, for everybody.
I think thinking about this Ukrainian, whether you want to call it ability or intransigence or whatever, is key. I think the authoritarianness of Russia and Putin's control or the control of his cabal is the other thing I would really point to is what's going on here. And if you ask me, like, big picture, what do I think is the fundamental cause of most violence in the world? I think it's unaccountable power. I think that for me, an unaccountable power is the source of underdevelopment. It's the source of pain and suffering. It's the source of warfare. It's basically the root source of most of our problems. And in this particular case, it's also one of our buckets in the sense that why did Russia ask these things? Right. Well, was democracy in Ukraine a threat to an average Russian? No. Was capitalism, is NATO, is whatever, is this a threat to average Russians? No, it's a threat to the apparatus of political control and economic control that Putin and cronies and the sort of group of people that rule, this elite in Russia, it was a threat to them. And so they had to ask the Ukraine to be neutral or to give up NATO or to have a puppet government or whatever they were seeking to achieve and have been trying to achieve through other means for decades, right? They've been trying to undermine these things without invasion. And they've been doing that because it threatens their interests. And that's like one of these other logics of war. It's not just that there's something that I value so much and I'm willing to endure the cost. It's that there are people. Not only does this oligarchy or whatever elite group that you want to talk about in Russia not, first of all, they're not bearing all this up. They're bearing some costs of war, right? And they're certainly bearing costs of sanctions. But they don't bear all the costs of war, obviously, and so they're quick to use it. But more importantly, like, in some sense, I think there's a strong argument that they had a political incentive to invade, or at least to ask Ukraine this sort of impossible to give up thing, and then invade despite Ukrainian nobility and transigence because they were threatened. And so that's extremely important, I think. And so those two things in concert make this a very fragile situation. That's, I think, why we ended up go not all the way, but a long way to understand. You can layer on to that these intangible tenets, these other things that are valued on Putin's side. Maybe there's a nationalist ideal. Maybe he seeks status and glory. But maybe those things are all true, and I'm sure they're true to an extent. And that'll weigh against his costs of war as well. But fundamentally, I think he just saw his regime as threatened. That's what he cares about, and so he made this cruelest of demands.
I mean, I would say I'm just one human. Who the hell am I? But I just have a lot of anger towards the elites in general, towards leaders in general that fail the people. I would love to hear and to celebrate the beautiful Russian people, Ukrainian people, anyone who silences that beautiful voice of the people, anyone in the world, is destroying the thing that I value most about humanity. Leaders don't matter. They're supposed to serve the people. this nationalist idea of a people, of a country, is only makes any sense when you celebrate, when you give people um, the freedom to show themselves, to celebrate themselves. Like, the thing I care most about is science and the silencing of voices in the scientific community, the silencing of voices, period. Fuck any leader that silences the human spirit. Um, there's something about this. Like, whenever I look at World War II, whenever I look at wars, it does seem very irrational to fight. Man, does it seem somehow deeply human when the people stand up and fight. There's something that, if we talk about progress, that feels like how progress is made. The people that stand and fight. So let me read the Churchill speech. It's just, I'm so proud that we humans can stand up to evil when the time is right.
Because here's the thing, though. Think of what's happening in Xinjiang in China. We've appeased China. We basically said you can just do really, really, really horrible things in this region, and you're too powerful for us to do anything about it, and it's not worth it. And there's nobody standing up and making a Churchill speech or a Braveheart speech about standing up for people of Xinjiang when what's happening is in that realm of what's happening there. And that's happening in a lot of places. And then when there is a willingness to stand up, people, there's a lot of opposition to those. So there were a lot of reasons for the invasion of Iraq. For some, it was humanitarian. Like, Saddam Hussein was one of the worst tyrants of the 20th century. He was just doing some really horrible things. He invaded Kuwait. He, attempted domestic genocide and all sorts of repression. And it was probably a mistake to invade these sites. So it's important not just to select on the cases where he stood up, and to select on the cases where that ended up working out in the sense of victory. Right? It's important to sort of try to not judge, but just try to understand these things in the context of all the times we didn't give that speech, or when we did, and then it just went sideways.
Well, that's why it's powerful when you're willing to give your life for your principles, because most of the time you get neither the principles nor the life. You die. But that's why it's powerful. We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and the oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the field and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. This is before Hitler had any major loss to anybody. That was a terrifying armada coming our way. We shall never surrender. I just want to give props. I want to give my respect as a human being to Churchill, to the British people for standing up, to the Ukrainian people for standing up, and to the Russian people. These are great people that throughout history have stood up to evil. Let me ask you this, because you quote Sun Tzu in The Art of War. There's no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. This is the main thesis. Can we just linger on this? Since leaders wage war and people pay the price, when we say that there's no reason to do prolonged war, is it possible to have a reason for the leaders if they disregard the price? So if they have a different objective function or utility function that measures the price that's paid for war, is that one explanation of why war happens? Is the leaders just have a different calculus than other humans?
I mean, I think this links us back to what we're talking about earlier. In some sense, just war is saying that in spite of the cost, that our enemy has done something. Our opponent has refused to compromise on something that we find essential, and is demanding that we compromise in a way that's completely repugnant. And therefore, we're going to go to war despite these material costs and these human costs. So that and then that principle that we go to war on is in the eye of the beholder. Right? Liberty and sovereignty, I think we can understand and sympathize with, and maybe that's just a universe. Maybe that's the greatest cause of just war. But other people make that could go to war for something considerably less, a principle that's considerably less noble, right? Which is what Hitler was doing. That's an explanation. So that's a whole class of explanations that helped us understand that the compromise that was on the table, given the relative balance of power, was just repugnant, at least to one side. There's something there in the repugnant. And then you get to the leaders. Well, what happens when what the leaders want? What happens when the leaders are detached from the interests of their groups, which has been true for basically most of human history. There's a narrow slice of societies in the big scheme of things that have been accountable to their people. A lot of them exist today. Where to some degree they're channeling the interests of their group. Right. So the Ukrainian politicians didn't concede to these cruel Russian demands because even if they had, it would have been political suicide. It seemed, or I think, and it seems that the Ukrainians would have just rejected this. So they were in some sense channeling the values of the broader population. Even if they, I don't know why, even if they didn't share those principles, they self-interestingly followed them. Probably they should, but I'm just saying that even if they didn't, they wouldn't compromise. Occasionally get the reverse, which is where the leaders are not accountable. And now they have some value, which could be glory. And this is the story of the kings and to some lesser extent the queens of Europe for hundreds of years. It was basically a contest, and war was the sport of kings, and to some extent they were just seeking status through violent competition, and they paid a big price out of the royal purse, but they didn't bear most of the suffering. And so they were too quick to go to war. And so I think that detachment of leaders combined with, you mingle it with that one bucket, that uncheckedness, and you mingle that with the fact that leaders might have one of these values, noble or otherwise, that carry them to war combined to explain a good number of conflicts as well. And that's a good illustration of why I think like autocracy and unaccountable power is. I could make that story for all of those things, all five buckets. They're all more susceptible to these things. All five of these things when leaders are not accountable to the people and the group, and that's what makes it like the meta cause of conflict in all of human history, and sadly today.
Does the will to power play into this? The desire for power? Like that's a human thing again in the calculation. That shall we put that in the misperceptions bucket, or is misperceptions essentially about interaction between humans? And power is more about the thing you feel in your heart when you're alone.
Yes,
as a leader.
I said there were three strategic reasons, like the unchecked leaders that commit problems, uncertainty. There are two sort of more psychological, I call them intangible misperceptions. The way that like a game theorists, or the way that behavioral economists would think about those two is just to say preferences, and then erroneous beliefs and mistakes. Is like, so our preferences are our preferences,
yeah,
right? And so utility functions, whatever we want to call it, like there's not. That's why we wouldn't call them a misperception or rationality. We like what we like.
Yeah.
If we like power, if we like relative status, if we like our racial purity, if we like our liberty, if we like whatever it is that we have convinced ourselves of value.
Maybe we fell in love with a rival queen, a king.
Exactly. When I said it was a big bucket full of stuff that rhymes, like so that's a pretty messy bucket. Like there's a lot of different stuff in there, and I'm just trying to say, like, let's be clear that just with the shared logic of these things is maybe just, they're really dissimilar, but let's be clear about the shared logic. And if it were true that deep down we were aggressive people who just liked violence and enjoyed the blood, or some percentage of us do, that would be there too. And so I just want to say that's it. but we're really quick to recognize those, right? When we diagnose a war as an armchair analyst or as a journalist or something, we really jump to those. We don't need a lot of help to like see those happening. So we probably put a little bit too much emphasis on them. It's maybe the only thing that I would caution, because the others are more subtle, and they're often there and they contribute.
So I just to link at something you said before, would it be accurate to say when the leaders become detached from the opinion of the people, that's more likely to lead to war? So,
And mechanically, it's just they're going to bear fewer costs. So it's going to basically narrow the set of deals that they're going to be willing to accept instead of violence. At the same time, most of the time, it's not enough because the leaders still bear a lot of costs. You could be deposed, you could be killed, you could be tried, and the public purse is going to be empty. Like, that's like the one story throughout history, is at the end of the day, your regime is broke as a result of war. And so you still internalize that a little bit. If I had to say, like, in my three buckets, or sort of my buckets so far, I sort of started with like Ukrainian intransigence, and then I said essentially, then you really have to understand Russian hypocrisy just to understand why they would ask something so cruel. But I mean, I think the uncertainty is really important here as well. Like if you think of it, think of all of the things, the way this was played out, and just in some ways in how many ways we've been surprised. We've been surprised by the unity and the coherence of the West and the sanctions. That's sort of what's happened. Is it was in the realm of possibility, but it was sort of like the best case scenario from the perspective of the West and the worst case scenario for the Russians. The second thing is just the pluckiness and the effectiveness and the intransigence and the nobility of this Ukrainian resistance. That's, again, was within the realm of possibility, but wasn't necessarily the likely thing, right? It was, again, maybe the worst realization for Russia, the best realization in some sense, in terms of revealed strength and resolve. And then the other thing that's been revealed is just how, like, some of the corruption and ineptitude and problems on the Russian military side. And again, within the realm of possibility, maybe people who really knew the Russian military were less surprised than the rest of us, but also one of the worst possible draws for Russia. And so Putin asking this terrible price and expecting Ukraine to roll over, or the West to roll over, at least to a degree, was based on like a different set of probability. It was based on just expecting something in the middle of the probability distribution and all these different tail events. And so the fact that the world's so uncertain, and the fact that Putin can come with a different set of expectations than the Ukrainians and the West, and all these players can just have a hard time agreeing on just what the facts are, because we live in an uncertain world. Everyone's quick to say, "Oh, we miscalculated." Well, I don't know if he miscalculated. I think he got a really bad draw in terms of what the realized outcomes are here. And so, good for everybody else in some sense, except, the fact that it's involving a lot of violence is the tragedy. So,
there's also economic pain, not just for the Russian people and the Ukrainian people, but for the whole world.
Yeah.
So it's you talk about things that you are surprised from an analysis perspective of small victories here or there, but I think it's universally true that everybody loses once again in this.
Right, and so the question is like, when does it? Why did Russia choose to invade when Ukraine communicated this up? Well, Russia anticipated that it would be able to seize what it wanted, the available bargain that it deserved, quote unquote, based on its power in the world. It wasn't getting, and so it thought it could take that. And the uncertainty around that made it potentially more likely that he would choose to do this. But in particular, one of the other things that I think is probably less important in this context, but still plays a role, but less important than many wars, is the fact that it's really hard to resolve that issue. In theory, Ukraine should be able to say, look, this is exactly how resolved we are. We're super resolved. And your military is not as strong as you think it is.
You mean before the conflict?
Before the conflict, everybody should be like,
lay on the table. Here's my cards.
No one wants, yeah.
Here's your cards.
Exactly. Like that's, as a competitor in this, you can use that uncertainty to your advantage. I can try to convince you, I can bluff. right? And so anyone who's ever played poker and bluffed or called a bluff, that's the inefficient. That's the analogy in some ways. It's not the perfect analogy, but the uncertainty in the circumstance. You don't have to miscalculate. The fact that if you bluff and lose, it isn't that you miscalculated. You made an optimal choice given the uncertainty of the situation to take a gamble, and that was a wiser thing for you to do than to not bluff and just to fold or to just not pay in that round. And so the uncertainty of the situation gives both sides incentive to bluff, gives neither side an incentive to try to feel the truth. And then at some point, the other side says, you know what, you say you're resolved. You say you're not you're going to mount a search. Well, guess what? Every other, people on my border has folded. And you're going to fold too the minute the tanks roll in and the minute the Air Force comes in. I'm gambling that you're bluffing. And so that inherent uncertainty of the situation just causes a lot of short wars, actually, because it's the sort of bluff and call that goes on. And the thing that's worth reckoning is we might end up at a place in a few months where the thing that Ukraine concedes is not so far from what Russia demanded. Russia saw it, I want a neutral. I mean, who knows how? It's not the ambitious thing the Russians wanted, but if we end up in a place where Ukraine is effectively neutral, never joins NATO, is not being militarily supplied by the West, and where Russia has de facto control over the East and Crimea, it's not fully recognized. Probably, who knows if they'll get internationally and Ukrainian recognized, but effectively controls. Russia will have accomplished what it asked for in the first place, and both parties had to get there through violence rather than through negotiation. And you wouldn't need misperceptions and mistakes, and you wouldn't need Putin's delusions of glory or whatever to get there. You would just need the ingredients that's given so far, which is like an unwillingness to do that without fighting on the part of the Ukrainians, an autocratic leadership in Russia who would make those demands because it's in their self-interest, and then uncertainty leading them to fight. And that sadly is like the best case. This feels like the best case scenario right now, which is the war is just 5 months and not 5 years.
Given the current situation.
Given the current situation.
Because the suffering has already happened. The lost homes, people moving, having to see their home in rubble, millions of people, refugees having to escape the country. And hate flourishes versus the common humanity as it does with war. And on top of all of that, if we talk from a geopolitical perspective, the warmongers all over the world are sort of they now got narratives, and they got whatever narratives, you go shopping for the narratives. The United States has its narratives for whatever geopolitical thing it wants to do in that part of the world.
That's another little malevolent interaction between the two of these buckets, like those unchecked leaders and those intangible incentives, those preferences, is that unchecked leaders spend, autocrats, whatever, spend enormous amounts of time trying to manipulate the values and beliefs of their population, of their group. Right? And they now sometimes they do it nobly, but that's what Winston Churchill there was trying to. It's not clear that Britons were like ready to stand up. There were a lot of Americans, a lot of Britons who were like, you know what, Hitler, not such a bad guy. His ideas not so terrible. I never liked those Jews anyways. Many were thinking. Right, we had political leaders in the U.S. who were basically not pro-Nazi, but were just not anti-Nazi. And Churchill was just trying to instill a different resolve. He was trying to create that thing. He was trying to create that value. And in the American Revolution, it was as well. Like the founding fathers, the leaders of the Revolution, it's not that everybody just woke up one morning in the United States and had this ideology of liberty and freedom. Some of that was true, was out there underneath it, but they had to manufacture and create it in a way that I think they believe it was noble. But there's a lot of manufacturing and creation of these values and principles that is not noble, and that is exactly what Hitler did so well.
The anti-Semitism was present throughout the world, but the more subtle thing that I feel like maybe more generally applicable is this kind of pacifism that I think people in the United States felt like it's not my conflict. Why do I need to get involved with it? And I think Churchill was fighting that general apathy. It's like it's the apathy of rational calculus. Like what are we going to gain if we fight back? Like Hitler seems to be pretty reasonable. He's saying he's going to stop the bombing. That you're still going to maintain your sovereignty as the great people of Britain. Like why are we fighting again? And that's the thing that's hard to break because you have to say, look, you have to speak to principle. You have to speak at some greater sort of long-term vision of history. So like, yes, now it may seem like it's a way to avoid the fight, but you're actually just sort of putting shackles on yourself. You're destroying the very greatness of our people if we don't fight back.
And to think about this with like the current case with Russia, I mean, some people look at Putin's speeches and papers he's written on Ukraine historically being a part of Russia and trying to deny basically create all these nationalist narratives and think that what Putin really believes, and he might, Putin really believes this, and that's why he's invading. And that might also be true, and that would contribute to just make a peaceful bargain even harder to find. But I suspect what's at least a minimum true is Putin's trying to manufacture support for an invasion in the population through propaganda. And so he's doing, on some level, the same thing that Winston Churchill was doing in mechanical terms, which is to try to manipulate people's preferences, but doing it in a sinister, malevolent, evil, self-serving way because it's really in his interest. Whereas this was anything but, right? In Churchill, for example.
The dark human thing is like there's moments in World War II where Hitler's propaganda, he began to believe his own propaganda. It's like,
I think he probably always believed. I think he was a sincere believer.
well, no. There's a lot of places in where there was uncertainty, and they decided to do propaganda, and that propaganda resolved the uncertainty in his own mind. Like, so for example, he believed until very late that America is a weakling, militarily as an economic power, it's just the spirit of the people. And like that was part of the propaganda they're producing. And because of that propaganda, when he became the head of the army, he was making military actions. He like nonchalantly started war with America, with the United States, where he didn't need to at all. He could have avoided that completely, but he thought, whatever, they're easy. So that's I think that propaganda first, belief second, and I think as a human being, as a dictator, when you start to believe the lies with which you're controlling the populace, you're not able to. You become detached from this person that's able to resolve in a very human way the conflict.
And when I said the big common factor that causes war over and over and over again is unaccountable power. It's not just because it's mechanically one of my 5 explanations is saying, well, if you're unaccountable, you don't bear the cost of war, you might have private incentives. So yes, bargains are harder to find, but it leads to all these nasty interactions. So earlier I said there's this interaction between the values and the unchecked leaders because those idiosyncratic values of your leader become more important when they're unchecked. But the uncertainty point you just made is like a deep point. It's to say actually that like the fundamental problem that all autocrats have is an information problem because nobody wants to give them the right information, and they have very few ways to aggregate information if they're not popular, right? And so there's a whole cottage industry of political science sort of talking about why autocrats love fixed elections and and why they love Twitter and why they actually like it in a controlled way is it solves an information problem. Like that's your crucial. If you're like Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin, you need to solve an information problem just to avoid having rebellion on your hands in your own country every day, because uncertainty kind of gets magnified, and you get all this distorted information in this apparatus of control. And so that's like another nasty interaction between uncertainty and unchecked leaders is you end up in this situation where you're getting bad information, and it's not that you don't believe your own lies. It's just that you sort of believe, you're sort of averaging what you believe over the available information, and you don't realize that it's such a distorted and biased information source.
And one of the other things about this time that was a surprise to me in the fog of uncertainty, how sort of seemingly likely nuclear war became. Not likely, but how it
Less unlikely than
mythical. Exactly, that's a better way to say it. It started to take a random stroll away from 0% probability.
Yeah.
Into this kind of land of maybe, like, it's hard to know, but it's like, oh wow, we're actually normally talking about this as if this is part of the calculus, part of the option. But before we talk about nuclear war, because I'm going to need a drink, do you go to the bathroom?
Sure, I'll take that.
Back to nuclear war. What do you think about this? That people were nonchalantly speaking about nuclear war as if it doesn't lead to the potential annihilation of the human species. What are the chances that our world is headed to nuclear war? Within your framework, you wear many hats.
Yeah.
One is sort of the analyst, right? And then one is a human. What do you think are the chances we get to see nuclear war in this century?
You know, the doomsday, the official doomsday clock for nuclear warfare sits in the lobby of my building. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists sort of shares a building with us, so it's always there every day.
Can you describe what the doomsday clock is?
The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, it's something that this group of physicists sort of mark just how close we are to nuclear catastrophe, and they started decades ago. And it's a clock, and it's sort of how close are we to midnight? Midnight is beat Armageddon, or the destruction of humanity. And it's been sitting. I mean, it hasn't moved as close to midnight in the last few weeks as it probably should have, only because it was already so close. There's actually limited room for it to move for a bunch of other reasons. I think it's the whole political thing. Like it's really hard. It's really easy to move it closer, and it's really hard if you're the person in charge of that clock to move it away, right? Because that's always very controversial. So it always sits there, but it forces you to think about it a little bit every day. And I admit I was nonchalant about it until recently, in a way that many other people were. I still think the risk is very low, but kind of for the reasons we talked about, just so unimaginably cautioning that nobody wants to go there. So it's like the extreme version of my whole argument is why we most of the time don't fight, is because it's just so damn costly. And so that's the incentive not to use it. And if they do use it, that's the incentive to use it in a very restrained way. But that's not a lot of. But because we know we do go to war, and there's all these things that interfere with it, including miscalculation and all these different foibles. And several of those nuclear powers are not accountable leaders. I think we have to be a lot more worried than many of us were very recently. I pointed out earlier, like the whole reason we're in this mess is because only people with this private interest in like having Ukraine give up its freedom is this Russian cabal and elite that gets their power and is preserved only and is threatened by Ukrainian democracy. How far would they go to hang on to power when push came to shove? Is I think the thing that worries me the most, and is plainly what worries most people about this. Like, at what point does that unchecked leadership decide that this is worth it? Especially if they can emerge from the rubble still on top. I don't know. So, and I don't know that any of us have really fully thought through all of that calculus of what's going very recently, around the anniversary of January 6th, there were a lot of questions about what's the United States going to have another civil war. On the one hand, I think it's almost unimaginable. Sort of like the same way I think that nuclear war, complete Armageddon, is unimaginable. But I remember something that when both of those questions get asked, I remember something I was in the audience and listening to some great economists speak about the 20 years ago, but the risk of an Argentina-style financial meltdown in the United States. Like, what's the total financial collapse? And they said, you know what? The risk is vanishingly small. But that's terrifying because until recently, the answer was zero. And so the fact that it's not zero should deeply, deeply scare us all. And we should devote a lot of energy to making it zero again. And that's how I feel about the risk of a civil war in the U.S. And that's how I feel about the risk of nuclear war. It's higher than it used to be, and that should terrify us.
To me, what terrifies me is that all this kind of stuff seems to happen overnight, like super quick, and it escalates super quick when it happens. So it's not like, I don't know what I imagine, but it just happens. Like if a nuclear war happened, it would be something like a plane, like in this case with Ukraine, a NATO plane shut down over some piece of land by the Russian forces, or so the narrative would go. But it doesn't even matter what's true or not. It really just sparked the first moment of escalation, and then it just goes where it goes.
Well, I think that happens sometimes. I mean, again, it's this thing that, what social scientists call selection on a dependent variable. Like, there's all these times when that didn't happen, when it stopped, when it escalated one step, and then people would pause, or it escalated two steps, and people said, whoa, 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 whoa. And so we remember the times when it went boom, 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 and then the really terrible thing happened. But that, fortunately, that's not, I start off the book with an example of a gang war that didn't happen in Medellin, Colombia, which started, that's how my day job is actually studying conflict and gangs and violence and of these other kinds of groups, also very sinister. And most of the time they don't fight, and that escalation doesn't happen. So the escalation does happen quickly sometimes, except when it doesn't. Which is
when you remember the ones when it does. It's really important to think about all that. Like, I remember talking to, I think Elon Musk. I was sort of like talking about the horrors of war and so on. And then he said, well, like most of human history, because I think I said like most of human history is had been defined by these horrible wars. It's like, no, most of human history is just peaceful, like war. Yeah. We kind of remember the wars, but most of human history is, is life.
Yeah, and most of the competition between nations was like, I would say, bloodthirsty without drinking that blood, in the sense that it was intense, it was loathsome, and so a lot of the rivalry and a lot of the competition, which is also can be problematic in its own ways, is not violent. And most of human history is about the oppression of the majority by a few. And there are moments when they rise up in revolt, and there's a revolution, remember those, but most of the time they don't. And the story of political change and transformation and freedom is there's a few revolutions that are violent, but most of it is actually revolutions without that kind of violent revolt. Most of it is just the peaceful concession of power by elites to a wider group of people in response to their increased economic bargaining power, their threat that they're going to march. So even if we want to understand something like the March of Freedom over human history, I think we can draw the same insight that actually most of the time we don't fight. We actually concede power. No, you don't. The elite doesn't sort of give power to the masses right away. They just co-opt the few merchants who could threaten the whole thing and bring them into the circle. And then the circle gets a little bit wider and wider until the circle is ever wider. Maybe not ever, but encompasses most, if not all. And that's like a hopeful and optimistic trend.
Yeah, if you look at the plot, if you guys can pull it up of the wars throughout history, the rate of wars throughout history just seems to be decreasing significantly with a few spikes. and the sort of the expansion. It's like half the world is under authoritarian regimes, but that's been shrinking and shrinking.
You think there's one famous scholar who brings up this hypothesis. I mean, there's sort of two ways. There's actually two separate kinds of violence. That one where I think he's completely right, and one where I think we're not sure, probably maybe not. Where he's completely right, sort of interpersonal violence, homicides, everyday violence has been going down. That's just unambiguously, and it's mostly because we've created cultures and states and rules and things that control that violence. Now, the warfare between groups, is that less frequent? Well, it's not clear that he's right, that there's fewer wars. You might say that the wars are more rare because they're more costly, because their weapons are so brutal. The cost of war go up. If the cost of war go up, not entirely, but for the most part, that gives us the same amount of less. And but then when they happen to reduce. So is Pinker right? I hope he's right, but I don't think that officially that trend is there. I think that we might have the same kind of levels of intergroup violence because maybe those five fundamentals that lead to war have not fundamentally changed, and thus given us a more peaceful world now than a couple of years.
That's something to think about. So obviously looking at his hypothesis, looking at his data, others like him. But I have noticed one thing, which is the amount of pushback he gets.
Yeah.
That there is this is speaking to the general point that he made, which is like we overemphasize the anecdotal, and don't look objectively at the aggregate data as much. There's a general cynicism about the world, but I don't even think cynicism. It's almost like cynicism porn or something like that, where people just get, for some reason, they get a little bit excited to talk about the destruction of human civilization in a weird way. Like, they don't really mean it. If I were to psychoanalyze their geopolitical analysis, I think it's the kind of, I don't know, maybe it leaves the mind to think about death at a global scale somehow, and then you can go have lunch with your kids afterwards and feel a little better about the world. I don't know what it is, but it's not very scientific. It's very kind of personal, emotional. And so we should be careful to look at the world in that way. So, broadly, there is just like you highlighted, there's a will for peace among people. Yeah. You mentioned Medellin. How do you pronounce Medellin or Medellin?
Both are fine. I think they that's kind of the accent. Double L, but that's
AGL.
fine.
What lessons do you draw from the Medellin cartel, from the different gang wars in Colombia and Medellin? What's the economics of peace and war between drug cartels?
Here's what was really insightful for me. So I live in Chicago, and Chicago people are aware that there's a violent problem in Chicago. It's actually not the worst American city by any stretch of the imagination for shootings, but it's pretty bad. And Medellin has these many more, and probably many better organized gangs than Chicago. And yet the homicide rate is nearly half. Now, I mean, there have been moments when these gangs go to war in the last 30 years when Medellin has become the most violent place on the planet. But for the most part, right now, they're peaceful. And so what's going on there? I mean, one thing that is there's a hierarchy of organizations. So that above these reasonably well-organized neighborhood gangs, there's a set of more shadowy organizations that have different names. Some people call them razones. Some people would call them bandas criminales, criminal bands. You might just call them mafias. And there's about 17 of them, depending on how you want to count. And they themselves have a little operating board called, sometimes they call it the office or officina, sometimes they call it la mesa, the table.
Like each individual one, or as a group?
As a group. So they meet, and they don't meet personally all the time. Sometimes they meet, but they consult. A lot of the leaders of these groups are actually in prison, and they're in the same wings in prison.
They have representatives. Oh, they meet in prison.
Well, they're whatever. If I'm on, you anyways, right? And so actually imprisoning leaders and putting them in the same cell block, but not putting them. If you get arrested here in the United States and you're a criminal leader, and you get put in a supermax prison, you cannot run your criminal empire. It's just too difficult. It's impossible. There, it's possible. And you might think, and they do, they still run their empire. And you might think that's a bad idea. But actually, cutting off the head of a criminal organization, leaving it to a bunch of like hot-headed guys who are disorganized, is not always the path to peace. So having these guys all in the same prison patios is actually, it reduces imperfect information and uncertainty, right? It provides a place for them to bargain, they can talk, and so Alpha seen as like a lot of these informal meetings. And so and they have these tools that they use to control the street gangs. So instead of there being like 400 gangs, all sort of in this anarchic situation, competing for territory and constantly at war, the Arizonis are keeping them in line. And they will use sanctions. They will, where the sanction might be, I will put a bullet in your head if you don't.
It's a little more honest than sanctions.
Exactly, but they will sit them down. They'll help them negotiate. They will provide commitment. I said there are these things called commitment problems, where like I have some incentive to like exterminate you, but that's going to be costly for everybody. So I'm gonna have, what's the solution? Well, I'm gonna provide commitment. I'm gonna like enforce this deal. And yeah, you don't like this deal now because you could take advantage of your situation and wage war, but I'm gonna give you a counter incentive. And so they keep the peace. And it's a little bit, so they're a little bit like the UN Security Council and peacekeeping forces and sanctions regimes. It's like the same kinds of tools, the same parallels, and they're imperfect. They don't always work that well, and they're unequal, right? Because it's not like they're pursuing this in the interests of like democratic, blah blah blah. But it kind of works until it doesn't. And 10 years ago, in the mid 1990s, there were wars, and it just breaks down. And it kind of gave me this perspective on the international institutions, all the tools we've built, that we do the same things, right? Sanctions are designed to make unchecked leaders face the cost of war. It's a solution to one of the five problems, right? And mediators are a solution to uncertainty. And international institutions that can enforce the peace agreement are a solution to commitment problems. And all of these things can be solutions to these intangible incentives, these preferences for whatever you value, and miscalculations, because they will punish you for your miscalculation, or they will get a mediator to help you realize what you're doing. So they're doing all these things, and it made me realize that the comparison to the UN Security Council and all our tools is actually a pretty good one, because those are pretty unequal too, and those are pretty imperfect. Like we have 5 nations with a veto on the Security Council and a lot of unequal power, and they're manipulating this in their own self-interest or their group's interests. So anyway, so it's actually some of the things that work in Medellin and why they work help give me a lot of perspective on what works in the international arena and why we have some of the problems we have.
So there's not, in some deep way, it's not a fundamental difference in those 17 ethnic groups and security council. Oh, we're spending money to send into apes. Put on suits. I'm sure they have different cultural garbs that they wear. Yeah. What are your thoughts? I mean, that's the sense I got from Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa, who founded the Medellin cartel. Is like having spoken with people on his podcast, Dr. Roger Reeves, who was a drug transporter. It seems like it was I don't know the right term, but it was very kind of professional and calm. It didn't have a sense of danger to it, like it's negotiating. So like the danger is always on the table as a threat, as part of the calculation, but you're using that threat in order to de-escalate, in order to everybody is interested in peace.
So something that happened last year, we were a little bit able to watch in real time because we had a few contacts. We've been meeting and talking to a lot of these leaders in prison and outside of prison. Many of them will talk to us. And so the homicide rate, I mentioned homicide rate in Medellin, maybe 2/3 or half of the Chicago level. It had been climbing. Some of these street level gangs were starting to fight. Maybe at sort of on some level, it seems that like maybe some of those Arizona leaders were like saying, well, we're actually not sure how strong these guys are. Let's let them fight just to test it out. Let's have these skirmishes, right? It wasn't prolonged warfare. It was like, let's just sort of feel out how strong everybody is, because then we'll be able to reapportion the drug corners and stuff accordingly. So they're kind of feeling each other out through fighting. And the homicide rates doubled, and then it increased by the same amount again. And so it was approaching something that might get out of control, which wasn't in anybody's interest, wasn't the government's interest, wasn't in their interest. And so then, magically, all these leaders in these patios, right, different prisons, they're spread out around a bunch of prisons. Everybody gets transferred to the prison at the same time, which means they all get to be in the same holding area for 3 days before they're all moved elsewhere. So the government had a role in this. And then somebody who's like a trusted mediator on the criminal side gets himself arrested, happens to be put in the same spot, and a week later, the homicide rate is 30% of what it was. It's back to its normal. Unfortunately, not zero, right? But it's back to where it was because it didn't make sense to have a war, and everybody, government, mafia leaders, everybody sort of like they figured out a way to sort of bargain their way to peace.
Okay, this is almost like a tangent, but you mentioned you had a chance potentially to talk to a few folks, some are in prison, some are not. Is it productive? Is it interesting? Maybe by way of advice, do you have ideas about talking to people who are actively criminals?
Yeah. It really depends on the situation. So, like, the first time I worked in a conflicted place was in northern Uganda. In maybe the last couple of years of the long-running war, so this would have been 2004, 2005. This is a small East African country, and the north of the country had been engulfed in, think of it as like a 20-year low-level insurgency run by a self-proclaimed messiah who wasn't that popular, and no one joined his movement, so he would kidnap kids. And so I could talk to people who come back from being there. I never once, if I wanted to, I was writing about that armed group. I never talked to anybody who was an active member of that armed group. It was quite rare. It wouldn't have been easy or safe. And that's sometimes true. I'm starting to do some work in Mexico, probably, and I'm not going to be talking to them. They'll kill people.
You see, you're not going to talk to them, they'll kill people. Which people?
So, I mean, journalists are routinely killed for knowing too much in Mexico. There's no compunctions about killing them, and there's no consequences.
Who kills a journalist? It's not the main people that you spoke with. It's their their lackeys, or is it rival?
No, so
gangs.
This is true of the Chicago gang, and this is true of a Medellin gang. It's probably true of the Mexico gang. It's like you might have your group of 30 people. 1 or 2 of them might be shooters. Most people don't shoot. Most people don't like to do that. Or you don't even have any of those people in your group because you're trying to run a business. You don't even need shooters. You can just hire a killer when you need them on contract. And so if somebody's asking questions and you don't want them to ask questions, or you think they know too much in a way that threatens you, and it's cheap for you, and you have no personal compunctions, then you can contract out on them and they'll be killed. That doesn't happen in Colombia. It doesn't happen in Chicago. I don't know. There's lots of reasons for that. I can't say exactly why. I think one reason is like they know what will happen is that there'll be consequences. That the government will crack down and make them pay, and so they don't do it. And that's not what happened. They won't kill like a DEA agent. They know that the U.S. has made it clear: you kill one of our agents, we will make you pay. And so they're very careful to minimize death of American. But you kill journalists and nobody comes after them or is able to come after them. And so they realize they can get away with this, and that seems to be the equilibrium there. That's my initial sense but we spent a lot of time before we started talking to criminals. We spent a year trying to figure out what was safe before we actually and failing. There are lots of safe things to do. It's also really hard to figure out how to talk to people in these organizations, and we failed 4 40 times before we figured out a way to actually access people.
Is it worth it talking to them if you figure out, because it's not never going to be safe, it's going to be when you estimate that there's some low level of risk. Like, what's the benefit as a researcher, as a scholar of humans?
Yeah. So I actually don't think. Let's compare it to something. Okay, I'm in Austin for the first time, and I'm walking around, and there's all these people buzzing around on these scooters without helmets.
We need to definitely interview them and say what the hell is wrong with you.
So nothing I have ever done in my entire career is as risky as that.
That's a nice way to compare journalism to war zone.
Not well.
Scooters.
There's some war zones. I worked in northern Uganda, and I worked in Liberia, and I worked down in Medellin, and I started working in Mexico. And both those particular places, and then the things I did in those places, where I spent a lot of time making sure that what I was doing was not unduly risky.
Hey, Todd, could you pull up a picture of a person on a scooter in Austin so we can just compare this absurd situation? I doubt it's the riskiest thing, because now we have to look at the data. I understand the point you're making, but wow.
So I'm not trying to say conservative. I think there's like a calculated risk, and I think you become good at you work at becoming good at being able to assess these risks and know who can help you assess these risks.
I think there's another aspect to it too. When you're riding a scooter, once you're done with the scooter, the risk has disappeared. But there's something lingering when you have to look over your shoulder, potentially for the rest of your life as you accumulate all these conversations.
Yeah, I've chosen, but I've also advised my students, and I wouldn't go and do this with that group that would think I knew too much, and therefore some people do that. Some journalists, I think, are very brave to take risks and do that. It's good for them, and I'm happy they do that. I don't personally do that. So these guys are very, and managing it as a business. They're selling local drugs, and they are laundering money for the big cartels, and they are shaking down businesses for money or selling services in some cases, and they make a lot of money. It's a business, and they're in prison, so they can talk about most of what they want to talk about because there's no double jeopardy. They've been incarcerated for it, and you're just talking shop, and then so it's worth it, I think, because the risk is very low. But if you actually want to weaken these organizations, and they're extremely powerful, they're extremely big facet of life in a lot of cities in the Americas, even in some American cities. If you want to understand how to weaken these groups over time, you have to understand how their business works. And imagine you were made like the oil czar of the United States. Or maybe you're in charge of the finances, right? You're the regulator for oil and energy or for finance, and then you get in the job and someone says, and then you're like, well, how many firms are there? And what do they sell? And what are the prices? And everyone's like, well, we don't really know. You would not be very good regulator, right? And if you're a policeman or you're someone who's in charge of counter-organized crime, you're just a regulator. You're trying to regulate an illicit industry. You're regulating an industry that happens to be illicit, and you have no information. And so that's kind of what we do. We figure out how the system works. And like, what are the economic incentives and what are the political incentives?
And interviews and conversations help with that.
They help a lot. Yeah. We do that. So we have, I do some of those, but I'm on the side. My Spanish is okay. It's not great.
And you have a translator usually if you ever go directly?
Well, if only because I can't understand and speak to that people. Like, I'm just totally hopeless. Nor could many people who speak Spanish speak the second language. It's totally, you go to prison, talk to these guys, and they're speaking in the local dialect, and it's tough. But more importantly, like, I just don't need to be there. I'm a quantitative scholar. I'm the guy who collects the data. So we have people on our team and colleagues and employees who are doing full-time interviews. So, and then I just sometimes go with them. So,
what about you mentioned Uganda?
Yeah.
Joseph Kony, the Ugandan warlord. I see here he kidnapped 591 children in 3 years.
They must have kidnapped. They probably kidnapped for at least a short time like a few hours per day, more than 50,000 kids.
As a terror tactic?
A little bit. I mean, most of those people they just let go after they carried goods. They tried to hold on to thousands. The short story, listen, if you're not popular, if you're running an armed movement and you need troops, you can, and nobody wants to fight for you, you can either give up or you can have a small clandestine terror organization that tries to put a different set of tactics. But if you want a conventional army and you don't want to give up, then you have to conscript. And if you want to conscript and you don't, here we conscript and then we say, if you run away, we'll shoot you. And we control the whole territory, so that's a credible promise. If you're a small insurgency organization, people can run away, and then you can't promise to shoot them very easily because you don't control all the territory. And so what these movements do is they try to brainwash you. And I think what they figured out after years of abducting children, you're talking about evil, they figured out that, we have to, maybe I don't know, let's say maybe 1 in 100 will buy the rhetoric. So we just have to conscript or abduct a large number of kids, and then some small number of them will not run away. And those will be our committed cadres. And those people can become commanders. And because they'll buy the propaganda and they'll buy the messianic messages. But because most people wise up, we have, especially as they get older, we just have to abduct vast numbers of kids and have a committed cadre. And so it has the other benefit of sort of being terrifying for the population, being a weapon in itself. But I think for them was just primarily a way to solve a recruitment problem. When you're a totally a hopeless and ideologically empty rebel movement. So in some sense, it's that's maybe the short story.
I heard one interview of a dictator where the journalist was basically telling them, how could you be doing this? Basically calling out all the atrocities the person's committing, and the dictator was kind of laughing it off and walked away.
Yeah.
And he cut off the interview. That feel like a very unproductive thing to be doing. You're basically stating the thing that everyone knows to his face. Maybe that's pleasant to somebody, but that feels unproductive. It feels like the goal should be some level of understanding.
Yeah. He's been super elusive. I mean, why he's
Coney?
Yeah. I mean, why he's fought this, I don't know. But, it's not a great example of. That's the way I look at that situation is it's a little bit particular the way Uganda works, but most of the political leadership for most of its post-independence history came from the north of the country. That was the power base, and it was dictatorial, and they were. So you've heard of people like Idi Amin, and people heard of Milton Obote, and all these people were all from the north. And then you get the current president who came to power in 1986. He's been around a long time. He's got 70. He was from the south, and he was fighting against these dictators, and he was fighting for a freer and better Uganda. And in many ways, I mean, he's still a dictator himself, but he's a freer and better Uganda. So he's better than he's better than before him. And he came to power, and he was and some of the Northerners were we want to keep up the fight. And he was you know what, you guys, I'm strong enough to continue north. You guys go. You want to have a crazy insurgency up there, and some kook believes he's speaking, through the Holy Spirit, speaking through him, and he's going to totally disrupt the North. I don't care. That's great. You guys just fester and fight, and that's going to totally destabilize this judicial power base, and that's just going to help you consolidate control. So he was an autocrat, he was an unchecked leader who allowed a lunatic to run around and cause mayhem because it was in his political interest to do so. And there's no puzzle. It's in some ways it's that simple as that.
There's little to understand.
Yeah, it took me a lot. Well, you know what? It's not so easy. In the middle of it, I didn't understand that. I don't think a lot of people did, and I'm not I think I could persuade most people who study or work enough to like see it that way. I think that would make sense to people, but it didn't make sense in the moment. You know, in the moment this is happening, it's terrible, and you kind of, you don't realize how avoidable it was. That basically it was the absence of effective police actions that kept the lunatic from being contained. And that lunatic would never, he's not. That's still full of movement, right? It could have been shut down, and there was just never any political will to shut it down. The opposite. That's what I meant. Like that unchecked leader. Not only do you not pay the cost, but you might have a private incentive as an autocrat to like see that violence happen. And in this case, it was just keeping a troublesome part of the country busy.
Is it okay to look at a few other wars? So we talked about drug wars in Medellin. Are there other wars that stand out to you as full of lessons? You can jump around a little bit. Maybe if we can return briefly at World War II. From your framework, could World War II have been avoided? This is one of the most traumatic wars, global wars.
I mean, one obvious driver of that war was the things that Hitler valued, and it was able to use his autocratic power to either convince other people or to suppress them. And so some people stop there and say that, and then in the West basically, and then of course they were able to, because they were such an economic and political powerhouse, they were able to sort of make demands for the rest of Europe that you can kind of see the fold, letting Nazis march into Denmark without a fight, or France folding very quickly. You can kind of see as like an appeasement or an acknowledgement of their superiority and ability to bargain without much of a fight. And then you can see the Western response as a principled stand. I think and there's a lot of truth to that. In terms of the strategic forces, a lot of political scientists see a version of a commitment problem, basically where Germany says, you know what, we're strong now, we're temporarily strong, we're not going to be this strong forever. If we can get this terrible bargain and get everyone to capitulate through violence, if we strike now, and then solidify our power, and keep these, in World War I, it would prevent the rise of Russia, and prevent the strengthening of Russian alliance. And so we have an incentive to strike now, and there's a window of opportunity that's closing, that they thought was closing. I don't know that story is as persuasive in World War II. I think there was an element of a closing window.
Well, they kept talking about a closing window. Hitler really thought there was a closing window. I think the nature of that window is different in that there was kind of pacifism, and it seems like if war broke out, most nations in the vicinity would not be ready. You could buy the people, the leaders that are in power, they weren't ready, so the timing is really right now. I wonder how often that is the case with leaders in war. It feels like the timing is now.
The other commitment problem, the other shift that was happening that he wanted to avert, that is kind of wrapped up with his ideology, is this idea of a cultural and a demographic window of opportunity. That if conditional on having these views of Germanic people and a pure race, and that now is you have to strike now before any opportunity to sort of establish that was possible. I think that's one. It's an incentive that requires his ideology as well.
How do avoid it within this framework? Would you say, is there that you kind of provide an explanation? Is there a way to avoid it? Is violence the way to avoid it? Because people kind of try the rational, peaceful kind of usual negotiation, and that led to this war. Is that unique to this particular war? So let's say World War I or World War II. So there's an extra pressure from Germany and both wars to act. Okay, so we've highlighted that. Is there a way to alleviate that extra pressure to act?
Let me use World War I as an example. Suppose, as many German generals said at that time, we have a window of opportunity before Russia, where we might not win a war with Russia. So the probability that we can win a war is going to change a lot in the next decade, maybe in the next few years. And so if we are in a much better bargaining position now, both to not use violence, but to, if necessary, use violence. Because otherwise, Russia's going to be extremely powerful in the future, and they'll be able to use that power to change the bargain with us and to like keep us down. And the thing is in principle, Russia could say, look, we don't want to get invaded right now. We know you could invade us. We know we know we'll be strong in the future. We promise to like not wield our and abuse our, or just merely to sort of take what we can get in the future when we're strong. We're going to restrain ourselves in the future. Or we're going to hand over something that makes us powerful, because that's the bargain that would make us all better off. And the reason political economists call it a commitment problem is because that's a commitment that would solve the problem. And they can't make that commitment because there's nobody who will hold them accountable. So any international legal architecture, any set of enforceable agreements, any UN Security Council, any world government, anything that would help you make that commitment is a solution. All right, if that's the problem. And so that's why, in Beijing, the Officina can do that. They can say, listen, yes, combo that's strong today is going to be weak tomorrow. You have an incentive to eliminate this combo over here, but because they're going to be strong. But guess what? You're not going to do that, and we're going to make sure, we're going to promise that when these guys do get strong, we're going to restrain what they can do. I mean, most of our constitutions in most stable countries have done precisely that, right? There's a lot of complaining right now in the United States about the way that the constitutions apportion power between states. That was a deal. That was a commitment. The Constitution in the United States was a deal made to a bunch of states that knew they were going to be weak in the future because of economic and demographic trends, or guess they might be. And it said, listen, you cooperate, and we'll commit not to basically ignore your interests over the long run. And now, 250 years later, we're still honoring those commitments. It was part of the deal that meant that there actually would be a union. And so we do this all the time. So Constitution is a good example of how every country's constitution, especially a country who's writing a constitution after a war, that constitution and all of the other institutions are an attempt to provide commitment to groups who are worried about future shifts in power.
And then does that help with avoid civil war? So could you speak to this, lessons you learned from civil wars, perhaps the American Civil War, and the others?
So Lebanon, one of the ways Lebanon had tried for a long time to preserve the interests of minority groups, powerful minority groups who were powerful at the time and knew that the demographics were working against them, to guarantee, this ethnic religious group gets the presidency, and this ethnic religious group gets the prime ministership, and this ethnic, and a lot of countries will apportion seats in parliament to ethnic religious groups, and that's an attempt to give a group that's temporarily powerful some assurances that when they're weak in the future, that they'll still have a say, right? Just like we portion seats in the Senate in a way that's not demographically representative, but is unequal, quote unquote, in a sense, to help people be confident that there won't be a tyranny of the majority. And now that just happens like a really unstable arrangement in Lebanon, because eventually, the de facto power on the ground just gets so out of line with this really rigid system of the presidency goes to this ethnic religious group and this prime ministership, that it did last, right? So, but you can think of every post-conflict agreement and every constitution as a little bit of humans' best effort to find an agreement that's going to protect the interests of a group that's temporarily has an interest in violence, to not be violent.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of ingenuity, and it doesn't always work, right?
Which actually, from a perspective of the group, threatening violence or actually doing violence with progress.
we're talking about groups bargaining over stuff, right? We're talking about Russians versus Ukraine, or Russians versus the West, or maybe it's managing things versus one another. Like, a lot of their bargaining power comes from their ability to burn the house down, right? And so if I want to have more bargaining power, I can just arm a lot and I can threaten violence. And so the strategically wise thing to do, I mean, it's terrible, it's a terrible equilibrium for us to be forced into, but the strategically wise thing to do is to build up lots of arms, just threaten to use them, incredibly threaten to use them, but then trust or hope that, like, your enemy's going to see reason and avoid this really terrible, inefficient thing of just fighting. But the thing that's going on the whole time is both of you arming and spending like 20% of GDP or whatever on arms. That's pretty inefficient.
Yes.
That's the tragedy. We don't have war, and that's good. We have really limited abilities to, like, incentivize our enemies not to arm and to keep ourselves from arming. We'd love to agree to just, like, both disarm, but we can't. And so the mess is that we have to arm and then we have to threaten all the time.
Yeah, so the threat of violence is costing nevertheless. You've actually pulled up that now disappeared a paper with a big title called Civil War. Your name is on it. What's that about?
Well, that was, I mean, when I was finishing graduate school, and this was a paper with my advisor at Miguel at Berkeley.
Most nations, the paper opens, experienced an internal armed conflict since 1960. Yet while they were you still in grad school on this? No.
Maybe last year, or just graduated. But
yeah, I wish I was in a discipline that wrote papers like this. This is pretty badass. Yet while civil war is central to many nations' development, it has stood at the periphery of economic research and teaching, so on and so forth. And this is looking at civil war broadly throughout history, or is it just particular civil wars?
we're mostly looking at, like, the late 20th century. I mean, I was trained as a called development economist, which is somebody who studies why some places are poor and why some countries are rich. And I, like a number of people around that time, stumbled into violence. I mean, people have been studying the wealth and poverty of nations basically since the invention of economics. But there was a big blind spot for violence. Now, there isn't any more. It's like a flourishing area of study, but in economics. But at the time, it wasn't. And so there were people like me and Ted who were sort of part political scientists, because political scientists obviously have been studying this for a long time, who started bringing economic tools and expertise and, like, partnerships with political scientists and adding to it. And so we wrote this. So after, like, people have been doing this for 5 or 10 years in our field, we wrote a review article telling economists, like, what was going on. And so this was like a summary for economists. So the book in some ways is a lot in the same spirit of this article. This article, I mean, it's designed to be not written as like a boring laundry list of studies, which is what, you know, that's the purpose of this article. It was for graduate students and professors who want to think about what to work on and what we knew. This book is, like, now trying to, like, not just say what economists are doing, but sort of say what economists, political scientists, psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists, like, how do we bring some sense to this big project? And policymakers, like, what do we know, and what do we know about building peace? Given, you know, because if you don't know what the reason for wars are, you're probably not going to design the right cure. And so anyway, so that was but I started off studying civil wars, and because I stumbled into this place in northern Uganda basically by accident. So never, no intention of working civil wars, and never thought about it, and then, you know, basically I follow a woman there. And
we'll talk about that. For people who are just watching, we have an amazing team of folks helping out, pulling on pictures and articles and so on. Mostly still I can pull pictures on Instagram of animals fighting, which is what I do on my own. We'll discuss, analyze, maybe with George St. Pierre. That's what all he sends me for people who are curious. But let me ask you, one of the most difficult things going on in the world today, Israel-Palestine. Will we ever see peace in this part of the world? And sort of your book title is The Roots of War and the Paths for Peace, or the subtitle, Why We Fight. What's the path for peace? Will we ever see peace?
Yeah. If we think about this conflict in the sense of like this dispute, this sort of contest, this contest that's been going on between Israelis and Palestinians. It's been going on for a century, and there are really just 10 or 15 years of pretty serious violence in that span of time. Most of it from 2000, 2009, stretching up to like 2014. They're like sporadic incidents which are really terrible. I'm not trying to diminish the human cost of these, by the way. Like, I'm just trying to point out that whatever's happening, as unpleasant and challenging and difficult as it is, it's actually not war. And so it is at peace. There's sort of an uneasy stalemate. The Israelis and Palestinians are actually pretty good at just sort of keeping this at a relatively low scale of violence. There's a bunch of like low scale, sporadic violence that can be repression of civilians, it can be terror bombings and terror actions, it can be counter-terror violence, it can be mass arrests, it can be repression, it can be denying people the vote, it can be rattling sabers, all these things that are happening, right? And it can be sporadic 3-week wars, or sporadic, very brief episodes of intense violence before everybody sees sense and then settles down to this uneasy. That's not like, we're right now to think of that as like a peace, and there's certainly no stable agreement, right? So a stable agreement and amity and any ability to move on from this extreme hostility, we're not there yet, and that's maybe very far away. But this is a good example of two rivals who most of the time have avoided intense violence.
So you talked about this, like most of the time, rivals just like avoiding violence and hating each other in peace. So is this what peace? Just to answer my question.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean,
is this what peace looks like?
Not always, but I mean, it's kind of my worry. To go back to the Russia-Ukraine example, like it's really hard. It's going to be really hard to find an agreement that both sides can feel they can honor, that they can be explicit about, that they'll hold to, that will enable them to move on.
Yeah, it feels like the first step in a long journey towards a greatness for both nations and a peaceful time, flourishing, that kind of thing.
I mean, you can think of like what's going on in Israel-Palestine as a stalemate. Both of them are exhausted from the violence that has occurred. Neither one of them is quite willing to, for various reasons, to create this sort of stable agreement. There's a lot of really difficult issues to resolve, and maybe the sad thing, maybe we'll end up in the same situation with Russia and Ukraine. This is where if they stop fighting one another, but Russia holds the east of the country and Crimea, and nobody really acknowledges their right to that. That might, within there, there's going to be a lot of tension and skirmishing and violence that never really progresses to war for 30 years. That would be a sad but maybe possible outcome. So that's kind of where Israel-Palestine looks to me. And so if we're going to talk about why we fight, then the question we have to ask is like, why, like the second intifada, like that was the most violent episode. Like, why did that happen, and why did that last several years? That would be like, we could analyze that. We could say, what was it about these periods of violence that led there to be prolonged intense violence? Because that was nobody's interest. That didn't need to happen. And partly don't talk about that in the book. I wanted to avoid really contemporary conflicts for two reasons. One is things could change really quickly. I didn't want the book to be dated. I wanted this to be a book that had like longevity, and that would be relevant still in 10 years, 20 years maybe, before someone writes a better one.
Before the human civilization ends.
Exactly. And circumstances can change really quickly. So I wanted it to be enduring, and meant partly just avoiding changing things and avoiding these controversial ones. But of course, I think about them, and so like a lot of my time, I decided actually last year to teach a class where I take all these contemporary conflicts I wasn't working on the book and where I wasn't really an expert, whether it's India-Pakistan, China-Taiwan, Israel-Palestine, Mexican cartel state drug wars, and a few others, and then teach a class on them with students. We work through it. We read the book, and then we say, all right, none of us are experts. How do we make sense of this? And we focus on the Israel-Palestine piece of mostly trying to understand why it got so violent, and spend a little bit of time on what the prospects are for something that's more enduring.
Hard to know that stuff now. I mean, it's easier to do the full analysis when
it's over.
Looking back when it's over.
Israel is in like a tough place. They have this attachment to being part of the West. They have this attachment to liberal ideals. They have an attachment to democracy, and they have an attachment to a Jewish state. And those things are not so easily compatible, because to recognize the rights of non-Jewish citizens, right, or to create or to have a one-state solution to the current conflict undermines the long-term ability to have a Jewish state. And to do anything else that to deny that denies their liberal democratic ideal. And that's a really hard contest of priorities for that.
Yes, Malcolm, of course, everything you just said probably has multiple perspectives on it from other people that would phrase all the same things but using different words.
Yeah. Well, I try to analyze these things in like a dispassionate way.
But unfortunately, just having been enough conversations, even your dispassionate description would be seen as one that's already picked a side. And I'll say this because there's holding these ideals. I'll give you another example. The United States also has ideals of freedom and other like human rights. So it has those ideals, and it also sees itself as a superpower and as a deployer of those, like enforcer of those ideas in the world. And so the kind of actions from the perspective of a lot of people in that world, from children, they get to see drones drop bombs on their house, or their father is not, his mother are dead. They have a very different view of this.
Well, you're beginning to see why I wanted to write about those things and think about those things, but I wanted this book to do something different, and I didn't want it to fall on one of these words. On a personal level, because I think I'm kind of a liberal democratic Christian at heart, my sympathies in that sense lie in many ways with Palestinians, despite the way I'm just the fact that they're not represented, and they and they got a very raw realpolitik kind of feel. Like most people in history have gotten this raw realpolitik kind of feel in their past, right? Where somebody could have summary of history, by the way. Yeah, that's it. History's just full of raw deals
For regular people.
right? And both sides are, in a principled way, refusing to make a compromise. And that's not like a both sides are right kind of argument. I'm just sort of saying, it's a factual statement that like neither one wants to compromise on certain principles, and they both can construct and in some ways have very reasonable. I want to have self justifications for those principles, and that's why I'm not very hopeful. Is that I don't see a way for them to resolve those things.
Speaking of compromise and war, let me ask you about one last one, which may be in the future. China and the United States.
Yeah.
How do we avoid an all-out hot war with this other superpower in the next decade, 50 years, 100 years? Because sometimes when it's quiet at night, I can hear in the long distance the drums of war beating.
Yeah. In the second part of the book, I talk about what I think have been these persistent paths to peace. And one of them is increasing interdependence in interrelationships. And another one is more checks and balances on power. I think there's more, but those are two fundamental here, because I think those two things reduce incentives for war in two ways. One is, remember when we were talking about this really simple strategic game where whether Russia and Ukraine or whatever, any two rivals, I want more of the pie than you get, and the costs of war are deterrents, but only the cost of war that I feel, right? I don't care. I do not care about the cost of war to your side. I'm not even thinking about that. That's just worth zero. I just don't care in that simple game. Now, in reality, many groups do care about the well-being of the other group, at least a little bit, right? We're, in some sense, to the degree first of all, if our interests are intertwined, like our economies are intertwined, that's not a surefire.
How are you? I really want to fucking talk with you anyway. You're the last person on earth I would want to talk with you.
Way for peace, and we shouldn't get because we have a globally integrated world, that's going to be a disincentive. And if we're socially entwined because we have great social relationships and linkages and family or intermarriage or whatever, this is all these things will help. And then if we're ideologically intertwined, we share notions of liberty, or maybe we just share a common notion of humanity. So I think the fact that we're more integrated than we've ever been on all three fronts in the world, but with China, is providing some insulation, which is good. So I would be more worried if we started to shed some of that insulation, which I think has been happening. U.S. economic nationalism, whatever could be the fallout of these sanctions or a closer Chinese alliance with Russia, all those things could happen. It would make me more worried because I think we've got a lot of cushion that comes from all of this economic, social, cultural interdependence.
Yeah, the social one with the internet is a big one. So basically, make friends with people from different nations.
Yeah.
Fall in love. Or, you know, fall in love, use sex. Lots of sex with people from different nations. But also fall in love.
The thing that also comforts me about China is that China's not as centralized or as personalized regime as Russia, for example, and neither one of them is as centralized or personalized as some TikTok, purely personalized dictatorship, like you get in some countries. The fact that China, the power is much more widely shared, is a big insulation, I think, against this war, future war. The attempts by Xi Jinping to personalize power over time and to make China a more centralized and personal ruled place, which he's successfully moved in that direction, also works. So anything that moves China in the other direction, not necessarily being democratic, but just like a wider group of people holding power, like all the business leaders and all the things that have been happening in the last few centuries have actually widened power. But anything that's moving in the other direction does worry me, because it's going to accentuate all these factors.
I am worried about a little bit of the demonization. So one of the things I see with China as a problem for Americans, maybe I'm projecting, maybe it's just my own problem, but there seems to be a bigger cultural gap than there's with other superpowers throughout history, where it's almost like its own world happening in China, its own world in the United States, and there's this gap of total cultural understanding. It's not that we're not competing superpowers; they're almost like doing their own thing. There's that feeling, and I think that means there's a lack of understanding of culture of people. And we need to kind of bridge that understanding. And the language barrier, but also cultural understanding, making movies that you use both and explore both cultures, and all that kind of stuff. To where it's okay to compete. Like Rocky, where Rocky Balboa fought the Russian. In fact, historically inaccurate because obviously the Russian win. But we'll have to. I'm just kidding. As a Philly person, I was of course rooting for Rocky. But the thing is, those two superpowers in the movies, China's it's all out there thing. We need more Rocky 7.
I do think there's a certain inscrutability to the politics there, and an insularity to the politics that it's harder for Westerners, even if they even just to learn about it and understand what's going on. That I think that's a problem, and vice versa. So I think that's true. But at the same time, you can point to all sorts of things on the other side of the ledger, like the massive amounts of Chinese immigration into the United States and the massive number of people who are now so many more Americans, business people, politicians understand so much more about China now than they did 30, 40 years ago because we're so intertwined. So I don't know where it balances out. I think it balances out on better understanding than ever before. But you're right, there was a big gulf there that you haven't totally bridged.
Yeah. And like I said, lots of inter-Chinese in the United States sexual intercourse, and love and marriage and all that kind of social behavior. So once again, returning to love, I read in your acknowledgement, and as you mentioned earlier, the acknowledgement reads, quote, "I dedicate this book to a slow, now defunct internet cafe in Nairobi because it's helped me in the past to read, work with, and most importantly, marry Jeannie Anand. Jeannie Anand. There's a lot a lot of beautiful letters and beautiful things. This book had been impossible without her and that chance encounter. Okay, tell me, Chris, how you found love and how that changed the direction of your life.
I was in that internet cafe. I think it was 2004. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I thought I was a good development economist, and I cared about growth, economic growth, and I thought like industrialization is like the solution to poverty in Africa, which is I think still true. And therefore I needed to study firm industry in Africa. And so I went and one of the most dynamic places for firms in industry at the time, still to some extent now, was Kenya. All the firms on Nairobi. And so I went and I got a job at the World Bank, who was running a firm survey, and convinced them to let me help run the firm survey. And so now I'm in Nairobi, and I'm wearing my suit and the World Bank for the summer. And my laptop gets stolen by two enterprising con artists, very charming. And so I find myself in an internet cafe, no laptop, and just Kenya didn't get connected to the sort of big internet cables until maybe 10 years later, and so it was just glacially slow. So it would take 10 minutes for every email to load. And so there's this whole customer norm that you just had to in beside you all the time. It was true all over, anywhere I'd worked on the continent. And I strategically sat next to the attractive looking woman that when I came in, and it turned out she was a psychologist, a PhD student, but she was a humanitarian worker. She'd been working in South Sudan with a bunch of kids affected by this war. All these kids who were being conscripted were coming back because they're all running away after a day or 10 years and needed help or to get back into school. She was working on things like that. And I think she talked to me in spite of the fact that I was wearing a suit. Maybe because I knew a little bit about the war, which most people didn't. Most people told me. But then we had a fling for that week. And then we didn't really, actually then we met up a little short while later. And then it was then trying to drift apart. She was studying in Indiana and spending a lot of time in Uganda. And then one day, I was chatting with someone I knew who worked on this. She was a young professor who was a friend of mine, but and I said, you work on similar issues. You should meet this woman. And I talked to her because you guys would have professional research interests overlap. There's so few sort of people looking at our groups in African civil wars, at least at the time. And he said, wow, that's a fascinating research question. And I walked into the building and I thought, it's a fascinating research question. And I phoned him and I said, remember me and tell me more. But I was talking to someone who was just tell me more. I started asking more questions, but we ended up talking for 2 or 3 hours. And over the course of those 3 hours, we hatched a very ambitious, kind of crazy, and plan. Basically, what it was, we were going to find the names of all the kids who were born 20 or 30 years ago in the region, and we were going to track 1,000 of them down. We were going to randomly sample them, and then we were going to find them today. And we were going to track them, and then we were going to use some variation in exposure to violence and where the rebel group was to actually show what happens to people when they're exposed to violence and conscription. We were going to tell you psychologically, economically, we were going to answer questions, and which would help you design better programs, right? And so we hatched this plan, which is totally cockamamie. So cockamamie that when I pulled my previous dissertation proposal from my committee the next week and gave them a new one, they unanimously met without me to decide that this was totally bonkers and to advise me not to go. And they coordinated to read my old proposal. And when I showed them my defense, they said, you actually think you're defending, but we want you to only talk about this other thing we're going to do because this is you should not go.
And I mean, it is incredibly ambitious, super interesting though.
It actually worked exactly according to plan. It's the first and last time in my entire career.
You actually pulled off an ambitious, a gigantically crazy ambitious.
Well, all of my work, that's my shtick. My day-to-day research job is not writing books about why we fight. My thing is I collect data on things that nobody else thought you could collect data on. And so I always do pull it off, but it never turns out like I thought it was going to. It's always, there's so many twists and turns, and it always goes sideways in an interesting way, and it works, but this one actually we pulled off in spite of ourselves. And he was sympathetic to this. He was like, why didn't you just go for a couple months and like check it out and then come back and work on it? And so I followed you there. And I don't know, what's this? I always remember doing the movie Speed, the Keanu Reeves and Sandra, whatever these people are, and they have this relationship in these intense circumstances, and they're like, well, and I think at the end of the movie they were sort of like, this will never work because these relationships in intense circumstances never matter, which is what we assumed, and that turned out not to be true. So we've been married 15 years and 2 kids, and
and that's when you fell in love with psychology and learned to appreciate the power of psychology.
exactly. That's the psychology of the book as well. And so we end up, for most of our work for the first 5 years.
What's the hardest piece of media that you've been chasing, that you've chased? What are some interesting things? You mentioned like one of the things
No,
you
Rabbi,
kind of want close to one in the world, find evidence and data for things that people just haven't looked to get an understanding of human nature, maybe from an economics perspective. What kind of stuff, either in your past or in the future, you've been thinking about?
Well, I mean, it was hard in 2 cents. The hardest emotionally was interviewing all those kids. That was just like gut punch every day. And just hearing stories like that was the hardest. But it was hard because the kids were everywhere.
Add that shit to the list. That's wrong with that.
No one had gone and interviewed kids that had gone through war in the middle of an active war zone. Nobody was going to these places. All the things we did, no one had done that before. So now lots of people do it.
Could you actually speak to their stories? What's like the shape of their suffering? What were common themes? How did those stories change you?
I remember I said you look your dispassionate self and your passionate self. I think I had to learn to create the dispassionate self. I mean, we all have that capacity when we realize something that's far away and has people different than us, but you have to. I think I discovered and developed an ability to like put those aside in order to be able to study this. So you get maybe harder in a way that you have to be guarding against. So you have to try to remember that on. It's really horrible. Like if I want to conscript you and I don't want you to run away, then I want to make you think you can never go back to your village. And the best way for me to do that is force you to do something really, really, really horrible that you almost incredibly believe you can never really go back. And it might be like killing a loved one. And so just hearing people tell you that story in all the different shapes and forms, to a point, what was horrible about it is they did this so routinely that you'd be sitting there and interviewing somebody and they'd be telling you the story, and it's like the most horrible thing that could happen to you or anyone else. But there's some voice in the back of your mind that's saying, okay, you really need to get the other thing. I know how this goes. Like I've heard, there's this thing like, okay, I'm not learning anything new here. Like there's some part, deep, evil, terrible part of me that's like, yeah. Like, but let's get on to the other thing. But I know I have to go through this. But every day you have to go through that to get to because you're trying to actually understand how to help people. You're trying to understand how that trauma has manifested, some people get stronger as a result of that, some people get weaker. And if you want to know how to help people, then you need to get to that. I wasn't trying to get to something for my selfish purposes, but I was trying to figure out, okay, we need to know what the symptoms are now.
It's such a dark thing about us. So if you're surrounded by trauma, that voice in the back of your head that you just go, I know exactly how this conversation goes. Let's skip ahead to the solutions, to the next. And
so that was because you didn't have to deal with yourself. So it's very helpful if you like come home every night to someone who's gone through the same thing and B is a professional and very, 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 very good counseling psychologist. The hardest thing, I mean, the organized crime stuff has been the hardest. But just figuring out how to get that information took us years of just trial and error, mostly error, of like just how to get people to talk to us or how to collect data in a way that's safe for me and safe for my team, and safe for people to answer a survey. Like how do you get the information on what gangs are doing in the community or how it's hurting or helping people, like you've got to run surveys and you've got to talk to gang members. All these things that nobody knows how to do that. So we had to start really slowly. Not nobody. There's a few. There's other academics like me who are doing this, but it's a pretty small group that's trying to like collect systematic data, and then there's a slightly bigger and much more experienced group that's been talking to different groups. But every time you go to a new city, and there weren't that many people working on this in Medellin, there were a few. You have to like discover anew. Like it's really going to be unique for that city and place.
So there's not like a website for each of the 17 mafia groups. There's no Facebook group.
Well, there is now. We created like our own. We have a private where we document everything, and it's a collaborative enterprise between lots of researchers and journalists and things. So they can't see, you can't go online and see this.
That's individual researchers. So it's not, and they're hiding by design.
Some of them have Facebook pages and things of this nature. So they do have public profiles of most, but not so explicitly. No, so they're kind of stuff. Here's an example. So one of the things that's really endemic in Medellin, it's true in a lot of cities, it's true in American prisons, is gangs govern everybody's everyday life. So if you have in an American prison, particularly in Illinois or California, Texas is another big one, but also in a city in Medellin, if you have a problem, debt to collect or dispute with a neighbor or something, you could go to the government, and they do, and they can help you solve it. You go to the police, or you can go to the gang. And that's like a really everyday phenomenon. But then there's questions like how do you actually figure out what services they're offering and how much they pay for them, and do you actually like those services? And how do you comparison shop between the police and the gang? And what would get you to go from the gang to the police? And then how's the gang strategically going to respond to that? And what was the impact of previous policies to like make the state government better? And how did the gangs react? And so we had to sort of figure that out. And so that was just harder in a different way. But I don't do the emotionally functioning stuff I do. So that's much easier in that sense.
By the way, I'm Jorge Ochoa, some of these folks are out of prison.
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to talk to them?
One of my collaborators on this, guy named Gustavo Duncan, who spent a lot of time interviewing military people, he's talked to more people than I haven't talked to those. We haven't been talking to them. But also, they were there in a different era.
Yeah, so it doesn't.
The system was totally different. That's super interesting.
That was history.
Yeah, that was 30 years ago. And the system, La Oficina, Pablo Escobar created La Oficina. He integrated all these 17 razones and all these street gangs are the fragmented former remnants of his more unified empire, which he gave the name La Oficina. And I think it's a little bit apocryphal, but the idea is, I think he said, every doctor has an office, so should we.
I still love that there's parallels between these mafia groups and United Nations Security Council. It's just wonderful. It's so deep. Let me ask you about yourself. So you've been thinking about war here in part dispassion, just analyze war and try to understand the kind of for you as a single individual that's going to die one day. Maybe talking to the people that have gone through suffering. What do you think about your mortality? How has your view on finite has changed?
Maybe the reason I can do this work is because I don't think about it a lot.
Your own mortality, or even like mortality?
Yeah, I have to think about death a lot. So,
but there's a way to think about death, like numbers in a calculation when you're doing geopolitical negotiations, and then there's like a dying child or a dying mother.
I guess I know I'm in a place where there's risk, and so I think a lot about minimizing any risk. So that I think about mortality enough that I just, because I'm kind of an anxious person, so like I'm kind of a worrywart, like in a way, and so I'm really obsessive about making sure anything that I do is low risk.
So that gives you something to focus on. A number is the risk you try to minimize. And yet there's still the existential dread. Your risk minimization doesn't matter.
I've never been in a life-threatening situation.
Yeah,
and
that's somebody who, you know what you sound like? That's Alex Honnold that does the free climbing. He doesn't see that as like. That sounds exactly the same. Because you just said, I've never done anything as dangerous as those people right.
So I actually been a rock climber for like 25 years with a long break in between. But I'm the same way. Actually, rock climbing is an extremely safe sport if you're very careful. But free climbing is the opposite of that. But I mean, like, if you're like, you've got a rope that's attached to you that goes up and like attached to 18 trees and comes back down, you're fine. Like this is, and you wear a helmet, you're good. You're totally fine.
Yeah, but this is super safe too.
No free climbing. No.
We're watching free climbing. Totally. I mean, because you're only going to put your hands and feet on sturdy rock, and then you know the path.
No. I know some people. I have some friends in college. I've known people who do some of these totally wacky sports and a big price. So it's totally. I think.
So even in that, by the way,
I can't even watch those movies because those freak me out too much because it's just too risky. Like I can't. I don't even. So those things, I've never watched like Free Solo or anything. There's just too much.
Still not as dangerous as riding a scooter in Austin.
Totally
not gonna let that go. But even in that, it's a risk minimization in the work that you do versus the sort of philosophical existentialist view of your own mortality. This thing just ends. Like, what the hell is that about?
Yeah, I have this amazing capacity not to think about it. It might just be a self-defense mechanism. My father-in-law, Jean's father, is an evangelical pastor, actually. He's now retired, but and this we would talk about when we were getting married. They weren't terribly thrilled that she was marrying a agnostic atheist or something. We love each other very much. It's fine now, but I only started discussing this and some of the because that was one of his questions for me. Like, well, how can you possibly believe that there's nothing after Buddhism? Because that's just like too horrible to imagine. And we literally never saw eye to eye on this. And my view was like, listen, like, I can't convince myself. I can't convince myself otherwise. Anything else seems completely implausible to me. And for some reason, I can't understand. I'm at peace with that. Like, it's never bothered me that one day it's over. And I understand the fact that people have angst about that and that they would seek answers makes total sense to me. And I can't explain why that doesn't doesn't bother me.
And yet, you are at peace.
Yeah, maybe if I was worried, but if I was more worried about it, maybe I wouldn't be able to do it. I don't know. But then again, I don't take the risk. I still like, I don't know. But I minimize all sorts of risks. I'm like I minimize. I try to optimize like groceries in the fridge too. Like I put
very economist way to live, I would say. That's probably why you're good at
that. Might be true. That might be there's some selection in economics of these cold calculations.
Chicken or the egg. Do you have advice to young people that want to do as ambitious, as crazy, as amazing of work as you have done in life? So somebody who's in high school and college, either career advice on what to choose, how to execute on it, or just life advice, how to meet some random stranger, or maybe a dating advice.
That part's easy. You have to fly coach and go to the internet cafes. You can't all the development workers that I know that fly business class and they'll never meet somebody. No, I actually spend a lot of time writing advice on my blog, and I've got pages and pages of advice. And one of the reasons is because I never got that. Like when I grew up, I went to a really good state school in Canada called Waterloo. I loved it, but people didn't go on the trajectory that I went on from there. I had some good advisors there, but I never got the kind of advice I needed to pursue this career. So it's very concentrated in elite colleges, I think, sometimes in elite high schools. So I tried to democratize that. That was one reason I started the blog. But a lot of that's really particular because every week I have students coming in my office wanting to know how to do international development work, and I just spend a lot of time giving them advice, and that's what a lot of the posts are about.
They have very specific questions, like what is it, the country by country kind of specific question?
Well, the thing is that they're all trying to do what I think is the way. I don't have to give them a really basic piece of advice because they're already doing it. like they're trying to find a vocation. They're really interested, and what I mean by that is it's like a career where they find meaning, where the work is almost like superfluous because they would do it for free, and they're passionate about it, and they really find meaning. And then it becomes a little bit all consuming. So scientists do that in their own way, international development, humanitarian workers, people who are doctors and nurses. Like we all do our careers for other reasons, right? But they find like meaning in their career. So so I don't have to tell them whatever you do, find meaning. And try to make it a vocation, something that you would do for free amongst all of these many options. That's what I would tell. That's what I would tell high school students and beyond people in college.
Sometimes it's hard to find the thing and hold on to it.
Well, that's the other thing. It took me a long time. So I actually started off as an accountant. I was an accountant at Deloitte for a few years. So I did not.
Did you wake up in the morning excited to be alive?
I was miserable. I found it by accident, which is another different story. But I landed in this job and a degree where I studied accounting. I was miserable. I was totally miserable, and I hated it. And I was becoming a miserable person. And so I eventually just quit, and I did something. But I was still, But then I was working in the private sector, and I actually just need to try. I actually had to try on like 3 or 4 or 5 careers before I found like this mixture of academia and activism and research and international development. And so,
did you know that this was love when you found this kind of international development, that this was academic context to?
the key lesson was just trial and error, which we all have to do until it feels right.
It's okay. All right. Step 1 is trial and error, but until it feels right, it's like it often feels right but not perfect.
Yeah, that's true. Right enough. I mean, I was really intellectually engaged. Like, I just loved learning about it. I wanted to read more. Like, in some sense, like I was an accountant, but I was reading about like world history and international development in poor countries in my spare time, right? And so it was like this hobby, and I was like, wait a second, I could actually do that. Like, I could like research this and even write those books, and that's kind of what I did. Like 25 years later, that didn't occur to me right away. I didn't even know it was possible. This is the other thing people do. People do their 9-to-5 job, and then they find meaning in everything else they do. They're volunteering in their family and their hobbies and things, and that was my social media, and that's a great path too. I mean, that's because not all of us can just have a vocation or we don't find it, and then you just circumscribe what you do work, and then you can find. And that's not entirely true because everyone in my family does like their job and get a lot done in it, but I think it's not. That's a different path in some ways.
It's good to take the leap and keep trying stuff, even when you found like a little local minimum.
Yeah, the hardest part was it got easy after a while. Was quitting. But now I take this to a lot of and one of the people, I think one of the reasons I discovered your podcast, or maybe Tyler Cowan.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Tyler takes this approach to everything. He takes this approach to movie. He's like, walk into the movie theater after half an hour if you don't like the movie. And
you know what kind of person he probably is? I don't know now that you say this. He's probably somebody that goes to a restaurant. If the meals is not good, I can see him just walking away, like paying for it and just walking away.
Yeah. And go eat something better. That's exactly right. And I thought that was kind of crazy. And I was the person, I would never just put a book down halfway, and I would never stop watching a movie. But then I convinced my wife. We lived in New York when we were single initially. When we were childless, and we lived in New York. There's all this culture and theater and stuff. And I just said, let's go to more plays, but let's just walk out after the first act if we don't like it. And she thought that was crazy. And I said, no, here's the logic. Here's what Rabbi says. And then we started doing it. And it was so freeing and glorious. We take so many more chances on things. And if we didn't like it, we were walking our stuff all the time. And so I think I did that. And they're realizing that that's how I just kept quitting my jobs and trying to find something else at like some risk.
But that's how wars start with it. You need the commitment. Otherwise, no.
That's a different kind of commitment problem. That's a different commitment problem.
Somewhere, I'm sure there's a balance. Because I mean, the same thing is happening with dating and marriage and all those kinds of things. And there's some value to sticking it out. Some of the, like, maybe, don't leave after the first act. It's the good stuff, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean,
Balance.
yeah. Well, I don't know. So when I met Judy, she was very wary of a relationship with me because I explained to her I hadn't had a relationship longer than 2 or 3 months in 11 years. And so she thought this person's not serious. And what I said to her, she tells the story, this is how she tells the story. She says, I didn't believe him when he said that after 2 or 3 months, you kind of have a good sense about whether this is going somewhere. And I would just decide if it was over. So, and I'd walk away. So I took this approach to dating. Like as soon as I thought it wasn't going to go somewhere, and then I decided with her that this was it. This was going to work. And then never let. She didn't believe. Now she believes me.
Finally got the day right. Okay, so this is an incredible conversation. Your work is so fascinating, just in this big picture way, looking at human conflict and how we can achieve peace, especially in this time of the Ukraine war. I really, really, really appreciate you calmly speak to me about some of these difficult ideas and explain them. You're so down with me and have this amazing conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Chris Black. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some well-known, simple words from Albert Einstein. I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Where are the darkest places you've ever gone in your life? The following is a conversation with Carl Deiseroff, professor of bioengineering, psychiatry, and behavioral sciences at Stanford University. He's one of the greatest living psychiatrists and neuroscientists in the world. He's also just a fascinating human being. We discuss both the darkest and the most beautiful places that the human mind can take us. He explores this in his book called Projections, A Story of Human Emotions. I highly recommend it. It's written masterfully. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Carl Deiseroff. You open your book called Projections, A Story of Human Emotions, with a few beautiful words that summarize all of humanity. The book draws insights about the human mind from modern psychiatry and neuroscience. So if it's okay, let me read a few sentences from the opening. You gotta give props to beautiful writing when I see it. Quote, in the art of weaving, warped threads are structural and strong and anchored at the origin, creating a frame for crossing fibers as the fabric is woven. Projecting across the advancing edge into free space, warped threads bridge the formed past to the rugged present, to the yet featureless future. Yet featureless future. Well done, sir. The tapestry of the human story has its own warp threads, rooted deep in the gorges of East Africa, connecting the shifting textures of human life over millions of years, spanning pictographs backdropped by creviced ice, by angulated forestry, by stone and steel, and by glowing rare earths. The inner workings of the mind give form to these threads, creating a framework within us, on which the story of each individual can come into being. Personal grain and color arise from the cross threads of our moments and experiences, the fine weft of life, embedding and obscuring the underlying scaffold with intricate and sometimes lovely detail. Here are stories of this fabric fraying in those who are ill, in the minds of people for whom the warp is exposed and raw and revealing. What have you learned about human beings, human nature, and the human mind from those who suffer from psychiatric maladies, for those for whom this fabric is warped?
The one thing we learn as biologists is that when something breaks, you see what the original unbroken part was for. And we see this in genetics, we see this in biochemistry. It's known that when you have a mutated gene, sometimes the gene is turned up in strength or turned down in strength, and that lets you see what it was originally for. You can infer true function from dysfunction. And this is a theme that I thought needed to be shared and needed to be made communicable to the lay public, to everybody, people who, which is, I think, almost all of us who think and care about the inner workings of our mind, but who also don't care for those who have been suffering, who have mental health disorders, face challenges. But then more broadly, it's a very much larger story than the present. There's a story to be told where the protagonist really is the human mind. And that was one thing I wanted to share as well in projections, is that broader story, but still anchored in the moment of patients, of people, of experiences of the moment.
Is there a clear line between dysfunction and function, disorder and order?
This is always debated in psychiatry, probably more so than any other medical specialty. I'm a psychiatrist. I treat patients still. I see acutely ill people who come to the emergency room where there's no doubt that this is not something that's working well, where the manifestation of disease is so powerful, where the person is suffering so greatly that they cannot continue as they are. But of course, it's a spectrum, and there are people who are closer to the realm of being able to work okay in their jobs, but suffer from some small dysfunction, and everywhere in between. In psychiatry, we're careful to say we don't call it a disease or a disorder unless there's a disruption in social or occupational functioning. But of course, psychiatry has a long way to go in terms of developing quantitative tests. We don't have blood draws, we don't have imaging studies to diagnose. And so that line ultimately that you're asking about between order and disorder, function and dysfunction, it's operational at the moment. How are things working?
Can we just linger on the terms for a second? So this disease, dysfunction, how careful should we be using those words? Can we just, even in this conversation, from a sort of technical perspective, but also a human perspective, how quick should we be in saying that schizophrenia, depression, autism, as we kind of go down this, across the spectrum of different maladies, just to use the word dysfunction and disease?
I would say to give ourselves license to capture the spectrum of disorder, because that captures truly, I think, the essence of it, which is we need to talk about it when it's not working, when there's disorder, and that's the fairest and most inclusive word to this.
So is it fair to assume that basically every member of the human species suffers from a large number of disorders then?
Well,
we just have to pick which ones are debilitating and for each person.
If you look at the numbers, there are, if you look at how our mental health disorders are currently defined, you can look at population prevalence values for all these disorders, and you can come up with estimates that somebody will have a lifetime prevalence of having a psychiatric disorder that approaches 25% or so. And so and in some studies it could be more, some studies it could be less. Now, what do we do with that number? What does that mean? And in some ways, that's the essence of what I was hoping to approach with. The book is to reflect on this spectrum that exists for all the disorders. There is, taking nothing away from the severity and the suffering that comes at the extreme end of these illnesses, but nearly every one of them exists on the spectrum of severity, from nearly functional to completely dysfunctional, life-threatening, and even fatal. And so that number, 25% more or less, doesn't capture that spectrum of severity.
To look at that number, where do those numbers come from? Is it self-report? Is it people who show up and say, I need help? Is it somebody else that points out that person needs help? Or is it estimates that even go beyond that for people who don't ask for help, that are suffering quietly alone?
When you look at self-report numbers, then those numbers get even higher, beyond 25% or more. The most rigorous studies are done with structured psychiatric interviews where people who are trained in eliciting symptoms carefully to complete psychiatric inventories of individuals. And these are time-consuming, laborious studies that are not often repeated. When they're done, they're done well. But very often you'll see a report or something in the news, a very high number for some disorder or symptom, and very often, if it's shockingly high, that's coming from a self-report of the person. And so that's another issue that we have. Again, take nothing away from the severity and reality and biological nature of these disorders, which are very genetic. We understand that these are very biological, and yet we lack right now the lab tests and the blood draws to make the diagnosis.
But we'll talk about it, just how biological they are, because that too is a mystery. And it just, in terms of from a perspective of how to probe into the disease, how to understand it, and to help it. So some of it could be neurobiological, some of it could be just the dance of human emotion, the interaction, and it's like, is love when it works and is love when it breaks down biological, or is it something else? So we're going to talk about it. But let me just like to linger in terms of disorder. What about genius? That sort of cliche saying, like the madness and genius, that they kind of dance together. What about if the thing we see as disorder is actually genius, unheard, or misunderstood?
Well, here again, the numbers help us, and here's where being rigorous and quantitative actually really helps. If you look at disorders like autism and bipolar disorder and eating disorders, anorexia nervosa, for example, these, particularly bipolar and anorexia, these can be fatal. They can cause immense suffering, but they are heavily genetic, all three of these. And what's very interesting is each one of these three is actually correlated positively with measures of intelligence, of educational attainment, and even of income. And so you look at this, severe disorders in many cases causing quite immense morbidity and mortality, and yet they are positively correlated at the population level with positive things.
Can you say the three again?
Autism, anorexia, and bipolar disorder.
Bipolar. What's that book? I forgot the book name, but is intelligence a burden?
Well, people can get into trouble when they think they're smarter than they are. I will say that.
I don't know. Sometimes, like in the deepest meaning of that statement, I think ignorance is bliss. I'm a big fan of Prince Mishkin from The Idiot and Alyosha from Brother Karamazov. Optimism can be seen as naivety and dumbness, but I think it's a kind of deep intelligence. Maybe inability to reason sort of about the mechanics of the world, but instead kind of feel the world. And it seems like that's one of the paths to happiness.
There is how much you think versus how much you feel. This comes up all the time. In medicine, we encounter this all the time. When you, day after day, you encounter the abyss of suffering for patients. How much do you let yourself feel? Or how much do you make abstract and objective and try to make it clinical? And that range, how you're able to move yourself on that spectrum, is very important for survival. And the way you protect yourself and your feelings turns out to be very important.
You quote Finnegan's Wake. Mad props for that. James Joyce book. I did a class in James Joyce in college. I think I read parts of Finnegan's Wake. I might have been on drugs of some kind, or I somehow got an A in that class, which probably refers to some kind of curve where nobody understood anything. The only thing I understood and really enjoyed is his short stories, the deck. And then Ulysses, I kind of, I think, read a few cliff notes that kind of got to the point, and then Finnegan's Wake was just a hopeless person. For people who haven't looked at it, maybe you can elucidate to me better, but I felt like I was reading things, words, and the words made sense, like standing next to each other. But when you kind of read for a while You realize you didn't actually understand anything that was said.
Right. But did you have a feeling? That's one thing I found interesting about Finnegan's Wake. I never fully understood it, but the words caused feelings in me, which I found fascinating. And sometimes I couldn't predict it from the semantic, black and white context of what I was seeing in front of me on the page. But the rhythm or the melody would make me feel certain ways, and that was what I always was intrigued by with Joyce. Of course, that was his. He existed on the spectrum too, and he wrote, as you say, more accessible works. I learned a lot about Irish history from Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, and it was just he could be as objective as he wanted to be, but then when he let himself loose, he was in this realm where words had their own purpose separate from semantic meaning from their dry dictionary definition.
There's a funny story that was told. Doesn't matter if it's true or not, but they said that James Joyce, when he was young, when he was in his teen years, would go around to Ireland drinking and so on, and telling everybody that he's going to be one of, if not the greatest writers of the 20th century. And he turned out to be that. So that I always think about that little story that somebody told me, because I have a lot of people come up to me, including myself. I'm a bit of a dreamer. You get into certain movies where you say, I'm going to be the greatest anything ever. You get like people tell you this, especially young people, and it kind of it makes me feel all kinds of ways. But that story reminds me that like you just might be one of the greatest writers of the 21st century, for example, if somebody were to tell me that, and like don't immediately disregard that, because one of the people that say that, that's almost like a pre-condition. That's like a requirement just to believe in yourself. Maybe it's not a full requirement, but it's an interesting story.
Well, I think when someone tells you that, then it creates one sees an opportunity, and then it would be a tragedy if the opportunity were captured, right? And so then that creates some impetus, some motivation to do something good.
I think the mind, it's like I guess that's what like books like or books or whatever. I don't even know if the book The Secret plugs into. They kind of make a whole industry out of it, but there's something about the mind believing something, making it a reality. It's just time and time again with Steve Jobs. Your belief in yourself, your belief in an idea, sort of embracing the me versus the world, embracing the madness of this idea, and making it a life pursuit, somehow morphs reality around for some tiny fraction of the population. For everybody else, you descend into all the beautiful ways that failure materializes in our lifetime.
Well, you mentioned love earlier. I mean, that's a great example of how belief in something makes it real, right? It's not reasonable on the face of it, but because you believe it's reasonable, then it actually does become reasonable, and then it is real. So that's a good example. That doesn't happen. I'm also in a bioengineering department. We don't imagine that a bridge is soundly built, and then it is soundly built. But that's something that it doesn't come up in too many realms of human existence. But love is one of them, and have the ability to have a fixed idea and to say it's true, and it is true.
A bridge is a kind of manifestation of love, so maybe it does work a little bit, but it can break down like Chernobyl. They can't just say it's safe. You have to also prove it's safe. But on Finnegan's Wake, I think, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, you're using kind of Finnegan's Wake to give one perspective on what happened, of what's going on in the mind. How much of that is that we're simply unable to communicate with the person on the other side of their mind? Like there's almost like a little person inside the brain, and they have some circuitry that's used to communicate emotion, communicate ideas to the outside world. And there's something about that circuitry that makes it difficult to communicate with the little person on the other side.
So if you look at what shows up in schizophrenia, there's in many cases what we call thought disorders, what we call the individual speech symptoms of schizophrenia. Finnegan's Wake is loaded, and it's just full of them. We talk about clang associations in schizophrenia, where the word that is said echoes in some way the previous word. We call that a clang association because there's no other reason than the similarity of the sound, like a playing of a garage door being hit, and it has and sometimes it's not even a word. They call that a neologism, a new word being created, and of course, Wake is full of that. And then we also, in schizophrenia, there's what we call loose associations or tangential thought processes. Of course, full of that, where things just go off in directions that are not linear or logical. And you can't read Finnegan's Wake, I think, without, certainly as a psychiatrist, you can't read it without thinking about schizophrenia. And then when we look at the families of people with schizophrenia, and Joyce was no exception, there very often are people within the family who are on the spectrum. Some have it, some are able to see it from a distance, from a safe distance. There's an association between schizophrenia and what we call schizotypal personality disorder, where people are not quite in this severe state of schizophrenia, but have some magical thinking, have some unusual thought patterns. Very often those are family members with schizophrenia. So this points to this, again, to this idea that there is a range, even along this very severe, very genetic biological illness, that human beings dwell on different spots along that spectrum.
I should mention that we have my friend Sergey pulling up stuff, young Sergey or old Sergey, I don't know what to call you, but there's perhaps a Finnegan's Wake. Yeah, I actually saw pictures of this from, I think it was on Instagram or something. These are early drafts of Finnegan's Wake. And it's so beautiful to see for people who are just listening. There's just random paragraphs and writing all over the page and stuff crossed out. And it's great to see that Joyce herself was thinking in this kind of way as you're putting it together. How much do you think he was thinking about the schizophrenic mind?
I think a lot. I think, it's known that his daughter suffered from schizophrenia, and this is what's depicted here on the page is something that I'm sure he either felt himself in some level, was able to access this nonlinearity of processing, or had seen enough in the family that he knew what it was and was able to reflect it down in black and white on paper. So it was what he was able to do was quite authentic in that sense. Of course, I don't want to pigeonhole him. He was doing much more than that. It was much more than talking about altered human thought processes and thought disorders. But that was an aspect that he was so good at representing that had to be intentional to some extent.
That tiny tangent, what does your own writing look like for this book? Because it's extremely well written. How many edits? Did you just drink some whiskey and like imagine Hemingway style? It's a very different. The writing is very different. It's really, really well written. It's just like I was reading it. Makes you realize, because I was expecting sort of a science kind of, which it is like elucidating something about the human mind kind of thing. But you could also probably write really strong like novels. So maybe that's in the future. But anyway, how many edits? What's your style? Does it look like that? Is it more structured, organized?
Unfortunately, I used a laptop, so I didn't have this sort of beautiful record.
Typewriter, cigarette, whiskey.
I did explore which was their particular altered state that would help me to be most creative, and I found I actually did the best while sober, but slightly disinhibited in the late hours of the night or early morning. Yeah, particularly late hours of the night there. And I have a friend who would tell me that she thought that very early in the morning her inner critic was still asleep, but she could write more effectively before her inner critic woke up. Yeah. And I actually found that outstanding advice for me. I often found that I was looser, could write more in the morning. But the other interesting thing is each chapter, each story is about a different human being with a different class of psychiatric disorder. That's what each story, each chapter is anchored in. But I'm trying to use words and style of writing and diction that captures the feeling of the disorder. And so it's different in each story. In the story about mania, which is a very expansive, exuberant, at least briefly uplifting state where the words come out in a torrent and they're complex and pressured and elaborate. I try to capture that feeling with the words used in that chapter. And then in the schizophrenia or psychosis chapter, where things slowly fragment over time and become looser and separated, I tried to capture that in the writing too. So for each, it wasn't as if there was a single mode I could be in for the whole. For each chapter, I had to put myself into a different mode to capture that inner feeling of the disorder.
When you put yourself in that mode, does that change you?
Yeah, I couldn't turn it on and off right away. I had to first. I would start by thinking about the person, or the people, one or two people, based on real patients and the stories that are put forth. The symptom descriptions are real. They're from the patients, of course. All details change to protect privacy, but the actual symptom descriptions are real. And I would sit with them and really try to inhabit the space of the mind of that person that I knew. And not instantaneous. It takes some time. I needed quiet. I needed to be still. That's another reason why that is good.
Sergey posted that drowsiness gives creativity boost, according to Andrew Huberman. Thank you, Andrew.
It's not wrong.
Why projections? Is it? I mean, there's a new. It's like putting words into your mouth. Because I can imagine. Well, I mean, to me, I will start putting words in your mouth, despite what I just said. So, I mean, so to me, projections, working on neural networks, for example, from an artificial neural networks or machine learning perspective, it's often, that's exactly what you're doing. You have an incredibly complex thing and you're trying to find simple representation in order for you to make sense of it. So I was kind of thinking about it in that way, which is like this incredibly complex neuronal network that is kind of projecting itself onto the world through this low bandwidth expression of emotion and speech and all that kind of stuff. And the way we only have that window into your soul, eyes and speech and so on. So that in that way, where when there's any kind of disorder, we get to only see that disorder through that narrow window, the complexity of its origins.
The word projections definitely serves that purpose here, but it's got a few other really appropriate other connotations as well. So the first thing is a projection in terms of neuroscience is this long-range connection that goes from one part of the brain to another. And so it's what binds two parts of our brain together. There are projections, long-range connections of axons, these are the outgoing threads that connect one part of the brain to another part. There's a projection, for example, auditory cortex, where we hear things, to reward centers where we can feel where feelings of pleasure and reward are initiated. And it's been shown that if you have reduced connectivity along that dimension, you are less able to enjoy music. And so these connections, these projections matter. They define how effectively two parts of the brain can engage with each other and join together to form a joint representation of something. So that's one meaning. It's pure neuroscience. The word projection is used all the time. And it happens to be something that optogenetics, a technique that maybe we'll talk about a little later, works particularly well with. We can use light to turn on or off the activity along these projections from one spot of the brain to another.
And this is particularly referring to the long-range connections.
It's particularly straightforward along these long-range projections that connect different parts of the brain, but it works over shorter range too. But then there's this other meaning of projections which you were bringing up, which is very relevant, which is at some point you can reduce something from one level of dimensionality to another, and you can project down into a lower dimensional space, for example. And then finally there's a psychiatric term, projections, which comes up all the time, which is we very often will look at our internal states, and to understand somebody else, we'll project them onto somebody else. We'll try to understand someone else's behavior and make sense of it by projecting our own inner feelings, our own sort of narrative onto them, and use that as a way to help us understand them better. And we'll do the reverse too. We'll take things we see in the outside world and we'll bring them into ourselves and see how well they map and how well they align. That's called introjection. So projections turns out to be a really rich word. And finally, of course, there's the very common sense of it as a projector that illuminates by conveying information across space with light. So for English language, perfect word to use for this book. So what's funny is there are a lot of international translations now, and all those rich connotations aren't captured in other languages. And so for some translations, connections is used instead of projections. In fact, even in England, the British version is connections instead of projections because apparently projections doesn't have the full connotation I was told.
You have to sacrifice some of the rich ambiguity of meaning of connections. That's interesting. I mean, words are so interesting. That's what I mean. I love language and how much is lost in translation. I'm very fortunate enough to be able to speak. I'm not good at languages. I was just, I guess, forced to, by life circumstance, to learn two languages, Russian and English. And it's just so interesting to watch how much of culture, how much of people, how much of history is lost in translation. The poetry, the music, the history, the pain, the way the scientists actually express themselves, which is funny. Just it's so sad to see how much brilliant work that was written in Russian. There's a whole culture of science in the Soviet Union that is not lost. It makes me wonder, in the modern day, how much incredible science is going on in China that is lost in translation. And that makes me very sad because I'll never learn Chinese in the same way that I've learned English and Russian. Maybe whenever I say stuff like that, people are like, well, there's still time. Yeah, that's actually fair. That I think the 21st century, both China and US will have very important roles in the scientific development, and we should actually bridge the gap through language. And that doesn't just mean convincing Chinese to speak English. That means also learning Chinese.
But we need these bridge people who can do both. Nabokov, for example, writing in English beautifully. One of my favorite poets, Borges, who mentioned earlier, he wrote both in English and Spanish. I think, beautifully in both. We need those people who can serve as bridges across cultures and really can do both.
You mentioned Borges, so you open your book with a few lines of a poem by Jorge Luis Borges, a love poem. I'm going to read parts of it because it's a damn good poem.
Yeah.
It's called Two English Poems. I mean, I'd like to understand why you used it and the specific parts he used, which is interesting. But then when I read the full thing, I think you used it as a sort of beautiful description of what it means to delve deep into understanding, offering yourself to the task of understanding another human being. But if you look at the full context of the poem, it's also a damn good description of being hit by love and overtaken by it, and trying to figure out how to make sense of the world now that you've been stricken by it. It says a bunch of things about chatting significantly with friends and all those kinds of things, and then the poem reads, "The big wave brought you." This is the moment, I guess, of the universe where two people can fall in love. Maybe I'm totally misreading this wrong, by the way. It doesn't matter. You can't misread a poem. So it goes on. Words, any words, your laughter, and you so lazily and incessantly beautiful. We talked, and you have forgotten the words. The shattering dawn finds me in a deserted street of my city, your profile turned away, the sounds that go to make your name, the lilt of your laughter. These are the illustrious toys you have left me. So these little memories of these peculiar little details he remembers. Those are the illustrious toys. I apologize to mix my own words with the poem, but you should definitely read it. I turn them over in the dawn. I lose them. I find them. I tell them to the few stray dogs and to the few stray stars of the dawn. Your dark, rich life. I must get at you somehow. I put away those illustrious toys they have left me. I want your hidden look, your real smile, that lonely, mocking smile your cool mirror knows. I want your hidden look, your real smile. This is the first part of the poem, and then it goes on, which is some of the part of the friend's second part is, what can I hold you with? I offer you lean streets, desperate sunsets, the moon of the jagged suburbs. I offer you the bitterness of a man who has looked long and long at a lonely moon. I offer you my ancestors, my dead men, the ghosts that living men have honored in bronze. My father's father killed in the frontier of Buenos Aires, 2 bullets through his lungs, and so on, so on. I offer you whatever insights my books may hold, whatever manliness of humor my life. I offer you the loyalty of a man who has never been loyal. I offer you that kernel of myself that I've saved somehow, the central heart that deals not in words, traffics, not with dreams, and is untouched by time, my joy, and adversities. And I think this is what the part they include in the book. I offer you the memory of a yellow rose seen at sunset, years before you were born. Damn, that's a good line. Okay. I offer you explanations of yourself, theories about yourself, authentic and surprising news of yourself. I can give you my loneliness, my darkness, the hunger of my heart. I'm trying to bribe you with uncertainty, with danger, with defeat. That is a man who's in love and longing. I've taken, but I just want to go back to maybe just say why you want to complete that poem, but also your dark, rich light. I must get at you somehow. I put away those illustrious stories that have left me. I want your hidden look, your real smile, that lonely, mocking smile, your cool mirror though. But sometimes I meet a stranger, and it's like a double take. It's like, who are you? Have we met before somewhere? Who's that person behind there? And I want to get at that, whatever that is. And of course, maybe that's what love is, because maybe that's the whole pursuit, like a lifelong pursuit of getting at that person. Maybe that's what that is, and like that insatiable sort of curiosity to keep getting at, like, well, who's that person in your own private life?
Yeah. So that's absolutely, I think that gives a beautiful description of what you just said. It's that first moment, and then you want to dive deeper. You want to know what the hidden mysteries are. In a way, it's a love poem. As a scientist, though, it's a bit of how a scientist can love science, and that wanting to dive deeper it's almost like, again, where it could be a love affair with investigating the human mind, and that was one reason it spoke to me. Also, again, thinking about the broader sweep of where the human mind came from, the steps it took to get where it is today, what was given up along the way, what compromises were made. And here's where the darkness of the poem starts to come in a little bit too. It doesn't shy away from the negativity, from confusion, from the danger. And then at the very end, the Borges is offering up scenes from his life, parts of himself. And this is how we connect with people. We all love parts of ourselves. Just here it is. And then we see how well does that map onto what you have. And it's that offering up that I like. And not the good stuff. Or not only the good stuff. The yellow rose is nice, but he's offering up the bad stuff too. And that to me was important for the book, because I'm offering up hard stuff too. In fact, a lot of it. And also hard stuff from other me, from my own personal side too. And there's a lot of vulnerability that comes with that, but that comes with love, that comes with writing. You have to be open, you have to be vulnerable. And so I thought that reflected what I was trying to do, and I thought it was as an epigraph, it kind of made it clear how vulnerable I was in taking this step, but also what could come out of it.
And also in a meta way, because I was not familiar with this poem, it made me curious of the poem itself, pull at that thread of finding out more. So you picked a very particular part that kind of made you want to pull at that thread and see where did these few lines come from? Because I read it as a curiosity of a scientist, those lines alone, and also as a desperate human being searching, like offering himself for an understanding or connection with another human being. And then I wasn't sure if it's a love poem or not, or if it's desperation, or if it's curiosity, whatever it is, and then you see the love poem. I mean, I don't know. That's going to stick with me for a while, your dark, rich life. And then a few lines in here are just, I mean, Those are, I'm going to just use them as pickup lines as far as I offer you the memory of a yellow rose seen at sunset years before you were born. Now that's a pickup line I've never heard, if I've ever heard one. Anyway, sorry.
But this is universal. You see it in so many forms of art. We're in Texas now. You see this in country and western songs. It's often a list of things. Like, here's how I describe myself. There's this and there's that and there's the other thing. And here you are. These things matter to me, and I hope they matter to you too. It's a pretty universal form, but he did it in this very artful and very vulnerable way. It was both beautiful, and you could feel the hurt coming from it too, and that was important.
The dark stuff too. I offer you my ancestors, my dead men, the ghosts that living men have honored in bronze. Talking about 2 bullets through his lungs, bearded and dead, wrapped by his soldiers in the hide of a cow. My mother's grandfather, just 24, heading a charge of 300 men in Peru, now ghosts on vanished horses. So all of it, the whole history of it. Since it is a love poem, what do you think about love, Carl? What's the role of love in the human condition? We'll talk about the dark stuff, but maybe love is the dark stuff too.
I mean, it's the most powerful connection they can form, and that's what makes it so important to us. It's the strongest and most stable connection that we can form with another person, and that matters immensely. It matters for the human family to have evolved to be something that could survive against the odds that we've faced over the years. That unreasonable bond that becomes reasonable by virtue of its own existence, and of course that joy, the wild, raw joy of love, is not a bad thing. So you put these together, the strongest bridge we can form, and the reward and the joy that it brings. That's what love is to me, and from my perspective, this is something that it can be hard to capture fairly, because you want to talk about positive and the negative sides at once. They need to be wrapped up together for full, honest description of what it is, and that's hard to do in a compact form. And so you have to take time to talk about love. You have to take time to do it justice. It takes a book, or at least a poem,
or several thousand of them. I don't know. So could you pull up? There's a video I saw. Yeah, like right here. So can you pause for a second? So there's March of the Penguins. So you always see like penguins huddling together against. I mean, sorry if it's just metaphors and everything, but them huddling together against the harshness of the conditions around them. That's very kind of. That's like a metaphor for life, like finding this connection. That's kind of what love is. It's like it allows you to forget whatever the absurdity, whatever the suffering of life is. Together, you get to like huddle for warmth, and that's why I love just the honesty, the intensity of white penguins, just in the middle of like the cold. And then this video I saw, a lonely. This is misinformation. So the name of the video is "Lonely Deranged Penguin." I don't know if he's deranged, but if you play it, so he left his pack, and there's a nice like voiceover in it, you don't have to play it, but he for some reason left the pack and journeyed out into the mountains, and so the narrator says that he's deranged, he's lost his mind. Now I'd like to project the idea that he's actually, there's so many stories he can think of. He's returning to his homeland. He's an outsider thinking, journeying out into the unknown, thinking he may be able to discover something greater than he tried. He might be looking for a lost love. Why is he deranged immediately? Why has he lost his mind? Anyway, but people should look up this video, because to me, I might be the only one who romanticizes this. But it's such a nice kind of, it's both a picture of perhaps a mental disorder, is what the video kind of describes, and maybe some deeper explanation that's not, that has to do with the motivation of a mind. Yeah, I don't know if you have some deeper analysis on this.
Well, I like you as a psychiatrist. I would want to sit down with a penguin and go through. I want to see the notes from his prior therapist. But this actually is relevant. Not knowing what was that penguin's motivation. We have very clear situations where there are both within an individual, we go through periods of time when we stay in one place and we reap the benefits from what we've built, and then we go through periods of foraging, of wandering. Even if there may be resources where we are, we have periods of time in our lives where we wander, where we go in an exploratory mode. And different people express that trait in different ways. This is not a human-specific trait. If you go down to the tiny little nematode worm, C. elegans, with 302 nervous system cells, they go through these phases of foraging and rest, and different individuals have different propensity to forage or to rest and stay in one place. At the level of the species, that's really good, that there's that diversity in their willingness to forage. Some stay where they are, the species is somewhat on a firm footing then, but some carry a burden, a risk for themselves, but it's good for the species that they're explorers and they will venture out. The migration patterns that different species blunder into that turn out to be really good, they weren't logically derived. They most certainly started from something like this, an exploration.
Humans do this too.
And we hope to. In fact, it's something we do extremely well.
Let's talk about psychiatry a little bit. So in my book, you're a rock star. First of all, for people who don't know, what, aside from sort of the neurological view of the brain and neuroscience view of the brain, you're also one of the great psychiatrists of our time. I've always, not always, but when I was younger, I dreamed about being a psychiatrist. So it's like getting to meet your heroes, and also getting to meet the people who the best at the top of the world think you've failed to pursue. So there's I'm getting a free therapy session on top of that. Okay, so what big picture? What is the practice, the goal, the hope of modern psychiatry? If you could try to describe the discipline as you see it, maybe historically throughout the 20th century, in contrasting to what it is today, or maybe if you want to describe what you hope psychiatry becomes or longs to become in the 21st century.
Yeah. It's been an interesting journey. Psychiatry started out pretty firmly grounded in neurology, pathology. Some of the initial founders, effectively, of the field were very well grounded in microscopy, looking at cells, working with patients, particularly on the neurological side. And this certainly included Freud and some of his contemporaries. And but they rapidly discovered that what they could work with at the level of cells and microscopy was so far from the realm of what they could get from a human being, and what they were getting from the human being was so much more interesting and was so mysterious and so unknown that many of them just said, we're going to inhabit this domain and we're going to work with the people with their words and understand what we can based on verbal communication, because that was the only tool that people really had. And that was a very important step for the field. I would say one of the interesting things that came from the early decades of psychiatry really was this distinction between the conscious and the unconscious mind, and paying particular attention to the unconscious mind is something that was worthy of consideration, that might be important in explaining people's actions, and that perhaps even insight into that was valuable in its own right. And out of that, psychoanalysis became a practice that was not always focused on cures or treatment, but was more focused on insight. What does it mean? How can we help people understand why they're feeling something or thinking something or dreaming something? And that insight, separate even from treatment, was an interesting thing. As long as one was honest about that and said, we're we're going for understanding, we're going for insight.
Maybe it's to just pause on that. Because if you look at the father of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud, what do you make of the ideas that he had? So you mentioned taking the unconscious, subconscious seriously. That's like step one. Like that there could be worlds we do not have direct access for. We probe with them through conversation, or is it too simplistic to call psychoanalysis conversation?
That's not too simplistic, but that's right. And I think that was valuable. Where Freud ended up breaking from some of his contemporaries, he was very focused on this unconscious as being so tightly linked to libido, and really, from his perspective, you couldn't really separate the operation of the unconscious mind from these aspects, libidinous aspects, and that was one reason. Sexually related, drives. Carl Jung, who was his, contemporary, that's one factor that led to them separating. Was Carl Jung felt there was a lot more to the unconscious than this libidinous aspect of it. He saw it as a much more complete alternate representation of the conscious self, one that maybe reflected a whole range of different motivations and desires, and to properly treat it, one had to consider all of them rather than the ones that Freud was what
Call Jung chef. Thank you for the high level of images that Sergey's pointing out. For people who are just listening, he pulled up as a quote from Sigmund Freud's a meme, your mom quote Freud. So the shadow, the Carl Jung shadow, encompasses everything, not just the desire to have sex with your mother or sex, period.
That's right.
If you look at those two folks en masse, and there's a kind of, it's almost like a technique of philosophical exploration of human mind, human motivations. It's not even like necessarily, it also doubles as a methodology for helping people. But it's almost like it's a kind of philosophical method.
Right. This is the fascinating thing about psychoanalysis, and even though it's I would say mostly not considered a treatment today, it persists for a couple of reasons. One is it's thought that it gives people some insight, but second, there's been a huge influence on literature, on philosophy, on art, and the opening up of discussion about what was below our conscious mind was so fertile in the implications that it sort of reverberated and still does throughout all these different realms of human endeavor, from different artistic, experiences that people have can be colored by this concept of the unconscious. Now, the other thing that was interesting is this distinction. What are the parts of the unconscious? And so there were these id and ego and superego subdivisions that Freud, for example, would talk about them, and the id was the primal drives that an infant would have, or that a very young child, just warmth and feeding, and then later the sexual or libidinous aspects.
And for Freud, the later happened very quickly. That's the controversial thing about him. I guess he thought like even children had sexual desires that they're like dealing with, contending with. Just the full thing. He wanted to prove wanted to have sex.
And he was extremely focused on that aspect. But then there was the superego, which brought on these later sort of moralistic sort of codes of conduct, and that of course was very often in tension. But all this could play out subconsciously, and then the ego, this third aspect, was mediating, before its conception, mediated this tension between the different parts. Now, I think that's interesting. I will say that in some ways it's maybe unnecessary from the perspective of modern neuroscience to divide things up that way, the moralistic drives and the primal gratification drives. In some ways, they're all drives, and maybe they're even all primal drives. The moralistic drives, they're taught, and they're taught in ways that ultimately relate back to survival, and you could even say selfish aspects of health and life for the self and family. And so this is, I think it's maybe an artificial distinction. That concept of the unconscious is very valuable, very interesting. But these categorizations of id and superego may not map onto their biology in a particular way. If there's a town hall of competing drives and desires, and they interrelate to each other, they involve different aspects of the brain and the history of the person, and actions and choices come out of the result of that overall, shouting in the town hall.
So in some sense, Carl Jung was a step into the direction of liberating yourself from such harsh categorizations. Do you think, you have Daniel Kahneman with System 1 and System 2. There's just these very compelling categorizations of the human mind that seem to be sticky in our in the super ego. No, in the how we talk about these ideas and so on. Do you think those are helpful, or do they get in the way? Is it some kind of balance in terms of deeper understanding of how the mind actually works?
It's from modern neuroscience. Whenever we seem to get closer to addressing a question like this at the level of cells, it seems to get farther away. And I'll give you an example of what I mean by that. So one thing I'm doing in my laboratory, and many people who are doing, is we are listening in on the activity of cells, neurons, in the brain of mice or rats or fish or monkeys, individual cells, exactly, of which there are, in our brain, many billions. And when we do, and we try to predict what action will be taken by an animal to address this question, where does the choice arise? Where does the impetus to make a particular selection of one action versus another action, where does that start in the brain? If you're recording this thing in on the activity of cells all across the brain, where is the earliest spot you can pick up a choice being made? Well,
So awesome.
yeah, at one level you might think how excited would Jung have been to see this, or Freud, or the early psychoanalysts, to see where this starts. But it's not so simple, because an emerging theme in very recent neuroscience, literally over the last few years, is that things sort of all start together, all across the brain. You can be recording from the cortex, this rim of cells at the surface of the brain, or you can be recording deeper in a structure called the striatum, which is a little older. It's more tightly linked to action. And then structures called the thalamus, other parts of the brain. And if you record from these all sort of represent the action and the choice more or less all at about the same time, very close. So you can't point to a particular spot and say, here's where the choice or the action originates. It's a group of
Finding the free will neuron.
it's relevant to that question. Nobody is close to being able to point to such a thing.
Well, close is a relative term, and nobody. What I tweet today, all generalizations are wrong. So, including this one. Let's actually talk about that. So, the study of individual cells. If you could linger on your sense that as you get closer to that understanding, it feels like you're getting farther away. Why is that? Because that often is the feeling until you're actually there. So see that I thought when I'm running and I know there's only a mile left, it feels like that mile is just getting longer and longer, but eventually you finish. So maybe we're getting close to cracking open these beginnings of a sense, we talk about consciousness, or these very difficult big questions about the human mind. Where do they start?
You're right to say we shouldn't generalize or make absolute statements, but I would say right now the reason things are looking even harder to crack than we initially thought. We now have the data streams that we've wanted for so long in terms of activity patterns all across the brain at the level of cells. We can literally see what cells are doing. Immense data sets. You get these are time series of one individual cell with sub-second resolution, and you can collect this from enormous numbers of cells across the brain. So very rich data sets that we wanted for a long time, and yet having these has not led to understanding of truly where actions initiate in terms of regions or locations.
I ask you a few questions on that. Is the answer high level question by your intuition? Is the answer within the data, or do we need different kind of data? So we should also say that when you collect data about the brain, there's like the richness of information you're collecting, but there is also a human doing stuff. And the information, the static information about the human and dynamic information about the human, and you can get them to do different stuff, and you can select different humans, and that's part of the collection of the data aspect. So, like when you're collecting data about the brain, there's some truths that you can, machine learning is like annotations, like supervised learning. There's some true things you can hold on to before you look at the full, rich mess complexity of the human mind. So, given the data you've looked at, do you think the answer for the origin of free will in the human mind can be found?
Well, one amazing thing is that nobody's found it, but we have these rich data sets, and then there's a conundrum, which is it in the data, and we just don't know how to look at it. Maybe we don't know the right scale, the right projection to make of the data, the right way to interpret it. And here's where causal testing becomes very valuable, because then instead of just passively observing, well, here are the activity patterns, and then here's the choice made by the animal. As we've gotten more powerful at reaching in and causing things to happen, right? Turning up or down the activity of certain types of cells, or defined populations of cells, and seeing how that affects actions. These causal perturbations have turned out to be very valuable. We're just now getting to the point where we can apply these in very wide swaths of the brain at cellular resolution, and so we're going to be able, hopefully, to make some headway on this question with causality. And that's the one thing that optogenetics provides us, this way of using light that we developed to control cells. This is an relatively untapped, at this broad brain-wide scale. Hopefully we can get there in the future. But I would say that the answer may be in the data, but we don't know how to find it.
Well, there's this interactive element, like where you can cause stuff that's really powerful, because you get to, as opposed to collecting data passively, you're collecting data actively. So can you maybe describe one of the main things you know for one of the big things is called optogenetics? What is it?
Optogenetics is a way of causing things to happen. It's a way of determining what actually matters in terms of the activity of the brain for the amazing things it does, sensation, cognition, action. And what it does is it provides activity. It's a way of playing in, if you will, activity patterns to precisely defined steps. And the way we do it is pretty cool, I think. Right away there's a problem. If you think about how do we do this? How can we play in well-defined activity patterns, provide a stream of activity into this cell, and that cell, and that cell, but not these other cells.
But just for context, we're talking about the brains of mice, monkeys, humans, and then the goal is to try to control accurately the behavior of a single neuron, and then to be able to monitor collection of single neurons to then say, well, to draw some deeper insight about the origins, first of all, the function of different parts of the brain, different neurons, different kinds of neurons, but also the origins of the big things, the flap of the butterfly wing that leads to an actual behavioral thing.
So if you could turn on or off the brain or parts of the brain or cell types or individual cells at the natural rate and rhythm and timing and normal brain activity, that would be immensely valuable because you could determine what actually mattered, what could cause complex things to happen, and what could prevent complex things from happening in a specific way. But right away, you've got a problem if you want to do this. And neuroscientists have wanted to do this for a long time. Francis Crick of double helix and DNA fame, he wrote a famous paper in 1999. He got interested in neuroscience later in life. And he said, what we need in neuroscience is a way that we could turn on or off the activity of individual types of neurons in a behaving animal. And he even said the ideal signal would be light because it would be fast, it could penetrate through the brain to some extent. And he had no idea how to do it. He said this would probably be very far-fetched, but it would be a good thing.
And so that's what you're actually saying. Like, if you want to do this kind of thing, and you imagine, like, how do I get inside the brain? It's pretty difficult.
It's pretty difficult, and then even once you get in, it's hard because all brain cells are electrical. All neurons are electrically activated. And so if you want to use electricity as what you were putting in, you won't have any specificity at all. But if you have an electrode, a wire, you put it in the brain, and you send current through it, all the cells near the electrode will be stimulated.
It's like trying to control fish by spraying them with water.
Yeah, right. Because there's already a lot of electricity going around anyway, and you're adding more. But there's no specificity even among the different kinds of cells either, because all around the wire that you put in, there are going to be so many different cells doing totally different things, many of them in opposition to each other. You know, that's one way the brain is set up. There are parts of the brain that where neurons side by side are doing completely different things and maybe even antagonistic to each other. So what do you do? How do you play in activity with any kind of specificity? Well, what you do is use, what we found is what you can do is make some cells responsive to light. Now, normally, no cells deep in the brain really respond to light. They're not built for that. There's no reason for them to respond to light in there, which is a great situation to start with, because any light sensitivity you can provide to some cells will be a huge signal above the noise. And so that's what we do with optogenetics. We take genes, bits of DNA from microbes, single-celled organisms, and these single-celled organisms, like algae, they make little proteins that sit on the surface of their cells that receive light, capture a photon of light, and open up a little hole in the membrane of the cell and let charged particles, ions like sodium and potassium, flow across the membrane of the cell. And these algae and bacteria, they do this for their own reasons, because that helps them move, it helps them make and use energy. But that's a beautiful thing for neuroscience, because movement of ions, charged particles across the membrane of the cell, is exactly the kind of electricity that neurons work with. So if we can take this bit of DNA that encodes this beautiful protein that turns light into electricity from algae, and if we can put it into some neurons, but not other neurons, which we can do using genetic tricks, then you've got a situation, then you can shine on the light, and only the cells that have the gene and that are expressing the gene will be the initial direct cells that are activated by the light. And so that's the essence of optogenetics, is the ability to do that. You get that initial specificity that you can never get with an electrode.
So let me say that this they recently got the Alaska Prize for this. Is a brilliant idea. So I talked to Andrew Huberman, who's a friend of yours, a friend of mine. Not to jinx things, but he believes that he deserves a Nobel Prize for this. So I do too, but with my votes. Anyway, The thing is, doesn't matter. Prizes will be all forgotten. All of us will be forgotten. When the cool idea is a cool idea. It's a really powerful idea.
It's actually the origins of it you might get interested in are even are very deep. There was a botanist in St. Petersburg named Andrei Fominsin. In 1866, he published a paper on these single-celled green algae. He was the botanist who first noticed that they moved in response to light. These are tiny single-celled algae that have flagella, so they swing through the water. And he noticed this. He was a botanist, and he published this. It was a paper. He wrote in German, but he published it in a French journal. And he was doing it from St. Petersburg, so it was a very international effort. But you have to go back to 1866, and that I like to highlight how far back that discovery goes. Is back to Andrei Fominsin, and this is it highlights the value of just pure basic science discovery.
That always originates somewhere in the Eastern European bloc. But I don't think he expected the splicing of genetic material from the ocean into the human brain.
And one of the cool things we've been able to do now with modern methods is to really study these proteins. And so we've discovered some of these proteins. Other groups have as well. We've dived deep into their structure, just like the double helix structure of DNA was uncovered with X-ray crystallography. We used the same method, X-ray crystallography, to see how these beautiful little proteins work. We re-engineered them for all kinds of functions. We can make them, instead of responding to blue light, we can make them respond to red light. We can speed them up, slow them down. We can make them, with genetic engineering, we can make them have different ions flow through them. And so it's this convergence, as you said, like botanists in 1866 couldn't have predicted what we could do with this. And the fact that we've been able to discover how these beautiful proteins work and then apply them to neuroscience is really a thrilling story.
Is it possible to achieve scale, do you think, with this? Meaning, what is the progress of the next 50 years, 20 years looks like in terms of the precision and the scale of control using light?
It's going so fast, it's hard to predict. I'll give you a sense of it, though. In first paper, we published in 2005. That was just in cultured neurons. By 2007, so that was in a dish. By 2007, we had it working with behaving mice. By 2009, we had it pretty general. So we had methods to really make it a versatile method, could be applied to essentially any cell. By 2012, we could get to single cell resolution. We used light guidance strategies to target individual cells in the brain of a living mouse. By 2019, we were able to control up to 20 to 50 individually specified single cells in the brain of a mouse, and in ways that specifically changed its behavior, that could bias its decisions one way or the other. In fact, we could take a mouse and, without any visual stimulus at all, we could make it act as if it had seen a particular visual stimulus by playing in, using the single cell resolution optogenetics, a specific pattern of activity into 20 or 25 individually specified cells. That's 2019. To your question of scale, now in 2022, we're controlling hundreds of individually specified single cells over all the visual cortex of a mouse, all the part of the brain that is the initial direct target of the incoming information from the retina.
Are you constrained to a specific types of cells currently? Like you mentioned, long range is easier. Is there constraints on which cells?
Now there really isn't. Now that we have this individual cell guidance, we can target any individual kind of cell very reliably. And so now, to your question of scale, how far can we go? Things are moving quickly. It's hard to say. We can access individual cells across the entire brain now. If you look 10, 20 years in the future, I think we'll surprise ourselves. But the fact that we're already able to cause specific perceptions to happen and specific actions means we're essentially where we want to be. And now it's a matter of just more experiments, more discoveries. But the basic principles are clear now. The basic capability is there.
Is there a pathway to doing the same for humans?
Optogenetics is primarily, it's a discovery tool. It really is well suited for use in mice and rats and monkeys because it involves putting in a gene and also delivering light. And those are two things that you can do in human beings, but you want to do in a very, very careful way. Now, that said, there is actually just less than a year ago, my friend Botan Roska in Switzerland, he did the first human optogenetics therapy. And he published this in the journal Nature Medicine. So about 10, 12 years ago, he and I published a paper together where we gave him one of our optogenetic tools, one of these light-activated regulators of ion flow. It's called microbial opsins, by the way, opsins. And he put one of those into an extracted retina from a human being who had died. So it was a cadaveric retina. And he was able to show that optical control in this paper was able to turn on or off individual cells in the human retina. So that was a while back. He spent about 10 years of going through all the regulatory, hoops and hurdles and going through primate studies. And finally, he was able to take a human being with a retinal degeneration syndrome, so someone who was blind in both eyes. And he gave one of these opsins into one eye of this human being who was blind, and with the goal of conferring light sensitivity onto this retina that was not able to see light. And he was able to make this person see through that eye. So he took a blind person, and the blind person could see now, could reach for objects selectively on a table. And he published this in Nature Medicine, and it was, that's an amazing thing.
Do you know the title of the paper? What's his name again?
Roska, R-O-S-K-A.
Can you look up the Nature paper?
Nature Medicine.
Nature Medicine.
So that's sort of proof of principle. Now the retina is very accessible. It's the surface. You can use natural light, or you can use brighter natural light. I see optogenetics as a discovery tool. It's a way to figure out the principles by which the brain works and how it operates.
Partial recovery of visual function in a blind patient after optogenetic therapy. So he went through the full process of doing primates studies and then going, well, that's dedication, and that's really exciting to see.
As beautiful as that is, I'm glad he did all that work. There are so many other ways that optogenetics could help with therapies. Once you know the principles, then any kind of therapy can become more powerful. Once you know the causal cells in a symptom, like in lack of motivation or inability to enjoy things or altered sleep or altered energy, once you know the cells that are causal, then you can make medications that address those cells. You can address brain stimulation treatments that might address those cells.
There's also diagnosis. Be a very effective, systematic way of diagnosing, or at least providing you rich data to some of these deep questions about schizophrenia, about bipolar, all of those kinds of things the tools are low resolution currently for determining the degree to which you have a thing and whether you have a thing at all.
Yeah, and exactly. And so the hope is, this is a great example of how you can cure, or you can provide some relief for a symptom of a person who has a serious degenerative disease. But the principles are what we're after, and that's why I spend, even though I'm a psychiatrist, even though I still see patients, I'm not myself trying to drive any clinical trials in the lab. I'm trying to discover, and then any kind of therapy could result from that.
What do you think about my friend Elon Musk and his efforts with Neuralink? So this is another, there's a lot of things to say here because there's a lot of ideas under the umbrella of Neuralink. But one of them is to use electrical signals to stimulate, and then you also collect electrical signals from the brain at a higher and higher resolution, and you go implant surgically the methods by which you do the stimulation and the data collection. So it's possible for the ideas of optogenetics to play well with this. And if we could even zoom out outside of just Neuralink, and just the whole idea of brain-computer interfaces. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think the engineering that they've done is actually pretty cool. So I like the
Robots.
yeah, from the design perspective, it was a design approach that wasn't being taken in academia, and it's great that they did it. I think it's pretty cool. So I'll say that. Also, there are many ways that you can record from many thousands of neurons, and that's not the only way. It's a very interesting way. We and others are using brain penetrating electrodes that actually get quite deep. The whole structure of the brain is very interesting. There's the surface cortex, where it's the most recently emergent part of the brain in evolution. Mammals have it. Reptiles have something a little bit like it, but it's not really the full thing. This is a very recent thing. That's what we can access with some of these, like the Neuralink approach and with some of these short electrodes. This part of the brain, the cortex, is only a few millimeters thick. There's so much that's deep there that's so important. There's the striatum, there's the thalamus. There are the parts of the brain that drive motivation, that drive hunger and thirst and social interaction and parenting and flight and fear and anxiety. All these things there's so much that's deep that these surface approaches are not getting to. And so we and others are using these very long electrodes that help us get deep. And we can still record from many cells, many thousands of cells. We can have multiple of these at once in the same animal. And so there's a diversity of methods to get to this goal. I think it's great that people coming from outside academia will bring ideas that weren't being worked on, at least approaches. They may turn out to be synergistic. These things do work very well with optogenetics, because all these electrical recording methods, that's one channel of information flow. Light delivery is a separate, more or less independent. There are some artifacts that happen, but if you're careful, there's another independent pathway of information flow. And we've done really fun experiments in mice where we play in patterns of activity with light, and we record activity from all across the brain of a mouse electrically. And so using optical and electrical together is extremely powerful.
So like optoelectric brain-computer interfaces, which, by the way, there's efforts on the computing side to build optoelectric servers. So like where you have both electricity. So because optics is really interesting, light is a very interesting method of communication that's, like you said, orthogonal in many ways. It doesn't have some of the constraints of bandwidth that electricity does going through wires, but you're able to, but it's less ability to control precisely at scale. So that there's challenges and there's benefits, and having those two interplays is really fascinating. Especially when obviously on the other side of your signal is a biological mesh, mushy mesh.
Well, the mushy mesh is kind of interesting because there are problems with light scatters in the brain, so that the photons don't just go linearly through. Whenever they hit an interface between fat and water, they bounce off in different directions. And so you can come in with all the resolution you want. You could play in an incredibly detailed, high resolution pattern of light, but the photons start scattering quite quickly, and by the time you've gone a couple of millimeters deep, you've lost almost all that fine spatial information. So, but we developed workarounds. The longer wavelength light you use, if you get into the infrared, there's less scattering. You use 2-photon methods or 3-photon methods where the photons have to arrive all together at the same time. You can put in fiber optics. We developed these fiber optic methods in 2007, where you can access these deep structures with fiber optic methods, and you can put many of these fiber optics at the same time in the animal. We've used holographic methods, 3D holograms to play in hundreds of individual cell-sized spots of light, and we can change those quickly. And so there are a lot of tricks, a lot of interesting optics engineering that has come together in neuroscience, and I'm pretty excited.
Well, it's engineering too, which is super exciting. I should mention, because I remember I mentioned you on, I recently got, for the first time ever, got COVID. How did I go so long without finally, so I'm all vaccinated, everything like that, And so I got, because I think he mentioned it publicly, so I can mention it, but I won't mention anybody else involved. But hanging out, all got, got COVID. And the interesting thing about, maybe you can comment about this. So I was only sick for like a half a day. I got a fever of like 104. It just went up and then crashed. And I was, now, maybe I'm just seeing the silver lining of everything, but afterwards, I had like a greater clarity about the world.
You just think it's greater.
maybe I just, it was so maybe so intensely a mind fog kind of thing for such a short amount of time. But the people who were involved were also reporting this. It's kind of interesting. It's like because I do know, like, the immune system is involved with the brain in very interesting ways. So like the human mind also incorporates all these other. It's not just it's not just the nervous system. I mean, I just wonder, because everyone always says, not everyone always says like, oh, it does all these bad things or whatever the disease is or whatever the virus. But I wonder, like, I hate to be a Stephen Pinker on this, but like, I wonder what the benefits of certain diseases are for COVID. Like, what is there some, like, again, don't want to romanticize it, but if your system goes through some kind of hardship and you come out on the other end, I wonder sometimes if there's a greater, maybe killed off a bunch of neurons that I didn't need anyway, and they were actually getting the light. They were the hater neurons. I don't know.
Your inner critic that I was like,
Exactly.
killed off for, well, there are mechanisms for the potential mechanisms for what you're talking about. There's actually been a fair bit of research on post-COVID neurological function. Actually, my wife, Michelle Munjay, who's at Stanford, she's done a lot of this work. Hiko Iwasaki at Yale has done a lot of this. But what they found is that there's a loss of myelin. This is the coating of those long-range projections that go from one part of the brain to another. Myelin is this sort of insulator that coats these long-range projections and makes the impulses go faster and more reliably. And there's altered function of the myelin-producing cells and altered myelin in the case of COVID. They've looked at both mouse and human brains. But of course, it could be very idiosyncratic. Many people have cognitive problems post-COVID. You're definitely aware of that. So many people report this persistent brain fog and ability to function. But it depends on where the inflammation was. Maybe the people who had dysfunction post-COVID, they had a global effect. Maybe you lost some of these projections that were restraining you in some way, and these plausibly exist. And it's known that there are cell populations in the prefrontal cortex that actively restrain deeper structures from expressing what they do. And it's theoretically possible that kind of lucky.
Somebody has to get lucky, right?
Somebody has to.
Why not? All right. If we can actually go back to this idea of trying through optogenetics to find origins of when the wave first starts, origins of a decision, origin of idea, origin of maybe consciousness or the subjective experience, the origin of things in the mind. So one thing, Carl Jung, is there a God neuron? Is there a belief neuron? Is there, so through this methodology of epigenetics, can you start getting, like, where a belief begins or an idea begins? And especially looking at the strongest of our beliefs, maybe beliefs of love and hate, but religious belief, into something like really grand, on the grandest of scale.
Neuroscience and neurology point us a little bit. We don't have an answer to that, but
Yeah, a lot of these questions I'm going to ask you, there's no good answer, but you're providing the tools and give us hope to find the answer one day.
yeah. And we have early clues. So, for example, when patients with epilepsy have experiences of religiosity as part of their seizure or the aura before their seizure. Very often those are in the temporal lobe, in these parts of the brain that are at the side. And so that's initial clue. There are also parts of the brain that are involved in the definition of the self and defining the borders or boundaries of the self. And we know this through some experiments that we did in my lab. There's a part of the brain where if there's a rhythm of a particular type, it can cause a separation of the sense of self from the sense of the body. What's normally bound up and unitary, we normally think of ourselves and our body as pretty tightly bound up together. Those can be separated, it turns out. We can't take that for granted. And there are certain conditions, certain patterns of activity in one part of the brain called the retrosplenial cortex, where you can actually separate those two out. And so if you think about these very big questions, where are the origins of religiosity? How do we define the boundaries of who we are relative to others and to the world? How do we link our self to our body, and how can that become separated? These are actually, believe it or not, now accessible and rigorously quantitatively so. We did an experiment with optogenetics where we provided this abnormal rhythm to this particular part of the mouse brain, and we saw this separation of detection of a stimulus and caring about it.
So that's like stimulating something about the mouse brain that affects these neurons that give the conception of self. That's so you're able to dissociate the experience from the impact of the experience up to you.
That's right, exactly right.
So like these are the goals of meditation. These are the goals of I get drunk, pretty much effective. I mean, that's not a scientific statement, just an experiential, anecdotal one. Also, psychedelics seek to attain this kind of state. That's so interesting.
When you mentioned psychedelics, DMT, 5-MeO, DMT, these create this religious experience, this connection. People describe it as a strong connection to God. In theory, these are accessible with modern methods. Now that we have these rich recording methods, we can explore what are the precise millisecond resolution, cellular resolution, brain-wide manifestations of these altered states.
So, like you could look at an altered state like on DMT, recorded across many people, and then from there see where did these experiences originate in the brain in terms of simple neurons, and then how do they propagate and interact with anything else, and if there's some kind of common signal, like how do you narrow down a set of neurons that are responsible for a particular experience or for a particular behavioral effect?
Here's where optogenetics is so useful, because anytime you give an agent like an agent like ketamine or PCP, which we used for our dissociation experiments that I was mentioning, or you have a psychedelic, LSD or DMT for this altered perceptual state. If you give either of those, these change everything across the brain. Okay, so just the fact that you maybe give them to a mouse, let's say, or eventually to a human, you won't know yet which cells to home in on as the causal players in all this, just by recording it. But then what we found is that optogenetics, providing a causal pattern of activity guided by what you see, can let you test hypotheses. And we saw this rhythm with ketamine and PCP for dissociation, and then we said, okay, let's test what's causal. We came in and provided that rhythm. We tried a few different things, but only one of the causal tests we tried actually caused the behavioral dissociation. And so that's how we hone in on what actually
matters. And is it repeatable once you see the causal? So like that's one definition of causality, is like you try and it repeats across different mice and all that kind of stuff. And so you could do that for DMT. You could do that for like the really fascinating mind expanding drugs. Thank you. Thank you for me and for people just listening. This is again another disagreement between Freud and and Carl Jung, religion and spirituality. This is, I guess, the ring scene from Lord of the Rings. Religion and spirituality, Freud says, cast it into the fire and destroy it. Carl Jung says, no. So for people who don't know, Sergei is the Slavic lord of the meme. Thank you. I appreciate that. So what we're talking about, so there's, I mean, I think a connection between DMT and religious experiences or some of these psychedelics. Do you think it's possible to sort of stimulate religious experiences? And so religious experiences are one of the most deep kind of experiences. And so here you could first understand where they originate, how they propagate to the brain, and then to stimulate that.
And so this can happen in people who had no predisposition. People who are, as agnostic or atheistic as you'd like, they can feel connected to God in these states. Now, to be clear, I'm not advocating these. We don't know what's safe in human beings, but we definitely, not yet, but we definitely can do these experiments in mice, and that was already very productive in understanding dissociation. So we can already imagine making headway on these methods. And then, and this does map onto the non-psychedelic human experience. I had a patient who's actually described in the book, Projections. This was the patient that's in the maniac chapter, the bipolar chapter. Here was a guy who had never had a psychiatric illness or symptom in his life. He was a retirement age gentleman, and nobody in his family either. So no family history, no personal history, any psychiatric illness, and he'd never been religious particularly before either. Certainly no passionate, type of religion. But he, not through any psychedelic or drug, he had a stressful experience, actually a post 9/11 change in how he was thinking. He was pushed into a manic state, revealing that he had bipolar, never before known in this case, this person. And his mania, his elevated state in bipolar, included this profound religiosity, which he never had before. He was preaching in a elevated, vigorous way to his family, and so this state can be created by people even late in life who had no predisposition for it, and even without a neurochemical. So there's the causality of that is very interesting. How did the manic state unleash this religiosity? But you see that in other realms of psychiatry too, OCD can manifest as religiosity. Also, you take people who never really had a religion, never played a powerful role in their life, but then when their obsessive compulsive symptoms become severe, they can manifest this.
I think I'm in that group. So I'm a bit OCD. We have there's subreddits when there's oddly satisfying things. So there's certain things that are really satisfying to my OCD and my mild OCD. I think it's pretty much a religious experience. So I understand that if it's not direct, it's at least rhymes. So maybe can you speak to as Sergey's probably desperately scrambling to pull up oddly satisfying. Thank you. People can check it out themselves. It is, as the subreddit promises, oddly satisfying. Can we talk about bipolar and maybe depression? Well, let's talk about. I don't know if there's a nice way to discuss the differences in the full landscape of suffering that's here, but maybe what is depression, and what are the types of depression? What kind of depression have you seen and experienced and researched, and how can people overcome it? How can humans overcome it and deal with it, live with it, and overcome it?
So this is my clinical specialty. I see patients in my outpatient clinical work with treatment-resistant depression, so very hard to treat, severe illness where medications haven't been working. I also see patients with autism spectrum disorders. These are my two clinical focal areas. But then I do emergency room work as well. But the depression, why do I focus on that? It's so one feels tantalizingly close to helping these people who are suffering so deep. That's why I focused on it, because these are people who, there may not even be anything situational that's difficult or challenging in their life. You can have people who seem to have everything that you want. Every objective measure of their life is fine, and yet they can just hit with this unstoppable hopelessness, an inability to see into the future, a discounting of the value of their own action. Anything they can imagine themselves doing seems worthless, or they are unable to enjoy things. We call this anhedonia. There's no reward, no pleasure, not in food, social interaction, movies, books, anything that they would enjoy. Positivity gone. They can have a profound negative internal state, psychic pain, and these things can seem, and in the severe cases, are inescapable. So, what is going on? Why is this state part of the human existence? It's got a strong biological, genetic link. We know that. It's been linked to certain genes, certain regions of the chromosome. In twin studies, there's a clear genetic link. Doesn't explain everything. That's a big part of it. Genetics are a strong contributor. And although you can have depression without anything terrible going on in your life, the symptoms can be made worse by stressors, by trauma. But at a very deep level, there's nothing we can measure in a person objectively, so there's not a known chemical, not a known structure that's different, not a known brain activity pattern that we can pick up with EEG. A lot of people are exploring this, but right now we have no objective measures. All we do is talk to people, and we elicit these symptoms, we explore them, distinguish them from other possible causes, and then what do we do? Well, we have a range of treatments. We have medications that can help people, but not everybody. And if they don't work, then we can go to brain stimulation methods. We can do things even like electroconvulsive therapy, which is very effective, but it's a sort of the final thing we go to in the end. And so we have treatments. They work for some people. They don't do everything we'd like. But here's the problem: is at a very deep level, we don't understand really what's going on in the brain. We don't have a physical interpretation of the problem. We have all these symptoms, but we can't yet point to a set of cells or a set of circuits or an activity pattern that is causing major depression, this disease state per se.
Why do you think you can't yet, from an optogenetics perspective? Is it because there's so many possible causes? Is there so many things involved?
So I think the answer is there are many things involved, and all these different symptoms that I've mentioned, those we can study and those we can fix, the individual symptoms. And we can do this in animals, to be clear. So in a mouse, for example, we can instantaneously and precisely turn up or down the motivation of an animal to overcome a challenge. We can turn up or down its ability to be motivated by, or we think experience reward from situations or actions. We can increase its apparent energy level, its drive to meet challenges. We can turn up or down social interaction. All these individual features of depression, individual symptoms, we now can point to exact projections and cells that are causal in mediating these. But we don't know is why all these different symptoms show up together in major depression in the human disease syndrome. And that's the mystery. It's sort of, in other fields of medicine, someone with congestive heart failure who comes into the clinic, they have very different symptoms. They have shortness of breath and they have swollen feet. Okay? Couldn't be two more different across the body sets of symptoms. Neither one obviously related to the heart, but they're both happening because the heart is not working as a pump. Okay, and now, thankfully, in cardiology, we understand these disparate symptoms that seem totally unrelated can be completely understood because there's an altered pump action of the heart. That's what we are hoping for in psychiatry and in the study of depression or any disease. These different symptoms, the inability to enjoy things, the hopelessness. What's the unifying principle?
Unifying. I mean, is there some truth to that? The Tolstoy quote that all happy families are alike, and each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. So basically, I mean, this is the human condition, and basically, that might, the physicists long defined theory of everything. Isn't understanding depression essentially require you to really have the big theory of everything for your life?
I think it would certainly be nice to have that theory. Don't get me wrong. I don't think we need it
of the century. It would be nice. Well, it's also a good question if it's possible.
Yeah. Well, that I have some thoughts on too. But to this specific question, I don't think we need a theory of everything. I think there will be unifying principles we can get to. But even shy of that, we can treat symptoms, and that's a big step. And as you say, different unhappy families are different. Different unhappy people are different. If we have somebody who comes to the clinic and I see someone with a profound anhedonia as one of the main symptoms, inability to enjoy things, and if I know, based on optogenetics work and animal work, that a particular medication can treat anhedonia, even if it doesn't fix major depression in everybody, if I treat that one symptom in that one person, that's a good thing. And so we don't need the theory of everything, and we don't even need the unifying principle to help people with insights that come from optogenetics.
How much does talking help for diagnosis and for treatment, would you say, for depression?
It's a big part of what we do. Every good psychiatrist should be pretty adept in these verbal communications, and talk therapy as part of what they do. I give medications, I deliver brain stimulation treatments, but a big part of everything I do with every patient is talk therapy, because it works so well together with these other modalities. Even alone, it can help people with moderate or mild depression by itself. People with severe depression, people with other psychiatric illnesses that are severe, you don't want to do talk therapy alone. That's not going to do it. But it still is crucial to do together with the others. And it's critical because it's part of how you reshape cognitions, complex activity patterns, and you won't get to that with a medication or brain stimulation treatment.
Do you have advice for people who suffer from mild forms of depression or feel as they might, both for those people, and do you have advice for people who love the people who suffer from depression and want to help?
One of the incredibly frustrating things about depression is the very nature of it makes it hard for the people who suffer to get treatment, because they're hopeless, so they don't think treatment will help. They have low energy, so they're not motivated to participate in treatment in many cases. Sometimes they're actively suicidal. That certainly doesn't help. They have all these things that seem to prevent treatment from being effective. So the loved ones, that's where the loved ones are so important, is helping them overcome these barriers to treatment, the motivation, the safety, and the insight. That's critical, and particularly for the severe cases. For the mild cases, where people still have some insight, motivation, and energy to get something done, there are many things you can do. Exercise is extremely important. Mood maintenance, regulation of sleep, and getting sufficient and regular enough sleep is very important. And talk therapy can be helpful in those mild and moderate cases. Just looking at cognitions, looking at patterns of thought that people may have fallen into. where they catastrophize, where they spiral from small things into big things. A little bit of talk therapy, 10, 12 sessions, can help people identify those patterns they may have in themselves that are taking occasional negative thoughts, which everybody has, and magnifying those into more persistent negative states. If you work at this, it's kind of like homework. This is what we call cognitive behavioral therapy. It's very structured, very organized. You work hard. It requires insight and motivation. You have to be motivated. But if you are, then you can identify these triggers that send you down particular pathways and work to intercept them. And that is amazingly very effective in mild to moderate cases.
So you basically have to train yourself to see the world as a collection of triggers. And you have to first understand, like collect the data, like basically see every experience as a thing that creates a follow-on emotion or feeling. Like I learned this, like on social media, where like early on, like all of us, I'll say something, I kind of respond to negativity with negativity, and then you observe the result of that. And then over time, you think, wait a minute, this thing that I've been doing where when somebody says you suck and you say, no, you suck, that never produces the result you thought it might. And so might not want to just don't say you suck back. And I do this through a lot of things in life. I'm very fortunate to not suffer from depression, but first of all, I have had and have people in my life who do. And also, all of us have depression, who don't suffer from depression, have depression out. Like, it's always knocking on the door. Right? And so you have mild, if you're very careless with the triggers all around you, then you're just, I think all of us have the capacity to really suffer from that kind of chemical or psychological or philosophical existential crisis.
But then there is the question, why are we built this way? It seems like it doesn't make sense, right? And here's where some of this thinking about where we came from as the human family is kind of interesting. It doesn't make sense that somewhere on that spectrum that it's good to detect that there's an array of adverse forces out there in the world right now at this moment, and to withdraw, to hunker down, to not fight, not strive, not try to make the challenge, and outweigh these negative forces that are present out there. And that makes a lot of sense. And all animals that have been studied in one form or another showed us. Even the worm that I mentioned earlier, C. elegans with 302 neurons, it can effectively give up in challenging situations. We've done this with zebrafish, tiny little transparent fish. You can give them a challenging situation and they will give up. But then if you stimulate a couple very specific brain regions in particular ways, you can motivate them to overcome the challenge. And if you inhibit those regions, they give up much more.
What's good? How's father? How's father been treated? That's great. What's new, son? Slinging dick still like it's going out of style? How's yeah, absolutely. Good cultural friend. How's the mom doing? Alright, so I see that you are snowboarding behind a snowmobile, is that correct? saying. Here's Ward 5. All right. Did you figure out your housing situation? Yeah, but like aren't you connected to that snowmobile? Oh, okay. Yeah, so it is wind. All right, you gonna kill some motherfuckers right now? Shoot them. Can you jump over that wall? Have you ever played this before? So this is how good you. All right, you gonna shoot somebody? All right, let's see it. Shoot them. Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto 6? Do you know that you have to wait 373 days? I see it, but I don't see the music around it. All right, I just saw you shoot at no one. You have to restart. You have to do all that fucking behind that thing again. All right. What's your son's name again? Luca. When's the last time you saw them? Oh, that's beautiful. And how's his mom? What's his mom's name? Any chances that Smokey and Beth might get together? Like, married? But you're in a relationship with her? All she does is fucking moan? Like, complain? Sure. I'm kicking ass and I'm taking names. You're supposed to shoot it? Oh, there's the wall. Alright. What's that? Yeah. Like, hate you. Have you ever seen Hate Beach Wall? Dude, you don't know what Hadrian was? Hadrian was a Roman emperor who built a wall in Britain, and then in the last like 2,000 years, a lot of it's been used as like the stone and stuff to mark out farmers' borders. Yeah, he used it. He used the wall to fend off the Celts. Um, like 1,800 years ago. We're done with it. All right, so you're using that kind of thing. Are you a host now? Oh, you just took fire. They just shot you. Arctic. You have killed exactly 0 people. Yeah, well, thanks for shooting that. Cutscene. Autosave. Alright, are you gonna kill some people? Now you're in a forest? You just wanna maybe use a tree. Did he just kill you? Yeah, that was tight. Help him out. That was tight. Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. Teamwork makes the dream work. You're going to get filled with bullets. You're going to get filled with ice. Welcome. How are you? Yes, you did. How'd you find out about me? Right. Was it from which Discord server? You you joined me from Ego World. That's cool. All right. I'm the hottest thing in Ego World. I don't think that's desperate. You just want to find chicks who play video games. There's nothing desperate about that. All right, well, watch my man Smokey here. He's playing Gears of War 5. $1,000%. No, it's $25,000 for that. Yeah, to get the full record, it's $25,000. Word. Yeah. Yep, yeah. Yes, sir. What is a pot noodle? It's a, it's only one noodle. Is it like ramen? Yeah. Hey, you, baby.
more easily than they would otherwise. He did this in mice, he did some rats. So this is an ancestral conserved pattern to detect that things are pretty bad out there and to conserve energy, to hunker down, to wait out the storm.
His use, unfortunately, many of our maladies have useful roots in our that contribute to our survival. So both depression and motivation have uses. And sometimes it's nice to just shut the hell up and huddle with the penguins, versus for some unknown reason venture out on your own into the mountains, like a David Goggins type character. So what's the difference to you between, you see patients, between sort of rigorous psychoanalysis? I don't know if you consider what you like talk therapy and psychoanalysis. Are they neighbors? Are they overlap?
Like they're neighbors. Psychoanalysis is they're relatively, it's not nearly done as much as the talk therapy, like the cognitive behavioral therapy I mentioned. Uh, the psychoanalysis is a little more niche now, and partly because it's not, data isn't, in terms of actual treatment of actual therapeutic effects, data not as supportive as for cognitive behavioral therapy. But it's still interesting as for insight. A lot of people still do it to gain insight into themselves. And in general, it's a good sort of conversation starter. Those methods, they're good for getting things up. We don't focus on dreams typically these days in psychiatry, but they're great conversation starters. They're great ways to get things out if people have, and so we like to use those methods just to get the ball rolling sometimes, get people to open up a little bit. But the actual treatment that tends not to involve these psychoanalytic approaches where you are really probing the unconscious mind and its manifestation through dreams, for example, as the goal. That's not the goal. Modern talk therapy, we're really focusing on treatment, how to get people to.
See, I use that as a conversation opener to the Freudian thing where I try to delve at a bar of the deep sexual desires in a person's subconscious, and I find that opens up possibilities very quickly. I mean, this is a silly sounding question, but what's the difference between cognitive behavioral therapy and conversation? So, because I personally, as a fan of conversations, as a fan of just like listening to podcasts versus like audiobook, I like both, but they're very different. I like conversation. It makes me personally very anxious, so I like to be the listener, like a third wheel, like overhearing a conversation kind of thing. But it's a really powerful method for humans to explore each other's minds, just raw conversation. So, do you think it can be more productive to be very systematic about it, or is conversation itself the art form of helping each other, understanding each other, and helping each other?
There are forms of talk therapy that are essentially conversational, or they much more approach pure conversation. There's a befriending therapy. There's interpersonal therapy. These are approaches that are purely talk therapy, but they're not as structured as cognitive behavioral therapy. Cognitive behavioral therapy is there are manuals, there are guidelines. You can almost go through it in a very cookbooky way. There's homework that you get done. So it's in its fullest form, it's very different from these more conversational strategies. But what's interesting is sometimes people compare them, and so you'll see almost like randomized controlled studies comparing cognitive behavioral therapy with interpersonal therapy, for example. And they both can work. And actually, in some studies, they look comparable. So there's, to your point, conversation and insights that come from conversation, if done well, if done artfully, can be as powerful.
This reminds me of Robin Williams, so I have to ask you several questions here on that. The one of my favorite movies is Good Will Hunting. I don't know if you've seen it with Robin Williams. So, as a psychiatrist yourself, can you do a deep analysis of this other famous psychiatrist, which is the movie character played by Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting? Is it just a caricature between a psychiatrist and patient relationship, or is there something to you that was moving about his ability to connect to this obviously struggling young kid?
I think you've hit on the key thing there, which is the depth of the connection. If there's too powerful a connection, that can impair, because it can impair open communication. If a patient sees the relationship in a particular way, like in a friendly way, maybe, or like a parental child type way, that can cause problems, because then what they choose to share, what they choose to bring up, is selected to be appropriate for that view of the relationship. And so I and many other talk therapists actually prefer not to let things get, not let the connection get that deep. You want to have trust, you want to have a therapeutic alliance, we sometimes call it, but it's got to be enough of a blank slate that the patient is not consciously or unconsciously constrained in what they choose to share. And so, great movie, great actors, all good, no complaints, except realistically, the relationship should be a little more arm's length.
Let's pretend it's real life. Sometimes, can't you leave a little bit of yourself in the interaction with the patient? I mean, it's another human being.
So it's a balance, and actually you do need some of it, because let's say this person is having challenges, interpersonal challenges in their life. The best way to notice what those are and to identify them and to work with them is if you can elicit some of those problems in the office, in the therapeutic interaction. And it's really powerful. As long as you're alert to it, aware of it, you don't let it go out of hand. This transference, we call it, is when you transfer in between the current therapeutic relationship and external relationships that the patient may have had with others. And so if the therapist starts to feel an inner feeling like anger, let's say. So let's say you have a patient who is stirring frustration in you, or even in extreme cases anger. The best thing for the therapist to do in that case is to recognize it and to realize that's probably being stirred by other people in the patient's life, and that could be the source of a lot of problems. And so instead of trying to wall it off and say, oh, I shouldn't be feeling that, better be a better therapist, instead recognize it and use it and help the patient that way. And so you've got to be a human being. You've got to be a person who feels. You've got to be open.
But be in control of it and be aware of it. If I may, I just want to read this is one of my favorite scenes. Probably one of the greatest scenes in movie history, because Robin Williams does a single take. So this is a very interesting interaction between them. So, Will, and I'm sure this is a common interaction, maybe with a therapist and a patient, maybe with a father and a son.
Happy birthday, my friend. How many is it? Amazing. What'd you do for your birthday? Amen. It's better than nothing. What's on your agenda for tonight? Very cool. Look into it. So, excellent. Well, if you want, feel free to stream it. Here we just have Smokey streaming Metal Gear Solid 5 in here, so feel free to stream whatever you want. I'm amazing, baby. Just watching a podcast on physics. This one's actually on psychology. And we're just watching Smokey playing game, just enjoying life. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's Let's Read Me podcast. I think Let's Read Me podcast is very good. It talks about AI and physics, mathematics, computing, international relations. It talks about computing and AI and international relations and health. It's very good. Oh, it's called the Lex Friedman podcast. LEXFRIDMAN. Excellent. Well, I hope you had a wonderful birthday. Feel free to watch Lex Friedman with us, and if you have any questions, comments, or answers, feel free to give out. Right, right, Catman, baby. Excellent. Well, feel free to sleep in here, man. Sounds great, Timothy. Well, happy birthday, my friend. You're welcome, Big Doc.
Where Will, the young character, the young brilliant mathematician, and Sean is the therapist, the older therapist, where Will looks at a painting that Sean painted,
Correct.
and then does a deep critical analysis of the painting that basically, describes, pretending as if he can understand another human being completely, but just looking at their painting. And then Sean gives this whole speech that contrasts sort of raw intelligence and the wisdom of experience. And Sean says, think of Taik. He says, you've never been out of Boston, right? And Will says no. All this in a sexy Boston accent, by the way. And then Sean gives the speech. If I asked you about art, you'd probably give me the skinny and about every art book ever written. Michelangelo, you know a lot about him. Life's work, political aspirations, him and the Pope, sexual orientation, the whole works, right? And I bet you can't tell me what it smells like in the Sistine Chapel. You never actually stood there and looked up at that beautiful ceiling, seen that. If I asked you about women, you'll probably give me a syllabus of your personal favorites. You may have even been laid a few times. The language here is just beautiful. But you can't tell me what it feels like to wake up next to a woman and feel truly happy. You're a tough kid. If I asked you about war, you'd probably throw Shakespeare at me, right? Probably not, but let's say. Once more into the future. You've never been near one. You never held your best friend's head on your lap and watched him gasp his last breath, looking to you for help. If I asked you about love, you'd probably quote me a sonnet. But you never looked at a woman and be truly vulnerable. Knowing someone who can level you with their eyes. Feeling like God put an angel on earth just for you. Who could rescue you from the depths of hell, and you wouldn't know what it's like to be her angel. To have that love for her, be there forever, through anything, through cancer. And you wouldn't know about sleeping, sitting up in a hospital room for 2 months, holding her hand because the doctors could see in your eyes the terms visiting hours don't apply to you. You don't know about real loss, because that only occurs when you love something more than you love yourself. I doubt you've ever dared to love anybody that much. I look at you. I don't see an intelligent, confident man. I see a cocky, scared, shitless kid. But you're a genius, Will. No one denies that. No one could possibly understand the depths of you. But you presume to know everything about me because you saw a painting of mine and you ripped my fucking life apart. You're an orphan, right? Do you think I know the first thing about how hard your life has been, how you feel, who you are, because I read Oliver Twist? Does that encapsulate you? Personally, I don't give a shit about all that, because you know what? I can't learn anything from you that I can't read in some fucking book, unless you want to talk about you, who you are. And I'm fascinated. I'm in. But you don't want to do that, do you, sport? You're terrified, what you might say. You're moved, Chief. Well done, sir. I know it's a movie. It's interesting, right? So some of that conversation is some intellectual level, too. It's not just emotional. It's something, it's like, I think the reason I kind of connect with that is that's a lot of work for a therapist. Like, to really understand other, because okay, I know this is fictional, but just, there's calculation happening. He deeply cares to say the words that the other person needs to hear, but also a little bit loses himself in the pride, but then catches himself again, switches from anger to connection. Yeah, a lot is brought up there. You're right. There has to be some emotion in the therapist to care enough to keep going, to keep probing, to open up as he's doing so. Right. He revealed a lot about himself, his own abilities, but that gave him authenticity. He had to open himself up so that the kid would see the authenticity and open himself up in return. So how do you do that as a psychiatrist or therapist? You have to be careful. You don't want to do too much, but opening up a little bit does help. It does create a chance. You're offering up something, and that helps the patient come back in return, and it gives you that believability and authenticity. Do you pay the price for that? Opening up. You can. You have a family. You have an incredibly difficult research. You're doing a lot of things in your world, and it's a price you pay for Well, this was one of the terrifying things about writing the book was I do open up in a little bit about my own personal life, my own personal challenges, and that was a considered decision because
I could have done the patient work and the science work and the history of the human family work and tied it all together. But it wasn't. And in an early draft, it was like that, but it wasn't real yet. It wasn't something that everybody could connect with. And I realized, look, if I'm going to do this, I've got to open up myself, and then people can connect with me and see what I'm really saying. And so I did, and it was not something that I'd gone in planning to do. In retrospect, I learned a lot about myself. It was actually really, I think, a good thing that I did, but it was scary.
Where are the darkest places you've ever gone in your life?
You know, I had things haven't always been easy personally or professionally. I had moments. You know, I was effectively a single dad for a while, a number of years, and these came at probably the hardest, also professional lifetimes for me too. The absolute hardest days of late medical school, internship, taking call, getting up at 3 a.m., surgery, medicine, rounds, unforgiving environments, and then all the while, personal life, stripped down to the bare. And these were low moments, and then I was hit particularly hard by just experiences on the clinical ward, connecting to deeply with patients, like a child with a brain tumor, and feeling it too strongly. And those things, when you get down to those lowest of the low moments, when everything is stripped away and there's only this raw core, well, yeah, that's pretty hard. That was probably the lowest moment, and you learn a lot about yourself in those moments. What's left, and then what are the roots out from there, and that can be powerful to see in yourself.
Have you thought about killing yourself?
I have not.
Have you seen that thought in the distance?
I am fortunate that has not come to my mind, and I have not seen it even at a distance. And in some ways, I've wondered if that's made me, am I a less, effective psychiatrist because of that? I've felt everything stripped away. I've been at the lowest of the low, and yet
There's still hope. There's a light of hope still at the end of the tunnel.
right.
So you've never lost these moments that. What was
I don't know why.
I don't know why.
There was no reason. You don't know why. No reason to feel hope at that moment, honestly.
So it was just a light without reason. What wisdom do you draw from that time? So first of all, you said something funny, which is I wonder if that is somehow not having thoughts of suicide limits your capacity to truly understand somebody who is having those thoughts. So how many demons must the psychiatrist have in order to be a good psychiatrist?
This is a really interesting question. I think everybody knows, and I can say this, that psychiatrists can be a little unusual. We think about ourselves, right? We think about our brains. That may be one reason why we become psychiatrists. Is we think, oh, that's interesting going on in there. What's that about? So a little introspective, a little introverted, maybe, and that's what can make us good when we're good. But also that may select for people who have some unusual aspects, but you don't have to have all of them. There's a lot that can go wrong in the psychiatric realm. I think having some of it, but not all of it, is enough. You get to see how low things can get. You can get you get empathy from that, even if the symptoms are not the same.
Just empathy for struggle, for suffering. Do you yourself have to practice observing triggers just as a human operating in this world?
I've definitely those skills that have come from therapy. I've I feel nervous. But, if I notice that we've all been through experiences where we wonder, oh, I got really mad in that interaction. Why did I get that mad? Yeah, sure, maybe I could have been irritated, but man, why did I? And then thinking about it and realizing, okay, back up here, think about the broader context. Uh, think about how that relates to prior events in my life. Okay, yeah, so this is a thing for me. When something of this class happens, then it triggers me. So going forward, I'm going to be aware of that. And I've definitely used that because it's you don't want to be out of control of those emotions. You want to identify them. You want to know where they come from, and you want to head them off as a civilized human being living on this earth, trying to get along with other people. You want to understand those moments.
Let me return to Robin Williams for a second, and looking at Robin Williams, the actor, the human, and because you mentioned for depression you can have everything going well, and I think there's just uh, famous cases of just public figures, because a lot of people know them, where they suffer quietly, and it seems like from the outside perspective that they have everything going for them, that they're at the top of their career. And you have two people that come to mind are Robin Williams and Anthony Bourdain. What insight do you have in why either of those why Robin Williams, a comedian, one of sort of the most jolly humans? Obviously, there's always the darkness that he was channeling in order to present the happiness. But it feels like that realness is only possible when you're deeply self-honest and analytical. And then if you're deeply self-honest, you're going to realize that there's a lot of beautiful things about life that you can discover. And if you do that, how can you possibly then take your own life? When you go through all of these thoughts, and I think a lot of people really loved Robin Williams, which is why it was really difficult to see how can even Robin Williams take his own life. So I don't know if there's something to be said about the nature of depression from just looking at his case.
I think the action of suicide is not well understood. It doesn't always, although often is correlated with depression. There are cases of suicide where there is not clear depression. That's in the minority.
By the way, because you said it's so interesting, action of suicide, because there's also thoughts of suicide, and probably they're probably somewhat understood. But it's an interesting, because you can think of suicide. If you have suicidal ideation, you can think of that for so many reasons.
That's right.
Thoughts, sometimes painful thoughts, angry thoughts, or thoughts in general, can be very different. Like fantasies, for example, you can fantasize, like sexual fantasies. You can fantasize. I was just for humor's sake wanting to mention stuff, but then people will think I'm serious. I'm not going to mention anything. But sexual fantasies, and then I know there's people that have sexual fantasies that don't want to actually do that in real life. That sexual fantasy serves some kind of purpose in imagination only. And in that same way, suicide might serve a purpose in imagination only, is very unlikely to lead to action. And yet there's other thoughts that maybe are more amorphous that do lead to action. And that leap, oh boy, that's a fascinating, and that's such a philosophically powerful thought to not exist.
Right.
Like that question, that's this Sartre, Camus, it's Camus, who says, like, basic question of why live. Good question.
Yeah, right. So that's a great question, actually. And there are other related questions. Some people may have the thought of suicide because there seems no point, there's no joy in life. That's one reason that some people can put forward. Sometimes it's not just the absence of joy, there's an active pain, an active psychic pain in some people. And that, the inescapability of that is enough to drive the thoughts of suicide. And then there are interpersonal and cultural reasons as well that can show up. But this act of ending of the self is, in all these cases, there's no real way to study this in animals. No other animal, as far as we know, that we can study has this concept of, this is myself, this situation is not tolerable, therefore I will end the self. To our knowledge, this is not something that can be studied in other animals. So it remains this very poorly understood action. And in predicting it, so what do we do as psychiatrists? We have this challenge. People come to the emergency room, they say they're suicidal, or their friends say they're suicidal, or they've taken some action that didn't lead to death. What do we do? Well, there's a whole range of options. Was it a suicidal gesture in the sense of not intending death? Or was the intent death? And if it was the intent was death, what were the reasons? Are the reasons transient? Are they gone now? What's the probability that it will be repeated? So we do all these things just to decide what sort of treatment should be carried out, but nowhere is there a deep understanding of the biology, cells, circuits, and activity patterns that underlie the action to end the self. It's this frustrating thing. It's so timely. It's so common. It shows up in veterans. It shows up in kids. It shows up in people at every stage of life. And yet we're very bad at understanding it, and we're relatively poor at predicting it, and our tools are not very powerful. We can put people in a locked unit, we can give them care, therapy for a while. At some point, we release them, and there's only so much we can do. It's one of the most frustrating things, the suffering that is linked to suicidality.
But it is a decision, and it is an action. And if you look at optogenetics, you should be able to one day sort of understand the dynamics of such weighty decisions.
Individual causes, then, if someone is anhedonic, if there is no joy in life, that very likely is addressable by optogenetics. We know how to turn that dial very robustly in animals. The motivation to overcome challenges, that we have some hope of understanding. Psychic pain, internal negative states, we have actually a handle on that as well. There's a structure in the brain called the habenula and some linked structures around it that seems to generate this negative internal state that's active when a state of acute disappointment, acute outcomes that go wrong, not as expected. Moments of unexpected pain. The habenula is there, it seems, it's active to report internal negativity with its action. And so you could imagine strategies to target this brain structure that might have the effect of reducing psychic pain, reducing the negativity of internal states. That is a very concrete hope. It's precise, it's anatomical. Optogenetics has given us all the firm foundation we need to go after that question. So I think there is hope. If you look at the individual causes, the individual symptoms relating to suicide,
And then it's like a puzzle, you put together the puzzle pieces. By the way, I do think my habenula is very functioning, very active. And I wonder if it's like, because you can also learn to channel these things, right? Some of the things we suffer from, there's the degrees of suffering, can be a source of progress and personal growth and development and all those kinds of things. And, I mean, what is it? Nietzsche suffered from stomach issues. I wonder if he's written some of those things, if his stomach was all great.
Right.
I kind of think that a difficult life in some form, you get to choose in some regard, and some you don't. The difficulties you have and the ones you do have, it's nice to use if possible. Sometimes it's nice to treat. Sometimes it's just nice to use.
Well, the way you phrase it, I think you're using it. I could be wrong, but if you phrase it in this semi-humorous way about your habenula, it seems to me that you're using that to good effect. Now, but one never really knows what someone else's internal state is. As I look at you, I don't know what's going on, and it's possible that it's a much harder situation in there.
Yes. So that's, I actually worry about this a lot. So I'm extremely self-critical, like in the privacy of my own mind, which is an interesting thing when you get to meet the internet, and the internet will tell you you suck. But for now, this is what I worry about. I'm very paying attention. But now it's really, I just have this like very negative voice. But that voice seems to be very useful for productivity. So I channel it. I just put it on the table and let that voice like talk to me. But I'm like monitoring that voice. Because look at Robin Williams. You know, you get older, your brain changes, or like and then that voice can now all of a sudden grow, right? And then where you can't control it as much, you have to be very careful with these kinds of things.
You're very right about that. So my negativity, I have this. I never think I've done enough. Is sort of where my negativity comes from inside. I never think that I've met the potential of the moment. I haven't done. Haven't you know made the most of the opportunities that are available. I'm still early. I haven't progressed as far as I should. And exactly as you're saying, that works for a while. But then what happens as you get later in life and there's less runway to, fix that. And then maybe then that negative voice is a problem.
But also at that point, the negative voice does have more and more of a point. It's when you're being very successful, it's easy to be like, no, okay, well, like, because later in life, you're really literally just sitting there on a rocking chair doing nothing, and then it's or maybe any kind of tragedy happens, loss of a loved one, loss of a job, loss, or you get screwed over in some kind of way. I don't know. And then all of a sudden, the negative voice is just your negative voice for days and days and days.
And so I don't know. To go back to your example of Robin Williams, I don't know what was going on inside him. I don't know the nature of his internal state. Was it active psychic pain that?
May I interrupt and just say that Sergey posted an examination of Robin Williams' brain tissue suggested that he suffered from, quote, diffuse LEWY, Lewy body dementia, LBD. Depression is a symptom of LBD, and it's not about psychology, it's rooted in neurology. This is words from Sergey. His brain was falling apart.
Lewy body dementia, this is a very interesting neurological disorder where, among other things, there's neuron death, indeed. So you've got frank neuron loss. It's not just a matter of some long-standing psychic pain, but you've got a progressive loss. And so clearly you've got a situation where he could have finally reached a point where the balance that he'd worked out between negativity and positivity was disrupted due to loss. The wrong cells died, the wrong projections were cut by the Lewy body dementia. Certainly dopamine neurons die in Lewy body dementia. Those are neurons that give rise to much of the feelings of reward and pleasure that we experience, among other goals. So clearly, in his case, there could have been a very concrete cellular neurological issue that was progressive and pushed him to that point.
But what were you about to make a point about broader that if there is not a neurological degeneration?
Yeah, so in his case, not knowing that, it could have been simply that, let's say he had an internal psychic pain state, and he was in sort of a compensated mode for much of his life, able to generate enough joy from his comedy and his social interactions, and then, but eventually later in life, those things drop away, the balance shifts. You get tired of fighting the pain for that long, and then so you've got this time-dependent non-stationarity that happens, and then the same symptom becomes no longer tolerable in the end.
What is autism? What do we know about autism?
Human beings exist on a spectrum of how social we can be, and this is pretty interesting, actually, scientifically, but also very important clinically. There are hypersocial states where people are almost too social. There are chromosomal deletion states where people have instant affinity and bonding and rich, deep, seeming connections with people, very verbal. On the other end, people with autism spectrum disorder are not able to keep up with social interactions, and it's a spectrum. Some have mild to moderate difficulties. They may have inability to understand what the next thing to do in a social situation is, but may have perfectly good language abilities. And as you progress further along the spectrum, that gets more and more severe, so they can't make eye contact because it's too overwhelming to think about what has to be done next if a person looks in a particular way.
Yeah.
And then as you go farther, then language and social communication themselves break down, so there's no reciprocity, there's no shared enjoyment. And that this gets very hard then as you get to this far end of the spectrum where there's really an absence of social cognition at all and social bonding. So why does this exist? What is it? It's very genetic. As I mentioned, it's one of the top 3 or 4 most biological, in the sense of most genetically determined of the psychiatric illnesses. It does have these interesting positive correlations, slight positive correlations with intelligence and education. And the reason for that is kind of interesting to think about. Is there something good about it? Just like, or at least part of the spectrum, is there something good about it? Just as we were talking about for depression, as you could say for mania, as you could say for schizophrenia. And here it's kind of interesting to think about the underlying science of what it means to be good at a social interaction. Someone who's very good at a social interaction is incredibly good at dealing with unpredictable information, is able to handle this torrent of information coming through, rapidly changing model of the other person and of the interaction, and their model of you, your model of them. With each word that changes, with each new bit of information that comes in through the conversation, each bit of body language, all this is rapidly changing. And some people are able to keep up with that fire hose information perfectly well. But that's a special brain state to be in. That's working with unpredictability. That's the only way that can be done is most likely by constantly running models of what the other person might be about to say. You can't stop and think, oh, what did that mean? What did that shift in eye contact mean? What do they mean together? There has to be some advanced work going on where you're predicting what's going on if you're going to keep up with a rich and fast social interaction. Now, on the flip side, there are brain states that maybe don't have to work so fast, that are extremely important still. Dealing with something that's not moving or that's predictable, still complex, like mathematical proof or a very complex arrangement of geometrical shapes, a large number of individual non-moving things. There's possibly a way of being that's particularly good at dealing with these static, unmoving, or predictable situations, and less so with these rapidly changing social situations. And so the way I conceptualize autism is these are people whose brains are not so good with the high bit rate, unpredictable information, but maybe quite good at, given enough time, given the grace to work with the system, to look at it from different angles, to take different perspectives with a confidence that it's not changing in between perspectives. That's a brain state that's valuable. It's something that is probably has contributed to a lot of the success of the human family, being able to design something, being able to consider all the different contributions to a static, predictable system.
So autism, in a sense, is a spectrum that has identifiable characteristics about the way people deal with dynamic information often expressed itself as like social,
That's right.
dynamic information.
But your use of the word often there is really smart because it's not just social interaction that is a challenge in autism. And so many people conceptualize it purely as a social dysfunction disorder. But it's really any unpredictable information that's a problem, that's a challenge for people on the spectrum. They react very negatively to unexpected sounds, even if not social sounds, unexpected lights, unexpected touches. And so it's really unpredictable information that is, in my view, the core problem with the processing in autism. Not just social. Social just shows up because it's so unpredictable.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I mean, I try to not to think about that stuff. I'm afraid of thinking about disorders and things like that because just like I don't like sort of economics or game theory, I want to be careful with it because whenever you have a category or a model, it's too easy to just for everything. I mean, it's the OCD thing. I like models too much. I like categories too much. The moment you acknowledge yourself, well, I have an eating disorder, for example, or something like that, as opposed to just being I'll just leave it at that for my own critical understanding of myself. Let's just say I don't know how to moderate eating fruit. People make fun of me. They think all fruit is healthy. I know. I don't know how to moderate anything, but even fruit. This apples and cherries is a nightmare. Anyway, that's just like kind of interesting to say. Very interesting. But there's characteristics, and it's interesting to think about. Like for example, I have trouble making eye contact, but I actually, as you said it now, it's not that I'm shy at all in that sense. It's literally, I'm getting way too much information is distracting me. Like I need to just close my eyes so I can, like all the things that people seem to be able to do in parallel. It's just, you just ask me a question. For me to think about the answer to that question, I can't have all this cool, rich visual information coming my way. You know, that's literally, I often close my eyes to think. It's not because I'm afraid of something, whatever. It's just like too much information happening here.
Yeah. Well, that's a beautiful description. It's amazing that is how you experience the eye contact aspect. I think I mean, you've articulated what, captures it for so many people, which is that it's overwhelming. There's just too much information just coming in through the eyes. And to keep up with it, to know you're going to be expected to keep up with it, first of all. So there's that aspect. You learned socially that there's going to be an expectation if you're making eye contact. People are going to think you're keeping up with it, and you don't want to because you want to focus on other things and make progress in other, dimensions. Yeah, and so then there's a strong desire to look away or to close the eyes because it's overwhelming. It's a distraction. It's going to cause errors of understanding.
And of course, our eyes, that's part, the way we use our eyes is part of the human communication. So you have to kind of be aware of that element of it. So yeah, I mean, but it's fascinating. You should be aware of your own self and those little characteristics, whether it's classified as some aspect of the autism spectrum or just in general, whether it's eating, whether it's depression, whether it's even like schizophrenia. That would, I hope we get a chance to talk to a little bit. Yeah, but those things are all made up of different symptoms and characteristics, and use them as a superpower. I suppose is the best we can hope for in mild cases. Yes.
I do think both brain states can't coexist at the same time. The way of dealing with something unpredictable and dealing with something predictable, those are different ways of being. Here's a huge opportunity for very creative model building and theoretical neuroscience and linking that to these data streams we're getting across the brain that we talked about earlier, these immense data sets of activity across the brain. Here's where I think there could be a real convergence of theoreticians and experimentalists to say, okay, given what we know about wiring of the brain, here is what the brain state is likely to be that deals well with unpredictable information, and here's the brain state that deals with predictable information. Here's why they're incompatible, at least at the same time. Here's why you've got to be able to detect which state you should be in. Here's how you could switch between them. Here's the kind of cells that you would predict, almost like predicting the Higgs boson. Here's the kind of circuitry that I would predict should govern the switching, or might make one state too sticky, too hard to get out of. Right? Yeah. That is a huge opportunity for an interaction from the theoretical and experimental side together.
Like one state too sticky, the sort of measure the stickiness stay and how to lessen the stickiness. Get some oil in the machine.
Yes. Yeah, well, we predict the kind of oil that would work well.
What in your practice is treatment or advice for people on the autism spectrum?
So right now there's no medical treatment. There are behavioral treatments that are most effective early in life. They make sure people don't fall too far behind. If you're not interacting socially, you create this, vicious cycle where you fall farther and farther behind because you're not interacting. And these therapies, which are applied early in life, therapists work with the kids, train them to deal with these things that otherwise would be aversive to them, teach them how to predict things and interact, and that has a big effect. But it's behavioral therapy. There's no medicine that works. There are ways of reducing individual symptoms though that sometimes come along with autism. Those do respond to medications. So you can, one thing very often, my patients with autism are very anxious because they live in a world that they have a really hard time predicting what's going to happen. And so they find, and some of these are high functioning, Silicon Valley types who, they may make, great livings, but they're very unhappy because they're on the spectrum. They don't understand how social interactions really work. They're very anxiety provoking because they don't know what to say. They don't have any clue how anybody else knows what to say. They're constantly worried they're going to say something that's completely inappropriate, and so they're very anxious. And I can treat their anxiety. It doesn't touch autism per se, but I can help them with their anxiety.
What I just talked about, eye contact. I am richly, with eyes closed and all those kinds of things, I'm richly experiencing the world. And it's not like you're afraid of the world or you're not able, I don't know what to do. No, I know everything. In fact, I know way too much. There's so many cool options. Like at any one moment, there's all this stuff happening. And at any one moment, you can do anything you want. You can take off your clothes. You can punch that guy over there. You can run away. You can go in for a hug. You can say something profound and deep, or you can say something generic, or you can do so many things you can say. Right? And then it'll unravel in all these kinds of ways. In this moment, it can be completely life-changing, or it can be mundane and meaningless. And all of those options are before you at any one moment. And so it's amazing and overwhelming if you're allowing yourself to think about it. Whatever exactly. Like, unfortunately, with chess, you have a few set options.
Two-dimensional
constraints. There is unlimited possibilities and unlimited beautiful things happening all around you. I don't think there's a kind of sense that somehow you're limited in the places of in the way you can see the world and how you can interact with that world. I am overwhelmed by the lack of limit that all of us should be. Have you looked around? You can do whatever the hell you want. Nobody will remember you anyway. All of us will be dead one day. You can do anything. You can, I don't know, you can get naked and run around the city as long as you're not hurting anybody. And it doesn't matter.
So it's Austin,
yeah. Exactly. Seems like a to-do item for anybody living in Austin, for sure.
But the the spectrum is an interesting concept because that is, when I refer to the spectrum, I'm actually referring to it's a precise clinical term, but you're right, it's been co-opted more broadly, and it is widely used, and it can be an unfair categorization of someone who's socially and occupationally very healthy. And that is critical because we don't define a disorder unless there's social or occupational dysfunction. It doesn't matter what the symptoms are. I've had patients who are pleasantly hallucinating, so frankly psychotic, but it doesn't affect their life. So I don't give that person as a diagnosis because there's not social or occupational dysfunction. Same with anything on this, any of the diverse symptoms of autism spectrum disorder. If someone has them, but they're successful socially and occupationally, we don't say that there's a disorder. But then you're right, the concept of the spectrum does become a useful, pigeonholing device, which is maybe not the best thing.
Yeah, and eye contact is an interesting one. I'm torn on it. I'm torn about the usefulness of eye contact because people kind of make fun of it, but let me just say one thing about eye contact and about life in general. It's okay to be weird. But like some people, when you have your eyes closed and there's that weird, what is happening to this creature? Like you see a weird creature on the side of the road. It's interesting. And you want to, the weird stuff, I'm going to go back to Robin Williams. That's the good stuff, right? He has that whole speech about him and his wife and what he loves, all the little peculiarities. It's all the weird stuff. And that, let those flourish. Let them celebrate those in yourself, and not in some kind of woke way, but in some very human way. This is what makes us. This is the weirdness. I am 100% on board with that. I don't think people who are happy and who have people in their lives who are happy with them. These are, I think, let the weirdness flourish. Let all the different ways members of the human family can be different. Let's see them all. That's one of the joys of being alive is seeing all the ways we can be human. Yeah, I think about it all the time. Why do we have all these ways of being human? And even within one individual, you go through phases of life where you express different sides of your way of being, which is also a pretty fun opportunity, right? You can go through phases where you're in one mode and phases where you're in another mode, and let that, just let that flourish too. Let the ways that you can be you vary as well. I think that's important for people to explore. And I should like this if you can address the internet, but I would like to sort of ask the internet to celebrate the weirdness of people. Like that's it's the Robin Williams. People call these imperfections, but they're not. That's the good stuff. For any one individual person, find the weird stuff and celebrate it, as opposed to what the internet often does, which is find the weird stuff and criticize it. Because when you criticize the weird stuff, you're creating conformity, which is another human thing. But that conformity creates a boring world. You want the weird. You want the crazy. That's what fun is made of. That's the foundation of humor and all the ways in which we deal with the suffering in the world, with the injustices in the world, is like this huge variety. Yeah, I don't know, and that's what at the depth of psychiatry is like. You want to acknowledge the weird, celebrate the weird, step around it to find the particular aspects of weird that are debilitating, like you said, they're somehow negatively affecting your ability to function in the world, as opposed to trying to shut it all down. Well, on that topic, I'd love to talk to you about schizophrenia. What is schizophrenia? From your research and your general understanding, what is the full landscape of suffering and wisdom that schizophrenia explores?
Schizophrenia is a state where there's a break from reality, and so this can show up as we call them, the positive symptoms of schizophrenia. These include hallucinations, hearing something or seeing something that's not there, usually auditory hallucinations. Paranoia, you can have complex fears, delusions, which we call fixed false beliefs. People get an extremely unshakable but completely implausible idea about something, sometimes related to themselves, sometimes to the world. These we call the positive symptoms, break from reality as we know it. Then there are the negative symptoms that come with it, and these are progressive. These are flattening of emotion, as we call it, so starting to express less and less positive emotion, ending more in a neutral or flat state. Thought disorder, inability to work with complex patterns of planning or thinking, so you can't make plans, you have poor working memory, you can't keep track of where you were in a conversation, in a sequence of actions. So poor and impaired working with the thoughts of oneself, and then these positive symptoms of break from reality. Okay, now why do these come together? What's the neurobiology of it? Again, we don't know. Schizophrenia extremely genetically determined. Look at the numbers, could be upwards of 80% genetically determined. 1% of the human population around the world. It's universal. Okay, it's not confined to any one culture. Not even really biased in one, culture or another. About 1% around the world, and has this progressive quality to it, untreated. So it's very interesting. There's a break that happens. We call it first break, when someone experiences their first disruption of reality. They can have a completely typical life up until that point. So you might have I've seen, just heartbreaking cases of like this in the Stanford emergency room, where the kid who's come there has been extremely, high functioning in that sense of academic achievement and athletic and interpersonal, and then comes to college. Usually in men, it's around 18, 19 when the first break happens. Some terrifying paranoia hits or some auditory hallucinations start. They're getting screamed at by a voice in their head. So devastating. With women, comes on also often a little later, sometimes in the 20s. And it can be progressive. If it's not treated, it just progresses and progresses. The voices become overwhelming. The delusions and paranoia extend and expand. The negative symptoms particularly become more and more severe. So one can't even maintain thoughts in any sort of ordered fashion. And then eventually, that can be fatal, can lead to suicide, it can lead to erratic behavior that leads to accidents. It can be treated. There are medications that help. Fortunately, they have side effects, so they're not perfect. They have movement problems and actually a whole host of different side effects that come from the medications. But we can help people with schizophrenia. Very, very significantly. But the amazing thing, and this is emblematic of where psychiatry stands, we don't have the deep understanding. Just like with depression, we don't have that heart as a pump level of understanding that we'd like to have with schizophrenia, despite it being so biological, so genetic in its nature.
So is there a way to return to the other side of the first break? So when you have a break with reality, is there a way to kind of stitch it together?
Yeah. So some people that works, but we don't really know how. So medications, antipsychotic medications, we call them, they block a particular neurotransmitter receptor called the serotonin 2A receptor, and they modulate dopamine as well, and other neurotransmitters. These can take someone who's actively hallucinating, actively paranoid, put them back in a completely normal state, and some people stay that way indefinitely. So you can bring people back from that back to the other side, have it stitched together. More typically, you'll end up in some intermediate state where symptoms are reduced powerfully, but there might be still something there, and you've got a drop down in functioning of the nervous system for a while. But concepts, what physically is going on. One idea is that it's communication within the brain. One part of the brain is not able to tell other parts of the brain what it's doing. And so the auditory hallucinations are very interesting in this regard. They often have this conversational inner monologue-like quality. As we're walking along the street, we may have an inner monologue, thoughts about what's going on. If we see somebody we don't like, we may have a thought, wish somebody would punch that guy, something like that, or maybe I should punch that guy. But these are so far below where we would ever, act or even think of acting, but they're just things that come up. And people with schizophrenia, those inner thoughts, that inner monologue is not recognized as the inner monologue of the self. And so it's perceived as something coming from the outside, or from inside, but from another inside.
Another hint. I thought you meant like another room.
Yeah,
inside the same building.
Another room
inside there. Yeah.
And so it could be conceptualized as a communication within the brain problem, notifying what another part of the brain what's going on. And there's some evidence consistent with that.
I don't know if you can help with this, but I sometimes have been talking to quite a few homeless folks recently. Just what I do is I hang out at night and talk to interesting people. And some of them have known people in the past who suffer from schizophrenia, and some of them like self-describe as something they suffer from. And they seem to understand something deeply about this world. I don't know if it's correlated or maybe it's another aspect of like depression and all those things that I've encountered in my own life is maybe just the struggle and the suffering is taking you through a life where you think deeply about life. Like there's like self-reflection that society forces on you because it's a disorder of some kind. Is it interesting? I guess my only sort of anecdotal observation is people who suffer from schizophrenia seem to be very interesting and very thoughtful in a non-linear way about the world.
I've noticed that it's not always positive. They're the unusual ways they live in the world. But it's always interesting.
It could be conspiratorial thinking too. Yeah. But the theories they have about the way the world functions, it's often very well read, which is also interesting because they're almost like looking for helpful answers there somewhere.
Absolutely.
And so there might be citing some very interesting literature, and then using that there's a stickiness in their mind to different models of the world, and they're trying to make sense of that world. And those models could include conspiracy theories. Yeah.
They're very attuned to complexity, and they come up with unlikely